This nigga was playing music and shit, bro.
What? Y'all know the motto. Y'all know the motto. For anybody who be like, act, yo, come on, bro. Come on. Y'all know.
Tuesday, I talk to Boney them to get them birds off.
I do that Tuesday.
I got the words caught in his nerves off. Thursday, the same as Wednesday.
Here we go.
You gotta hold on, bro.
Let's get on timing. Chat, we're going live. All platforms immediately. The Academy, online. King Akademiks, online. Shit, Meta, online.
Make sure
everybody
on
online.
Stream, man.
Holy. Big Ak is in the building. Jamie the Bull is on the stand. Him versus Brian Steele. I hear people complimenting Jamie the Bull. They're saying that Jamie might got a few surprises for Brian Steele. They say everything when Brian Steele is trying to characterize. So let me give y'all a little like recap or whatever. So Brian Steele is up there calling him a coward. Keep in mind, this is the guy who was admitted in open court to multiple bodies. We got Brian Steele calling Jamie a coward, talking about, yeah, you acting like da-da-da, but you a coward like anybody else. And clearly, if you know strategy, he's trying to get under the skin of Jamie. But I'm going to be honest with you. Yes, he's pressing Jamie, but Jamie keep laughing. Jamie's taking it as a joke. Jamie's not getting out of character. Jamie's not leaving the script. Now, what he did get Jamie on, Jamie the Bull, he misremembered something. Yes, or the day before yesterday, no, actually yesterday, Jamie said this, okay? Jamie said, yo, it was Durk who told us go crazy right before the hit. Basically, it's like the coach talking to you right before you go out of the locker room. Man, go crazy on them niggas out there. When he was then questioned by Steele, and Steele was trying to spin him, he said it was another name. He said, it was Didi. It was Didi that said that. Big that's a discrepancy. Remember, the idea is you got to prove that it was Smirk who sent y'all off on this dummy mission. One day he said it was Smirk who told him. The next day he said it was Didi. Now, remember, he said, well, couple weeks or whatever before, we was in Atlanta and Smirk told us, yo, whoever who clapped Quando going to be set for life. Well, Steele got him back again. Steele was like, yo, how come when we look at your first interrogation audio, you don't mention nothing about Durk talking about, yo, whoever killed Quando gonna be set for life? Where was that at? Basically, Steele put him in a ringer. He said, yo, Jamie, we know you a coward. We know you a scum. We know you're heartless. How we gonna believe what you're saying if you got no proof? You got proof of Durk saying that? Jamie said, nah, I ain't recorded. Why would I record the guys? So you got zero proof that Durk told y'all that if y'all spun and killed Quando, that niggas would be straight. You got zero proof. Jamie the Bull had to be like, I guess you gotta take my word. Steele is on his ass by saying, nigga, you a fucking liar and a low-life scum. We not taking your word for nothing. So that's where we're at today. Chat, welcome. We are back today. Today's Friday. The cooperators are taking a stand. We don't know if Vonnie will get to the stand today. It appears that maybe Vonnie's going to be a Monday type of thing. Monday thing, okay? But we got Jamie the Bull. And, we got to call a spade a spade. Let's actually rank this. Jamie the Bull, I think he did a solid effort when he was questioned on direct. But if he met with the prosecutors 30 times, they had 30 times to rehearse this. So, of course, he was going to drop 30. He's supposed to drop 30.
Yo,
it was always about who does Durk send up there when it's his turn to talk to Jamie the Bull? The cross reference, the cross-examine. Who's gonna go up there and point out that Jamie the Bull is a liar? He don't remember shit. He's a ruthless individual. And if anybody in this case would be a heartless, ruthless individual, bloodthirsty, willing to catch a body for nothing, a dick rider who just want to be around fame and everything else, even if he didn't get paid, he's a crash dummy and a snitch. Oh, you got to send Brian Steele up there. So Brian Steele popped out, and he's working him. He'll set some shit up and hit the attack. You know your family hates you, right? Yo, Brian Steele told him, you know your family hates you, right? The judge even had to tell Brian, chill out with that, bro. Bro, he's already admitted to like mad bodies. Who cares about his family? Come on, chill out, bro. Brian Steele is making it that Jamie the Bull cannot get no sympathy. Remember Jamie the Bull said, I robbed 100 niggas. And they said, so you always did it for whatever. And he said, nah, I ain't gonna lie. One time I robbed a nigga because I ain't had no food. That was meant to elicit sympathy. Remember, they said to him, well, why did you snitch? Now, this is where I think Brian Steele got to kill him today. Sympathy. And we about to read all this shit. Don't worry, Chad.
Steele up there.
Brian Steele got to kill him on this. Remember, he killed a nigga in 2010. He ain't feel bad for that. Why he feel bad for Lil Pop? Why? Now, here's the thing. From what the public knows and what the jury knows, they kind of got away with it. The murder happened in August 2022. And in 2023, not after they came to you trying to investigate Durk, you got caught up on your own charge, which is a gun charge. Your ass felt like you deserved a lawyer, this, that, and third, because Durk did not provide it, because you thought Durk was switching on you. And this is where, remember we had that audio chat? You got to remember, let's remember the timeline. Jamie does all the bullshit 2022. He gets caught up in 2023. It was going to be a clear probation violation. It's a parole violation, actually. But it's just a gun. If you, this decorated killer, why when you get caught with a gun, you admit to murders? But I'll tell you why he did it. Jamie was in jail. He's asking for a lawyer. Nobody is giving him a lawyer. Okay? We hear a call between Boona, OTF Boona, and Durk, where he basically confirms. And by the way, we had this in 2022. By the way, Jamie heard this before he agreed to cooperate. Jamie did not agree to cooperate till 2023. But there was a leaked phone call that was in 2022 where Lil Durk and OTF Boona was speaking about OTF Jam. And this might even help them, I'm not going to lie. Because remember Jam said that the only reason he was mad is because Durk sent him off on a dummy mission with goofies. How you got the goofy giving me a gun and a mask? Vonnie's a goofy. The other niggas, I'm in the car with them. They're sweating like these niggas can't even. Niggas' gun is jamming. They can't load the gun. These niggas is scared. Let's call it off. Remember he claims he texted the other car. Let's call this shit off. He said these niggas was pussy. Basically, they sent him out with the JV team. He got mad at Durk, and he even testified later that he called Durk. He said, Durk, why would you send me on that shit? I finally got a chance to be a father to my son, and you sent me on that dummy mission. And Durk supposedly responded, Jam, I love you.
Jam said, why you send me on that shit?
Switched the topic to,
that nigga was like,
you got that nigga problem. You know he was talking shit to. Interesting, chat. Now, I'm going to tell you why it's interesting. Because remember we had this leaked phone call before trial. Let's go back to this leaked phone call. It actually corroborates what Jamie's saying on the stand. Remember, Jamie said he was upset at Durk. Well, apparently, Durk ain't finding out this now that he was upset at Durk, even though he said he called Durk and Durk was like, I love you. Apparently, he talked to Boona on the phone and communicated the same thing. In this leaked phone call from 2022, Boona tells Durk, yo, Jammy just hit me up, and Jammy says he ain't fucking with y'all no more. He ain't fucking with y'all because, number one, he ain't get paid, and he said he went on some shit with some niggas who was scared as hell. And Durk laughed. Durk laughed and said, well, if he ain't like that, he ain't gonna like this new shit that I did. Listen to this voice note now. When we listened to it at first, it didn't make sense. After what we heard Jammy testify to yesterday, this is gonna make all the sense in the world. Listen to this, chat.
And then the funny I called John, I talked to John like yesterday. I say, wow, he said, man, that nigga, they was scared anyway. I said, thank you.
Let me stop. So Boona's talking to Durk. He said, man, I talked to Jam, man. Jam said those bitch ass niggas were scared. Now, after we hear Jam's testimony talking about he didn't want to go on a drill with these goofies because he said these guys, this is the JV team, they're scared. Now we get to realize Jam was calling around even to the jails. He's calling to the jails. Boona's locked up at this point. He tells Boona, man, I went on a drill with some goofy niggas. They were scared. So Boona, after hearing Jam tells him, is trying to warn Durk. Look.
That nigga, they was scared anyway. I said, thank you nothing. He said, hell.
You hear what he said? Boona says, I asked him, they ain't give you none? Meaning, did you get paid? You're going to hear Jammy tell Boona, no. So really, this was a call from Boona to Durk to say, hey, Jammy's starting to call around complaining about the hit. Number one, he didn't like the hit. He said the hit was with a bunch of rookies. He felt like he was kind of like blindsided by it. And now he also ain't get paid. So this was a warning from Boona to Durk. And Durk is on the phone, and you're going to hear how Durk reacts to it. I'm giving y'all context before we get into this new stuff because this is probably the exact reason why Durk is in court. Now, I'm not saying they would have got away with this if Jammy did not, choose to flip. But it appears that it appears that they didn't have no credible lead to build this investigation until they had somebody to flip, and we don't know who flipped first, whether it's Jammy or Vonnie. So there is a kind of thought to say, damn, Durk, niggas even warned you that this nigga was feeling away. And he's locked up feeling away. You don't try to fix it? All right, you don't try to fix it. Now he's sinking the ship. Let me play it again.
The funny I called John, I talked to John like yesterday. I say, wow, he said, man, that nigga, they was scared anyway. I said, thank you nothing. He said, hell,
why
nah,
Chirac
I ain't
humor
feel right. He's
the shit?
looking at me like I ain't feel right anyway. I said, yeah. He like,
He said, I didn't feel right anyway.
nah, I ain't fucking with none, but
I just
So he says that Jam is saying, I ain't fucking with him.
I just did something that's gonna piss them off. Yeah.
Durk says to Boona, instead of saying, damn, yo, let me go holler at him and make it right. So Jam did the drill and feels away. He didn't get paid, and he felt he got sent off on a dummy mission with the rookie squad. And Durk is a leader. Instead of Durk saying, yo, let me go holler at him or make sure he's straight, let me go send a lawyer. Durk says, well, if he pissed off at that, I just did some more shit to make him mad.
Did something that's gonna piss them off. Yeah.
Look.
I just did something that's gonna piss them off. Yeah.
I already know.
And Boona said, I already know. Now, I don't know what supposedly Durk did. I think Trench's News was trying to say, oh, that's Durk kind of hinting that maybe he's trying to fuck his girl or something. I don't know if that's the thing. It could have been where Durk is saying, all right, nigga, fuck you, nigga. I'm going to pay the other niggas. You don't get paid. Other niggas get paid. You will know they got paid, but you ain't get paid, nigga. I don't know. That's me assuming. But you hear Durk on the phone after being told the nigga is mad about the drill. He felt it was a dummy mission. He felt the niggas you sent him with was scared as hell. And he told me he ain't get nothing from it. And Durk's response is, well, if you mad about that, I just did some more shit to piss him off.
They
okay?
all hoe ass niggas. They all hoe ass niggas, bro.
I know you
Fuck.
did. I already know.
What?
Man, I already know, man.
Yeah, what? Stop lying, man.
you say, look, I'm gonna get hit jail where your bitch ass at.
That's why Chirac humor need
Oh,
the shit.
yeah, God.
I know already.
That blew them.
I know it did. What's up, what's it called, man? Little Slim Jim.
Okay. This call is now very pertinent. Okay. Let's hop into this trial. It is going down, chat. It is going down. So Jammy's on the stand today. Brian Steele is supposed to finish up with him, and then also we're gonna get Harbaugh, which is Dee Dee's attorney, and then the attorney for Lindsay. They're gonna do their cross. Obviously, remember Brian Steele is carrying the heavy load here. Okay, they're only gonna really go in there and try to cross some T's and dot some I's for their own client. Like for example, for Lindsay, well, if Jam is testifying that Lindsay was it maybe his gun jammed, or was it like Keith Jones' gun who jammed? You know what I mean? Or he testified that we sent Lindsay into the store, into the dispensary to go look for Quando. You might want to ask some questions to kind of poke some holes in that too, because your client is being accused of stuff that has nothing to do with Durk. So the other lawyers got to make sure they're continuing to the strategy, but best believe that Brian Steele is doing the heavy lifting here, okay? All right, let's get into reading some tweets, chat. Let's get into reading some tweets. Okay. Here we go. It says, so Brian Steele revealed in court today that Jam girl Ashley, boss baby Jones, and Vonnie girl were communicating through text and email, leading to third-party phone calls. By the way, Vonnie just got married. Vonnie just married his chick, which, by the way, this is the lore. I don't know if you've heard this. OT if Vonnie gets married. He just got married. Look. OT if Vonnie just got engaged while telling on Durk. You know what it is? This is telltale sign. They've been using the bitch that they fucking with to do their bidding. Brian Steele somehow figured it out. That Jam and Vonnie are talking, which is a no-no. Two federal cooperating witnesses communicate through their bitches. How did Brian Steele figure that out? I don't know. But that's what you pay millions for. So Brian Steele revealed in court, hey, Jammy's bitch and Vonnie's bitch, they're communicating in text and email. And what that turned into is them setting up third-party calls that Jammy and Vonnie could cooperate. What is Brian Steele trying to say? Man, these niggas is trying to collude in their snitching. They're colluding. It don't work like that. You can't collude in your snitching. So your bitch and the other snitch bitch got y'all on the phone that y'all could get y'all story right. What Jammy leaves off, Vonnie picks up. What Vonnie gonna pick up, Jammy's gonna leave. Nah, fuck that. Brian Steele, and this is where them private investigators, them hackers, whoever you got, this is why you need the millions. Y'all doing all this gangster shit. If y'all don't got the millions to have the private investigator go figure this shit out, the prosecutor was never going to come to Durk's team and say, hey, by the way, we're going to give you this in discovery. So Jammy's girlfriend talks to Vonnie's girlfriend all the time. And sometimes they're not going to tell you that. You got to get that out of the trenches. So Brian Steele popped up. Oh. By the way, he set it up yesterday. Brian Steele set it up yesterday. You know how he set it up? He said to Jammy, he said, yo, so Jammy, let me ask you a question. You ever told your bitch that Durk is a bitch ass nigga? And Jammy was caught off guard. He said, what? Huh? Nah, I ain't never say Durk is a bitch. So you ain't never say that Durk built a career and these songs is on the back of your name? Huh? What? I ain't never said that. Yesterday, Brian Steele introduced the pillow talking. How does Brian Steele know it? How does Brian Steele know that Jamie is pillow talking with his bitch about Durk? Basically, man, these niggas think this nigga Durk is a killer. Like, that nigga's a bitch. Nigga, I'm the killer. I did that. Man, that nigga rapping about X, Y, and Z. Nigga, he rapping about what I did. Oh, man. That's why you pay the millions, chat. Brian Steele is not to be fucked with. Brian Steele popped up with new information to say the woman that's involved with Jamie, and I don't know if he's gotten to her or she's like they paid, I don't know what it is, but he claims there is proof that Jamie showed jealousy of Durk, showed envy of Durk, showed disdain of Durk. And you know what Brian Steele's setting up, right? Yeah, this bitch ass nigga was envying Durk. So of course when he get caught for the shit he do, he said, man, fuck it. How could I get out of here? They said, well, you got to give us a big fish. Oh, you want a big fish? I might have a blue whale in mind. Blame it on Durk. So that was Brian Steele's motive and method. To show that Jamie been talking shit behind Smirkio's back, saying he don't respect him, he's a bitch-ass nigga, he's selfish as fuck. And Jamie clearly, remember, Jamie got 30 times with the prosecutors. 30 times. Let me ask y'all a question. If you got a school project and you meet with your group 30 times, you think if you got to go recite some shit for 30 minutes and you rehearse for 30 times, you're going to be good? Probably be good, right? That's why Brian Steele had to come with the okie doke. You could tell Jam ain't know that this was, he don't know about this jam. Oh shit, what the fuck? How y'all know what my bitch said? What the hell? Because before he's grinning, he's laughing, because he's looking at Brian Steele like, nigga, I know you the big bad Brian Steele in here with me? Nigga, all right, nigga, I'll laugh with you, whatever. Brian Steele comes with some new information. So you wasn't pillow talking to your girl calling Durk a bitch. Saying Durk not like that. Saying Durk rapping about your crimes. Saying Durk built his career for you. And he's like, what? Hell nah. Now remember I'm telling you, Brian Steele not just saying that for his health. He got some shit. And that was what yesterday ended with. So today starts up. And Brian Steele is back on it. He revealed that Jam's girl and Vonnie's girl, they've been talking through text and email. How would he even get that? That's not no jail call shit. How would he get that? That means that's that. Hey, let me tell you this. Y'all broke niggas, stop doing crime. Crime is for rich niggas. Actually, crime really for nobody. You know the private investigators that Durk probably got to get, unless maybe one of these girls flipped. I don't know if they flipped. Maybe they offered him some money like, yo, here's $100,000. Flip on your baby daddy or flip on, Jam or whatever. But they have information that Vonnie's girl be talking on the phone with Jam's girl. The feds is not giving Durk that info. How do they find it? Who gives a fuck how they find it? Let me bring you back to why Brian Steele is the guy. Remember when he was in that YSL trial and he says, Your Honor, I want to move for a mistrial. And and the dude said, what? Mistrial for what? Well, I know that y'all took YSL Woody and had an ex parte meeting in the chambers where y'all forced him and threatened him to stand on what he had to testify to. That is against all the rules. That's illegal. And that judge got so mad. He said to Brian Steele, how you know that? How did you figure it out? He says, I'm going to lock you up. I'm holding you in contempt unless you give me your source. Brian Steele is a bad boy. Y'all remember that? Oh, y'all remember that, huh? I'll refresh your memory. The judge was mad. YSL trial, Brian Steele. He held Brian Steele in contempt because Brian Steele says, I ain't telling you shit, nigga. I ain't telling you shit. Look at this guy. Brian Steele came with the files.
And I respect
Here we go.
that, and it gives me no in contempt. Arte, because that's this is so okay, but I need you. But I have 1.6. I know what the rule says, but here's the thing. Well, let me just. You need to please tell me who you got it from. I'm not asking you sum and substance of anything as of yet, okay? But I need you to tell me how you got the information. If you don't tell me how you got the information, I'm going to hold you in contempt. I understand. I don't want.
Oh, we want the sources. We want the sources. Oh, man. Yo, put it like this. Brian Steele in that case, when he was pressed, like, how the fuck you know that? Brian Steele says, lock me up, Your Honor. Just lock me up with Jeffrey Williams that we could prepare for the case. I ain't tell you shit. That's what niggas knew Brian Steele was about it.
I want to be held in contempt. And I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is so sacrosanct.
The judge is tight. So, chat, we know who Brian Steele is. That's what I'm trying to tell you, what he just pulled on Jamie. Brian Steele got the dirt on Jamie's bitch and Vonnie's bitch. He know their inner workings, the talkings. He know that Jamie's bitch gonna be like, yo, Jamie's bitch gonna hit Vonnie's bitch and be like, all right, yo, just connect the three-way call that we could get Jamie to talk to Vonnie. You know what that's gonna prove, chat? Jamie and Vonnie are bitch-ass niggas who colluded and cooperating in trying to frame Smirk. They realize that, oh, the feds want Durk. They don't really want us. And these two bitch-ass niggas through their hoes, they colluded, they corroborated, they collaborated, and they got on the phone through the bitches and then made their stories synchronized. Because here's the thing. We ain't even hear from Vonnie yet, but you could tell Brian Steele already know that nigga's going to pick up wherever Jam left off, and he's coming with a torpedo. Ain't y'all bitches was talking? Why the fuck y'all bitches talking? Keep in mind, you remember how Brian Steele set it up? Brian Steele set it up where Jam is calling Vonnie all type of goofies. Yeah, that nigga's, I was mad at Durk because Vonnie's a goofy. So if Vonnie's a goofy, why is your bitch talking to his bitch? Why y'all getting on the phone? I thought he was a goofy. Oh, he was a goofy for the hit, but he's not no goofy no more when you're trying to get out of jail. Okay. Brian Steele, man. It's that Brian Steele, chat. It's that Brian Steele. Remember, you see how Brian Steele works? He elicited that nigga calling Vonnie a goofy. Look, all right. Let's keep it going. So there was third-party conversations. Steele says, so who's Vonnie to you? Jam says, he's just a goofy. Steele says, okay, so goofy means loser, right? Jam says, a goofy. Self-explanatory. Steele says, so you don't respect him. Jam says, I mean, he cool. Steele says, so you don't love him. I said, love him? Nah. Yo, Steele on his ass. Look at this. So when you say rat, and I'll clean my words for the court, you mean a corroborate, or I don't know if that's the right word. Jam says a rat is whatever you think it is. I know people who were victims who told. I know people who ain't been shot and corroborated. So Steele says, so you're a snitch and a rat, right? Jamie says, well, I guess. Holy. So, okay. So, I ain't gonna lie. This is big, chat. Jamie and Vonnie been communicating through their bitches, and Brian Steele brought it out. I'm not too sure. Listen, you could tell the AUSA was probably blindsided. Why didn't they object to this? Your Honor, speculation. Your Honor, objection. Your Honor, what?
So Steele brought up today that Jam and Vonnie, Cuz, Grant, or as Jam called him today, Goofy, have been communicating through third party, through someone named Ashley Jones and Vonnie's girlfriend or somebody that's his girlfriend. Jam says, hey, I think that's his girl, I'm not sure. They didn't mention her name yet, but going back to July of 2025, they had been communicating in some way, shape, or form through third-party texts and through communication. At one point, there was a social media post that called Vonnie a rat, and Jam said, "Be careful." And then Steele asked, "Were you worried about him?" And Jam says, "Yes." So
Hold up. All right. Steele says, FBI, LAPD, they never said Mr. Minister. Explain to me. Jam says, my name ain't Mr. Minister. Steele says, is that what they asked you? Jam says, well, my name ain't Mr. Minister. I don't know who Mr. Minister is. That's not my name. Steele says, to your knowledge, were those meetings recorded? Jam says, it was just a meeting, just to see how I was doing. Steele says, so you mean the FBI agents and prosecutors met with you only to ask how you were doing? So they're asking, why did you meet with him for that amount of time? Steele says, did you have communication with Kevon Grant? Cuz, Vonnie. Jam says, when I came to this facility, the federal building, I seen him in passing. Me being curious, I wanted to know if he was going to the facility I was at. I ain't know if he was corroborating. Okay? Steele says, okay, is that the only time you talked to Vonnie? Jam says, hold on, let me see. Steele says, okay, you can talk to yourself, but let me know when you're ready. Jam says, nah, I talked to him one time. I just told him I wasn't mad at him. Steele says, but who's Ashley, though? Who's Ashley? Jam says, oh, shit, a cool female I talked to. This says, Ashley Jones bridged the gap for you to communicate. Were you trying to contact Cuz? You know you broke a rule, right? Jam says, man, Ashley told me about somebody recorded Cuz on the phone. I basically told him you got to be careful. So Steele counters with, oh, so you were looking out for Vonnie. Jam says, yeah. Steele says, you know you're abusive to your mother, right? Jam says, being abusive? What do you mean, like physically abusive? Steele says, you know there are phone calls recorded between you and your moms? Steele continues by saying, you had a person post on social media your sister's address. You lied that you were out of jail and posted, come and see me. To have a drive-by. She runs a daycare and she's on dialysis. Oh, shit. Bombshell. Steele is proving that when Jamie was flexing like he was out of jail, he was locked up and he dropped his sister location. Jamie's a ruthless nigga. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Brian Steele is cooking right now. Remember when Jamie drops his address? OTF drops address. He told anybody who was mad at him for snitching, pull up on him. That's what he said. He said, pull up. He wanted the gangsters to pull up. He said, this was the address, chat. This was the Addy. He says, I'm dropping my own location, nigga. Fresh out of house arrest. Oh, hell nah, chat. Y'all remember this? Jamie dropped an address, and he said, this for anybody who feel like that I'm doing something that Sammy the Bull ain't do. I'm Jamie the Bull. He said, I'm dropping my own location, fresh out of house arrest. I'm trying to see who tried to get it in, blood. It was a whole lot of woofing when I was in jail. Now it's time to show and prove, nigga. Come to find out Steele is exposing him. Boy, you dropped your sister's address. Talking about come and see me. She runs a daycare. She's on dialysis, Jamie. What's wrong with you, Jamie? Jamie responds, I can't talk to my son no more. I got mad. So I did it to scare her. Ah, he's breaking her. Yo, Steele is good, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He's breaking this nigga. Remember I told you, yesterday, you could tell the prosecutor was trying to prepare Jamie for Steele. Steele is really unorthodox. I told you he'll kind of circle around and pounce and then really press until the court tells him to stop or there's mad objections or sidebars. He called him a coward yesterday. He basically called him a bitch-ass nigga. He said, that's why you shot from afar. That's why you needed a gun. You ain't shit. He was going crazy on Jamie. Jamie was laughing, though. Basically, like, probably he was prepared for that by the prosecutors. And he's like, man, I'm not going to let you get me rattled. Steele is there to get that nigga rattled. So that ain't work yesterday by calling him a bitch. You know what you know what Steele's doing today? He's doubling down by saying, yo, Jamie, let's talk about your actions, man. You was acting like you was woofing this and third. You dropped your sister's address, man. What's going on with you? Look, you could tell Jamie's breaking just off the statement. He admits, yeah, I can't talk to my son no more, so I got mad. I did that to scare him. Chat, does this sound like he care about his son? Nah, he said, show up and prove. Oh, Brian Steele's breaking this nigga down like a kilo of coke, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. So Steele continues. Oh, nah, Jamie's about to lose it. He says, yeah, I couldn't talk to my son no more, so I did that to scare my sister. That's all. He's like, yo, I'm my son's only parent. His mama dead. Remember, his baby mama died. Look, Steele is on his ass. Look, watch this. Did you not say, I see when you see your son, you was gonna hug him? Kill him. Jam laughs. Okay, so Jam's back to trying to laugh, like trying to play it off. So where you get hugged from killing? Steele says, you told your other sister you would put a bullet in the middle of your daughter's head. Oh shit. Steele is on timing. Jam's like, man, I was in my feelings. I was mad. It's just words. We having words with each other. That was all. Steele says, so your words could get someone innocent charged, huh? Jam says, huh? What are you talking about? Steele lets it go for 10 seconds. Don't say nothing because you got to let it build. Steele got this nigga on the back pedal. Steele's doing work. Steele's like, you know what? Your Honor, I passed the witness. He ends on that. He basically shows Jam supposedly at some point claiming that he would kill his own kid. Jam said he posted his sister's address. Remember, Jam is like, oh, no, I'm like a victim, kind of, like whatever. He's like, well, Jam, if that's you, why you post your sister's address? Well, I posted her address because I couldn't see my kid. And oh, for real, that's why you posted it? Did you ever tell one of your kids that you put a bullet in their head? Well, I said that was because I was mad. So Brian Steele pounced on it. So you're saying that when you're mad, you don't give a fuck about if somebody's innocent or not, right? And that's when Jam kind of like, you know, he said, what? Jam gets quiet. He ain't answer the question and Steele says, you know what, Your Honor, no more questions. Oh, mic drop. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Now, this is Craig Harbar, which is Dee Dee's lawyer. They asked Jam, they said, so you got a gun as soon as you got out, right? Jam says, oh, yeah, I definitely did that. So why is that? See, I ain't scared to die. I'm just not ready. Harbaugh says, Mr. Grant, which is Vonnie, you said you saw him as a goofy. Jam says, I consider a lot of people goofy, not just him. Holy shit. Now it's going down, chat. It's going down. Hold on. Trap Lord gave us something? Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. That's from yesterday. This is for today. All right, let's go.
We were seeing OTF Jam. He was on the stand. And to begin with, he was getting grilled once again by Brian Steele. Now, there was talk yesterday about this sort of, alleged lie that Jam had been caught out in. There was this conversation in a studio.
Shout out to the Big 60 in the chat, man.
Bounty. Now, specifically what happened, because I think there was some confusion about this. There was basically this discussion of a bunch of OTF members had been in a studio in Atlanta, and Durk had basically said something along the lines of if anybody catches Quando and Lil Tim, they straight. They good. They're gonna be straight. It's good. And then apparently somebody in the room, not Durk, and it was never claimed that it was Durk that said this, but apparently somebody in the room basically put forward and said $500,000, half a ticket, $1 million, and Durk just replied to that allegedly hey, listen, they're gonna be straight. They ain't gonna have to worry about nothing. Now that conversation was kind of brought up. That was like a big thing, and they were really pressing him on the basis that Jam had basically not brought this up in an earlier recorded interview with the feds. And Jam had said previously, hey, look, like this conversation, there's more to it. There's more context to that. They played the clip that basically had Jam saying that, look, I never spoke with Durk about no bounty. I never spoke with him about Quando and Tim. But he basically clarified. He had his chance to get his lick back on Brian Steele, and he basically clarified and explained, yeah, that's what I said, but the reason I said it is because we was in specific context of that conversation with the feds, talking about one-on-one conversations. I ain't never had no one-on-one conversation with Durk until after the situation happened when I confronted him. So he was basically saying, look, in context, I was basically saying I ain't have no one-on-one conversations with him about a bounty. That was a group conversation in a studio. So that kind of explained it a little bit, but Brian Steele clapped back. Brian Steele said, okay, what studio was it? Jam didn't know. He said, can you
Oh, so he pressed him on the details. I'm surprised that if Jam met with the prosecutors 30 times, I'm telling you, it's a lot of rehearsing. These are the obvious talking points that is going to be questioned. Hey, did you get paid? Okay, obviously his answer has been no. Hey, have you ever heard about promise of payment? That would be the studio session where people said, yo, are we going to be taken care of? We talking about $500,000, whatever. So you don't know where the studio is. You don't know when it is. So these are like rudimentary things, I think.
describe the studio? You know the details of it? He was like, bro, I don't know about studios. I don't know where it was. I don't even know my way around. I don't know how to book a flight. And so Brian Steele kind of clapped back at him on that basis. And I'm not going to lie, that kind of landed. Like that was quite a good response. So I think he definitely created some reasonable doubt. But obviously Jam, you know, he had his reply too. So look, it was kind of a bit of a good day, but anyway, we got the crazy, insane tweakers out here just going crazy, man. They saying I'm saying Durk snitching. Could somebody find me where I said that? I literally never said that. Okay, people are out here spreading lies. Durk's definitely trying to blame it on Vonnie, but I ain't never say he's snitching. But anyway, look. What do you genuinely believe? So look, I ain't even acknowledging these fools, but that's what I'm dealing with out here. Okay.
Sure.
And I'll be back with the next update next.
All right.
All right, so we got another crazy update, and this one now involves another very well-known Chicago figure, Mimo 600. So apparently, Jam revealed that basically they had the drop on Quando Rondo in Savannah, Georgia. They said that they was potentially going to do something to him in Savannah, in his home city, and basically, Jam said Mimo 600 fucked the whole thing up. He said that apparently when Mimo went out to Savannah to go and film that music video that he filmed up there, I think it was at the Fraser Holmes apartment, right? But basically, all right, so basically, I'm getting crazy heckled right now. It's actually insane. We got all type of crazy heckling going on, literally screaming at me. But basically, I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep reporting. They say Mimo 600 went and did the music video in Quando's hood and blew up the spot. They basically said he went and made the spot hot, and they couldn't go and slide. They couldn't go and slide after they got Quando's location. So apparently, Mimo 600, when people were saying Mimo 600 was out there dancing, you know, and I like Mimo 600. I rock with Mimo 600, but apparently, he actually blew up and ruined one of the situations.
Wow, they're really trying to like heckle him.
Where they was gonna slide. So that one was pretty crazy. Listen, Mimo, I don't know. We gotta find out what's going on with that.
Mimo, we're gonna hit you in a little bit, man. They're saying that you took a picture and fucked up the sliding.
So look, there was a very, very big update that we just got in court, okay? I've rushed out here to give you that update, but it was crazy. So apparently, they're saying that OTF Jam was actually having conversations secretly through another person on jailhouse tablet email systems with Vonnie. Now, the crazy thing about that is there was apparently some kind of protective order in place that basically meant that they weren't supposed to have no conversation.
Yes, no defendants, even if, like, chat, let's be honest. Durk's attorneys clearly, Durk attorney, Dee Dee's attorney, and Lindsay attorney, they're all kind of on the same side. But technically, okay, it's a conflict of interest if they collude. It's like Brian Steele with all the other attorneys. You're not supposed to, but like, they're kind of going to be on the same page. There's a reason why throughout the whole pre-trial, when motions were filed, when Brian Steele, or I mean Drew Finland at least, in this particular, when he filed a motion, everybody just signed on to it. They agreed. Why? They're in cahoots. You're not supposed to be in cahoots, though. Obviously, you're going to do it in a good way that niggas can't find out. Here's the thing. Jammy's locked up. Jammy wants to get out. Jammy realizes he probably is in his benefit to get his story to match Vonnie's story. They start colluding through their bitches. And apparently what Trap Lord is telling us, they're colluding in a way through the jail calls that could be tracked. Is just not Jam talking to Vonnie is Jam talking to maybe his bitch, who's then talking to another bitch, but that bitch is Vonnie's bitch. So it's a third party thing.
Now, Brian Steele was trying to propose this as basically this big thing of like, you not following the rules, you doing things you're not supposed to do, you out here having conversations with people you ain't supposed to be having conversations with. Now, that was very, very interesting on its own, but Jam clapped back. And just like he did when they was talking about these alleged bounties and stuff going on, they're basically saying that Jam he had an excuse, he had an argument. He basically made the argument that he said, look, I wasn't talking to Vonnie to try and clear things up with a case or, you know, get in cahoots to threaten him or to even try and, you know, create any kind of situation where we was getting our story straight. He said the only reason I was talking to Vonnie is because I wanted the protective order lifted so I could go to a better jail. He said he was in a shitty jail. He was...
Fuck, X should been lagging. It should been lagging, bro. No cap.
He called it, what did he say it was?
Bruh, this nigga shit been shutting down. Look at the chat, bruh. Look at the chat, bruh.
But the other crazy thing that was part of that was obviously they said, and also when Lil Durk was complaining about his conditions at MDC and he was in solitary confinement for an extended period of time, that was brought up in front of the court too, and we straightened that out. We helped Durk out with his situation. So it's kind of, I think Brian Steele thought he had a couple of bombshells, but I'll be real with you, Jam always had a good answer to clap back about it with. So I do think that Jam and Brian Steele, they're going head to head. They both very, very serious, and I honestly, right now, I'm not sure. It feels like it's a bit of an even scorecard when it comes to Brian Steele and Jam did eventually get on the stand. Well, he stayed on the stand, and now it's Didi's lawyer to question him. Didi's lawyer.
Wow. I'm actually surprised by what Trap's lawyer is saying. I thought at least what was tweeted out by Michael Blackshire kind of shows Brian Steele kind of winning. I thought Brian Steele took the W. Now, granted, does that 100% mean the jury's not going to find the overall story that goes to the murder credible? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I think Brian Steele did as much as he could do to put in a lot of doubt in the mind of the jury to say, this guy's a scum. This guy's a liar. Look, he would endanger his own family for selfish reasons. He don't care about his kids. All this stuff talking about he confronted Durk about why would you send me on a drill like that? It's the first time I could be a father. He's not caring about his kids. He's dropping locations where they could be that people could kill him. He's a liar. He doesn't care about his mom. He don't care about his sister. He don't care about his kids. This guy's a selfish asshole. He's a murderer. Why would you think that, just because he claims that Durk gave him some money, he's going to care about Durk now? And according to him, he's just here to tell the truth. No, he's a liar. So I thought he won the exchange. Trap Lord Ross is kind of scoring it even. So, I'm not muted, chat. If you feel I'm muted, hit the refresh button. Please, just spam in the comment section.
His turn to question him, and he didn't really get a chance to get into it before the break, but we are probably going to be taking a closer look at that very soon, and I'll let you know what he said. So look, there was a very, very big update that we...
Okay, let's go to this one.
So look, there's obviously been a lot of talk about Jam being on the stand and a lot of interesting things that he said, but it's not just what he said, but it's also what he's doing. There was a moment where they kind of were going back and forth, and, there was basically a little bit of a pause, all right? The lawyers had to talk about something procedural, and I'm not going to lie, OTF Jam, once again, he kind of keeps doing this thing where he shakes his head and laughs. He laughed and looked right at Durk and grinned at him, and Durk smiled and looked right back at him. I ain't going to lie, Durk's smile was looking like one of them fake smiles that you do when you know you piss. You kind of like, yeah, one of them, okay? But the Durk and Jam dynamic is pretty fierce.
So look like Jam is kind of like almost looking at Durk's lawyers and saying, yo, blood, this is the best you got to send at me? You know I'm cooking you, right? And Durk is kind of laughing at him like, nigga, you know you going to jail for life, nigga. I'm finna go back to India, nigga. The fuck is you talking about? So they're having like a dynamic, but Durk is not looking sad or nothing like that. He's kind of like, you know, he's returning like the, not necessarily pleasantries, but he's returning those smiles.
They're definitely looking at each other. Jam ain't up there with his head down. He cracking jokes. He's smiling a lot. He basically clapping back at Brian Steele with a lot of confidence. I'm not going to lie. I feel like Jam's putting on a good performance. That's not to say Brian Steele's doing badly. I think they're both doing a really good performance. Clearly, Jam was well prepared for this. He was much more prepared and much more confident than YSL Woody was.
Remember, I did tell y'all, number one, the feds, remember when people were like, oh, you know, Jam could do, actually, I still think YSL Woody, his performance was not on the stand. His performance was in the deal he did. But clearly the feds have done a lot of, and at least if I'm hearing from Traplo Ross correct, because yesterday Traplo Ross reported at the end of the day, Jam was getting cooked. Now he's saying Jam is prepared, Jam is going toe to toe. So maybe in between yesterday and today, the feds have pulled Jamie to the side and said, hey, bruh, let's go over the notes one more time, gangy. You can't get cooked by this guy. This is our case. But according to our trap, Jam is doing better. Even though what I read from Blackshire, it doesn't really strike me as that. But this is not all the tweets. This is a fraction of the tweets. And we can't see the tweets in totality until we get the transcript. And we at this point, we have to wait or rely on people like Traplo Ross, Steady Nash, and other people who's in the court that they could kind of give us a overall, feeling. Pause.
But I'm honestly feeling like Jam is actually putting in a lot of good work, and basically he really singing for his supper when it comes to, this cooperating and really trying to put Durk away. He clearly wants to put Durk away. He's not scared of Durk. He's looking right at Durk. He's smiling. He's laughing, chuckling at times at Durk, and it is intense. So I just can't believe what I'm seeing, to be honest with you. But Jam in there with the utmost confidence. He had the whole courtroom laughing at certain points. Like Brian Steele's saying to him stuff, like Brian Steele's being slick, being like, oh yeah, Mr. Minister. Jam talking about, bruh, that is not my name, sir. He's talking about, that ain't my name. We talking about Mr. Minister, that ain't my name. Like, he having little jokes, he having his little moments. I'm not gonna lie, I'm impressed. There was one moment, okay, where they basically, Brian Steele said, you wearing sweatpants when you did the hit that said rats to riches. Jam said rats to riches. He said that said rags to riches. He said, you a lawyer, you supposed to be able to read, nah? He basically said, ain't no way I would have warned them if they said rats to riches. Now, there were a couple of times where Brian Steele was clearly trying to get him flustered, basically, rubbing it in his face, calling him a snitch, saying, what is a rat? Being a rat is snitching. That's what you're doing right now. Like, that's what you're doing. You're a snitch. You're a cooperator. He called him a snitch to his face. And Jam basically was like, well, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, but it's like he don't see himself. He don't identify as a snitch. But clearly that's what's going on. All right, so that's the situation. But yeah, I feel like there's been some pretty fierce exchanges between them. Brian Steele definitely did a good job, but Jam did a good job back. So I'll let you guys know as soon as I hear more information. I'm going to do a few more updates, but yeah, stay tuned. But it is wild in that courtroom, I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
One of the craziest things that's been alleged in this whole thing was that OTF Jam's baby mama had been murdered. Now, I wasn't sure. There was a woman, a postal worker, that got murdered. People was trying to say that was her. Now, I knew that was false. I knew that was debunked. But there was rumors that there was another woman and the situation was real. Now, there's rumors that Durk might have been involved and it was retaliation. Now, that was unconfirmed, but it was confirmed. He said his baby mother was actually murdered. And he gave some very, very interesting backstory. Obviously, spoke about, spinning this yarn to his baby mum, basically saying, he going to be home in 18 months. So look, I don't know what his family situation was, but I know that it was some kind of situation where it sounds like he had two women pregnant at the same time, his wife and his baby mama. And he was obviously caught on these jail recordings saying he's going to be back in 18 months. Now, he caught Brian Steele out on a mistake in this one, because basically they were going back and forth and he was saying, you really thought you was going to be out in 18 months for this? And he was like, nah, I was talking about my gun case when I got caught in the car with a gun. I got 3 years. I thought I was going to be out in half in 18 months. I was just telling him that to keep it cool. Obviously, I'm knowing I ain't getting out in 18 months. He's like, I'm just trying to put on a positive front. I was trying to protect my family's feelings. So that was an interesting point, and Brian still kind of wasn't really, having a great response to that. But what was crazy is what he said after that. Now, you might remember that
so remember, Brian Steele brings up the fact, or brings up this thing of a conversation he's having with someone to say, the reason why this fool is in here lying is that he done promised people he finna get out in like a couple of months. That's why he's in here. He's down to say anything. He's a liar. He just want to get out in a couple months. Keep in mind, he admitted to 3 bodies. Jam actually says, oh, man, you guys are confused. I never said that about the case I got now. I said that in regards to the gun case. Interesting.
There was an infamous post going around where Jam had basically compared himself to Sammy the Bull, and he had basically, put his address up. He basically inferred that he was on house arrest. He put his address up on Instagram story and basically said, anyone got a problem with me? You know what I'm saying? Here's my address. You know where I'm at. Now, it turns out he admitted that was his sister's address, his sister that you don't rock with, and he had done that on purpose to scare her. So apparently the story goes, when his baby mum was actually murdered, his son was then sent to live with his sister, but that sister had then given that son to the other sister who Jam don't talk to. So he basically said, I put her low online as associated with me to scare her. Now, Brian still clapped back, talking about this was a dangerous situation you created. People were going to do a drive-by. And he was like, look, no, that never happened. And he was like, I was in my feelings. I was mad. That's just something I did. I was trying to scare her. But that was low-key crazy that he even admitted to doing that. He was basically saying, look, it's so hurtful when you lose your child or, have your child taken from you. He said, I'm that child's only parent. His mother was murdered. He said, I was in my feelings about that. So I put the Addy online and I was trying to scare her. That probably did scare her, right? That probably did go to the feds. Now, that definitely didn't look good for the jury, but the fact that Jam was willing to actually offer his side of it and basically explain what he felt about the whole situation.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie. They about to jump trap out there again, bro. Because I'm going to be honest with you, when I read the tweets, I was in favor of Brian Steele. It appears that at least how Trap is reporting it, he's believing Jam. Right? So it looks like Steele is doing his best to expose this nigga. And even when he does expose him and does kind of categorize this guy as like some ruthless guy, like, why would you drop your sister's Addy? You're hearing Trap saying, yeah, after he explained it, I kind of get it.
Low-key added some context. Every time Brian Steele was trying to pull...
He said he added context, which I'm like, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I don't want to hear no explanation when you drop your mama's low. If you drop your mama's low when everybody want to kill you because you about to snitch on one of the biggest rappers, you telling me, oh, no, I was pissed at my mom, that's why. I was pissed at my sister, that's why. Bruh, I don't know about that one, bruh. I don't know about that one. I'm going to keep it a bean. I don't know about that one. You get what I'm saying? I don't know about that one.
The fast one on Jam, he was clapping back with quite good context, to be completely honest with you. That's my opinion, all right? But anyway, I will let you know. There's so much more that I was writing so fast, man, but I'm going to let you guys know what else happened. So one of the craziest things that's been alleged in this whole thing was that OTF Jam's baby mama had been murdered. Now, I wasn't sure. There was a woman, a postal worker, that got murdered. People was trying to say that was her. Now, I knew that was false. I knew that was debunked, but there was rumors that there was another woman and the situation was real. Now, there's rumors that Durk might have been involved and it was retaliation. Now, that was unconfirmed, but it was confirmed. He said his baby mother was actually murdered, and he gave some very, very interesting backstory. Obviously, spoke about...
Interesting. Here we go.
The craziest things.
Oh, no, we played that already. Okay. Is Say Nash out there? Okay, here we go. Ooh, okay, we got a bunch, huh?
It comes out because in the transcript reading, you get to see what the lawyers are talking to the judge about. We don't get to hear it in the back. So it's going to get revealed within that testimony / tell it all Jam with the microphone. When he says that, no, Durk didn't put no money on Lil Tim and Quando Rondo's head, yeah, that's true. But later on in that interview, he actually says that there was $650,000 on Quando Rondo's head. So that's going to get revealed later on. They're going to try to sneak in that when Durk said that he lost about $400,000 to $500,000, that's actually about Durk putting money in the streets to buy guns, cars, drugs, all of that stuff. So it's not out right now, but that's what the feds are going to come through when they do their recross of OTF Jam. Now, you can argue that he never specifically says go buy guns and drugs and all that shit, but they talk about the hot cars part, so one would assume as much. But I would have said, shit, he said everybody is begging and asking me for money, so you can say, man, he didn't gave thousands of dollars, because Jam even says he increased the payments from $50 to $100 to thousands of dollars while he was in the pen. But I'm just gonna tell y'all now, when that drop, there's gonna be certain people that's gonna think that Lil Durk is cooked. But I don't see it that way. But I guess I'm biased. All right, this is gonna be a bomb.
So apparently, this is gonna come out maybe on a recross, right? Jam's still on the stand, or not recross, redirect. The idea, because they're trying to stick on this idea. Yo, Jam, were you offered money? No. Did you ever hear that Durk offer money? No. But they're cross-referencing this interview he did at first with the feds. Apparently, he didn't say that Durk put money up, but he did admit that there was money on Quando's head, which I don't know if it matters a lot if Durk is not the one who put it up, or he doesn't have information if Durk didn't put it up, but at least it gives a little bit more context, huh?
And let me give y'all some more breaking news. Just so y'all know, as soon as this man, Jam, go back in that goddamn cell and sit his ass there and think about all the bullshit he done in his life, you got Vonnie Cuz coming up. That's why y'all see all the blue on. I'm coming here because Cuz is coming up. Yeah. Yep. King Von, fake cousin, daddies grew up together, sliming it up, bruh. Hey, man, listen, bruh. Vonnie is coming in to testify as soon as this sucker-ass Jam is done, man. It's about to be crazy in that courtroom because I told y'all, this is the #1. I don't smoke, cuz. This is the only person that I believe is the scariest freaking cooperator that we have. I never feared Jam. A lot of y'all did. And I told y'all, bruh, my only fear was Vonnie because he can connect the transactions. He can connect the money. He can connect the cars. He can connect.
Yeah, what's really important with Vonnie is that this guy's already a decorated killer, right? This is a decorated killer in terms of OTM Jam. He's admitting to a murder from 2010. With Vonnie, you know, yeah, you could say he was motivated by revenge, but he's gonna say, well, wasn't Durk too? Except Durk had more experience. Durk had more killers around. Durk had more resources. So every discredit you're going to try to discredit Vonnie with, Vonnie's going to throw back at Durk. So Vonnie's going to be like, well, if you believe I did it based on X, Y, and Z, why don't you believe Durk did it? Because here's the thing, Vonnie doesn't come with a huge criminal record. He hasn't been investigated or sought after for shooting at people. He's not known as a murderer. He's none of those things. So when people hear his testimony is going to be a little bit more sanitized.
All type of text messages and all that, but what we are seeing is lack of text messages as well. We're not seeing actual proof that you would think we were supposed to. Maybe the feds is holding it super close to their chest, but out of all the motions that I read, and I read them all the bad shit really didn't came out. So it's really going to be about he say, she say, and what do we prove? Now, once again, the feds could play it close. It could be a horrible day for Durk. Everybody would have to come out and say, it's all over, it's all over. But once again, the only person I fear is this person that's coming up to testify today, and that's Vonnie. That's Cuz. That's
I don't think he's gonna make it today.
Grant. That's Mr. Get Married because I think I'm coming home from all the shit I'm about to tell. And let me give y'all some more breaking news. Just so y'all know, as soon
Sorry, Chad.
If y'all remember when Mimo 600 was going live in Savannah, Georgia, this dude did that according to the feds. I don't know this to be true or not, but according to the feds, when he did that shit, he did it because he had the location of Quando Rondo. Now, that's why they're saying Duty Low and Slime Like Shawty never slid. And when he was describing it, Jam was like, man, Mimo, goofy ass, he messed it up because we had the low. Mimo might have inadvertently saved everybody from a bunch of bullshit because if it would have been that early in the quote-unquote murder for hire shit, then golly, it would have been all bad because they would have never seen it coming. And by the time they would have snatched their phones, I don't give a damn what Durk did.
So Mimo was woofing and low-key he saved Quando. By Mimo's woofing and doing internet shit, he saved Quando because niggas couldn't really do a drill. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, with his FaceTime and all that shit and everything, bro, it would have killed their asses, but more to come. If y'all remember when Mimo said,
oh, shit.
I do got to give a criticism about Brian Still today, man, and it's not a super negative one because he ends up saving dare I say, the character issue and character flaw about OTF Jam. When Brian Steele is talking on the West Coast, bro, that's looked at as you talking down to people and you pump us a little bit. Now in the South, that shit is cool. That shit flies. If you in the South and you talking down and all that, but in liberal ass California, when you're talking to a young black dude who looks like rags to rags and rich ass white man, not trying to sound racist or not, but we just gonna keep it authentic. A rich ass white man talking down to a poor ass black boy, that shit ain't gonna fly too well in California. I kind of felt like he was kind of pissing people off a little bit with the shit he was saying, but he saves the day because Brian Steele is done crossing OTF Jam. We'll get into more of that in just a moment. But I had to put this out because who I said it around, they might take that and do the same thing. So it is what it is. But Brian Steele saved it by basically ending it with OTF Jam had threatened to kill his damn niece. He told his sister that he was going to put a bullet in the head of his damn niece. Had Brian Steele never did that, then bro, it would have been bad. But he did, and I think ultimately that left people pissed the hell off. So, man, shout out to that. But unless that was his point, then so be it. But, you know, somebody got to basically, and I guess it's on me, get Brian Steele, you know, a little hip to West Coast culture. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't think it's going to matter what I say, but I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of was like, fuck, bro, like, come on, don't do this one. I do got to give a criticism.
So Seti Nash is saying that angle of kind of attacking, because that's what Brian Steele does a lot. He attacks. And that angle of attacking Jamie the Bull may have not hit. And the determinant factor here is the venue. If you know, Brian Steele's an Atlanta lawyer. Keep in mind, the judge earlier in the case said when talking about gang stuff, they said, I'm going to allow it when y'all talking about BDs and GDs or like Bloods and Crips because this is a LA crowd. And an LA crowd is going to understand that reference. So the judge is even cognizant of the venue, where they're at. They're in LA. It's LA jury. They're going to understand Bloods and Crips. What Seti Nash is saying, Brian Steele is from Atlanta, Fulton County, from Georgia. The way how you would talk to people or deal with people, it would be interpreted differently than now you're in a liberal state, California, and you're making certain references that might not hit the same. That's actually a very interesting point. Interesting point. Thank you, Seti Nash.
So one of the things that's going on right now is Jam is making sure, and I'm catching this in real time every single time.
And yes, somebody just said in the kick chat, it's hella woke up in California. You know how woke they are. Super woke.
Time he does this. Whenever he talks about dirt, he's always
Keep in mind, maybe you're like, nah, not niggas in Cali. Well, he basically supposedly has 1.5 black people. Let's call it 2 black people. That's on this jury pool. Primarily, the jury pool is it consists of, you would imagine, mostly middle-aged white liberals. So that's why that might matter.
Making sure to talk about Lil Durk as the head of OTF and blaming him and all of these things. And I'm going to be honest with you. Anybody who says anything crazy about Jam, they're going to have to do some positive shit too and say, he on his shit. I'm not going to front. If this was on TV, he would be viral as shit right now because what he said and what he's doing and all his talking, like, it's super Chicago, but it's like thug in Chicago. And I'm not trying to get none of that, no kudos, no props to him, but he actually is slightly impressive to the jurors a little bit because what he's doing is he can take a message that you're saying and then basically introduce it in a way that explains it all. They were talking about Vonnie and OTF and all this stuff and everything, and he was talking about essentially a long-ass list that said cuz in it, but he was talking about going back to the prison that he went to, going back to the feds that he went to. And that's important because they were trying to say that keep, you know, a KS basically keeping Vonnie and keeping Jeb away from each other because Jeb wanted to go back to the other shit. He was like, man, see if his lawyer can sign this, his lawyer can sign that. Now, while that was going on, the atmosphere in there was like, damn, bro, Brian might have messed this one up. But Brian, being as sharp as he is, Brian was able to get him to say, basically, yeah, me and Vonnie were talking way before I got transferred over to the other prison. And that right there is why $1 million worth of lawyer is good, because had it been anybody else, in my opinion, I think they would have been knocked off their square. But Jim, for the most part, the worst thing he's doing is when he's lying, he starts telling the truth, which means...
Wait, what? When he starts lying, he starts telling the truth.
They might be able to say, well, shit, why would he lie now and it wasn't the truth when he said what he said in the beginning? And I think that's the part right there where Jim is actually impressive. And I know I'm not supposed to say this, but as much as I can be, I believe I'm unbiased, so I'm just going to be honest with you. To me, Jim is doing a better job today.
And by the way, reading those messages, it felt like he was a little bit more prepared. Even though I still score, again, I'm not in the courtroom to hear it, just hearing how Brian Steele ended, right, which I think was kind of showcasing that Jam is just a piece of shit liar who would do anything, including put his family life in jeopardy just for his own selfish sake. So what would he do for his own freedom? If he was already talking shit about Durk to his baby moms or like his bitch or whoever, why wouldn't he throw Durk under the bus? Even in a lying situation, just to get himself out. This is a selfish guy. He killed somebody in 2010, felt no remorse. He only admitted to it in 2023. He claims that after he killed Pab in 2022, the reason why he was cooperating because he felt Pab was innocent. Well, what about the guy you felt you killed in 2010? What about the other murders? Why were you still contemplating after you got out in 2022? Yo, let me go rob somebody. Jam is not a good guy. I think Brian Steele did a pretty good job there. Here's the thing. We always knew the job of Brian Steele was to impugn the reputation and the integrity of Jam, which is not that hard, but you could get really specialized, and this is what Brian Steele is good at, because the first thing we're going to say is, how could you believe the guy who actually killed a person? Like, we're here for the case that revolves around the murder and the death of Savia Robinson. The guy who's now trying to blame someone else is the guy who pulled the trigger and killed Savia Robinson. He's probably got the most to lie about, the biggest incentive, right? So that's the easy way to do it. Except Brian Steele not only took that, he put a bunch of other things into the mix that showed that Jam was someone who wasn't really as loyal, because when Jam, on direct, when Jam talked about Durk, he said, yeah, after Durk put 1,000 for my lawyer, after he would send me 50 here, 100 there, he talked about how loyal he had to be to Durk, right? He said, when they called me, I just went to California. I didn't know for what. I only found out then. Brian Steele attacked that notion. He attacked it by showing that Jam wasn't that loyal. Jam was an opportunist. Jam constantly complained about what he didn't have. He was envious. He was someone who probably shouldn't be trusted, and we shouldn't be that surprised that now, given this current situation where he's caught with his hand in the cookie jar, he's even down to turn on Durk. Okay? So I thought, again, but I'm reading, I'm not hearing, I'm not watching how Brian's still delivering it, but it sounded good reading it. But according to Trap Lord Ross, he kind of scored it as even. And according to Seti Nash, he didn't say Jam bodied Brian Steele, but he said Jam did a better job today, because yesterday Brian Steele was starting to give him belt. It was starting, you could tell he took off the belt, and when you get hit by your mama with the belt and you get hit with the leather, and then all of a sudden it's time for the buckle. It's time for the buckle now. So it looked like he was getting the buckle yesterday, and looked like he probably was doing a little bit better today. But still, I'm going to score that for Brian Steele. Not going to cap with you. Anyway, there's another video.
Brian Steele is bringing up the freaking the shit about OTF Jam saying that, hey, bro, we literally didn't talk about putting a hit on Quando Rondo. And it turns out in that same recording, it actually was true. It was. So when they do that, when he did that, and Brian still had to do this, because if you'd have let the feds bring that shit in, as far as the way that he brought that in, bro, I'm going to be honest with y'all, Lil Durk would have been fried from that shit, because then it would have looked like, oh, well, shit, Jam, he kind of got his shit together. But it still was able to be looked at like, oh, well, Durk didn't really put it, he didn't say. all Jam said was, "Oh, he'll be set for life." So the question then becomes, when the hell did the $50,000, $500,000 or the $1 million shit happen? It's looking like that shit had never happened, and that he basically made that up. He couldn't tell you about a studio, and he was like, "Well, I'm not from here. I'm from Chicago. I'm not from Atlanta, so I don't know about all this and everything." So that basically happens, but it got a little tense. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Jam started looking at the lawyers on the Fed table kind of for like help, and they were too busy staring at Brian Steele, worried about their next objection, because Brian Steele and AUSA Morris, bro, they basically got into it. When Brian Steele said something, he was like, I'm gonna object, and Brian Steele, basically that shit got overruled, and then Brian Steele said some other shit, and he like, are you gonna object to that? Basically, it's a jail call. And Brian Steele's like, you gonna object to a prison jail call? It's like, man, shit. Yeah, it seemed like they was about to catch a fade. The judge actually had to call them both over there because, bruh, it was getting tense as hell. You could tell Brian Steele might have had a squabble or two in his life. And I ain't gonna lie, Morris might have been one of them little kids that'll slap you in the back of your neck and then try to hit you with a pipe or something like that. But it was, they was.
So look like said he's saying, we know Brian Steele, he's a pit bull. Like, he's the one who says, lock me up with my client. He's not one of them bougie lawyers that he's like, oh, hell no, my fucking Maybach is outside, that's being valet. Shit, you're on your own, client. I'm not getting locked up with you, but I got you when we get back on Monday. No, Brian Steele the type of nigga that say, fuck it. Well, if you think he guilty, I'm guilty too. Like, he's one of those. Like, he down to die for his client. So he's saying Brian Steele, we know how he is, but he's saying that the prosecutor's a little bit scrappy too. So the prosecutor's a little bit scrappy. Usually we get like, these like very square.
Shout out to the big 100 in the Jam, man.
They went through the schooling, they got the government job, but they don't have the passion, okay? Brian Steele gonna come with that passion. Look like said he's saying that, that government nigga got that too.
Was ready to squabble in the court, bruh. You could see the tension, bruh. The whole defense table, bruh, they switched on Brian Steele. Not the defense, but the prosecution, bruh, they won't smoke with Brian. Brian had created enemies in this shit, and that's what you want to do.
There you go.
Brian Steele is...
Shout out to Big Brian, man.
Right before Brian Steele closed it out, Brian Steele was able to actually place OTF Jam as probably a big-ass pile of piece of shit. Because when he posted that shit about the address, that was his sister's address who was on dialysis. Let me remind you, this shit used to be...
By the way, that's another thing. Remember I said Brian Steele and, Durk, obviously, that's why you got the money to, do all this stuff. They got private investigators. How does Brian Steele knows that OTF Jam sister who lives at that address is on dialysis? How does Brian Steele know that? The government is not giving him that information. He got to go in the field. He got to go find out. Obviously, that's Durk's money at play. There's a private investigator probably said, yo, this nigga's posting addresses before he's going to take the stand. Let's find out who lived there. Oh, his sister lives there. Let's find out whoever lives in his household. I'm pretty sure they look, oh, this guy's definitely a coward. He dropped a location where there's no men. There's no men that's actually residents of this house. This is where a bunch of women list their residence at. Oh, okay. He's trying to get at his his sister. This guy's a coward. He's encouraging his ops to slide on him, but his sister lives there. And they probably do a little bit of research into the sister. They find out the sister actually is on dialysis. How do you even find that? Keep in mind, medical records are usually pretty protected. How do you find that? How do you figure that out? By the way, I'm actually even surprised that there's not objections to this. These aren't publicly revealed factors that OTF Jam's family or sister is on dialysis. You have an opposing counsel mentioning your sister on dialysis, basically saying you threatened her life, and there is no objection about, at least when it comes to her medical history being just brought up in open court. Brian Steele's cooking, at least in my book.
Daycare. So as Brian Steele is closing this shit out, you start to kind of feel like it's weighing on Jam a little bit, but Jam is feeling pretty good about himself. Then once Brian Steele brought that shit up, I think the jurors basically was like, this dude is a selfish piece of shit. Because not only was he
That's
able
what I
to
got
do
from
that,
it
not
too.
only was he able to say that I would put a bullet in my niece's head, not only that shit, Brian was able to basically say, you say you love your mom, but we got jail recordings of you being abusive towards your mama. Because all this, I love my mom and shit he say, I love my only sister. Bro, you got more sisters than that. So you only got one sister that mess with you. Your family really not rocking with you like that. And he say, oh, abuse can only be physical. No, motherfucker, abuse is not always physical. Trust me. I used to deal with an ugly bitch who wanted to have a battle of the uglies. And she made me feel like I was her. I used to tell her, hey, you got to swallow some makeup so you can feel pretty. Don't try to bring me down. But that shit was abusive.
Wait,
And
what? Wait, hold up. Wait, what?
when he said that shit, everybody kind of looked at him as far as the jurors go, like, you don't know that you being abusive when you cuss your mama out? But hey, we're going to keep it going. Right before Brian Steele closed.
Nah, this is crazy, chat. This is crazy. Okay, today might be the day, chat. Today might be the day. Holy. Okay, ooh. All right, Taylor, I see you, girl. Taylor with the update. This is lunch break. Everybody on lunch break look like it's a little bit more. So yesterday, because of Kanye showing up, lines were a little bit longer getting into the courtroom. Also, it was much delayed for the press because there was a lot of stuff happening. So that's why you didn't see a lot of people be getting a chance to come outside and make their videos to upload in the lunch hour. You know, they wanted to save their spot, or they, you know, were already just caught up in the lines. But today, I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure somebody of importance may have showed up, but it's just not Kanye West. And that's why people have time to make these videos.
Hi, I'm Taylor Priest with Los Angeles Magazine, and we are back again at day 7 of Lil Durk's trial, where Brian Steele he just finished his cross, but he was still in cross-examination with Casey Hester or OTF Jam. And Brian brought the receipts today. He brought prison phone calls and emails of Hester that showed Hester was in communication with Grant, Grant or Cuz or Vonnie. He was in communication with him even though there was a keep separate order. He also said a lot of things in prison that Brian Steele felt was important to bring up. So we're gonna go through that. It ended on, oh, I've dropped my notes. It ended on kind of a heavy note with Brian Steele, but I'm gonna save that for the end. So Brian Steele started back where he was in the beginning, where he talked about all we have is your word, and he kept saying people like you. Really is painting this picture of the kind of person he
Okay. So that's kind of like the lead up though that Seti Nash wasn't feeling. Seti Nash is saying that's probably understood in Georgia, that, you know, that's not coming from a racial type of thing or a, you know, a snobby type of thing. But in liberal California, when that, you know, they love gays, transgenders, they love all the fucking, you know what I'm saying, right? So when a lawyer is saying people like you, it kind of seems like maybe it's more about the perspective of the person saying it than actually really summing up the person that you're speaking about. And that's what Seti Nash was talking about, which I kind of understand. Not gonna lie.
Wants the jury to believe that Hester is. So he went back to what we heard yesterday, where he's talking about the conversation or the recorded interview. I believe that was his 4th or 5th time being interviewed that he was officially recorded. And he asks about what Hester said about never having a conversation with Durk about King Von, Lil Tim, none of those people before the day of the murder. And he played that interview for us again, where he said,
been shutting down all day, so
interviewers,
if that shit crashes,
Hester's
Xtreme been crashing all fucking day, gang.
About them with Durk prior to the murder. And he said, this is a quote, I mean, I can't say what was spoken for. Then the investigators asked, what about when you were released from prison? And that 12 years. He said, I ain't sure. Talking about he wasn't sure what was said about King Von or Quando Rondo. He then was asked, do you ever talk about King Von? And did you ever talk about King Von before the murder? And Hester said no. This is in the recorded interview. And then he asked, what about Quando? And Hester said, never talked about him. Then Hester said in the interview, you can't really quote me, but I'm pretty sure, and he's talking about the hit on the money that was promised for the hit. He was asked if there was a number, and he said, you can't really quote me, but I'm pretty sure, never had the conversation. So he's saying he never had a conversation about it. Oh, he said never had a conversation about it till after. And then the investigators asked him, in your mind, was there money on Quando? And he said, I can't really say. And then he kept saying after the fact. After the fact, they talked about money, but before, he says there never was. And this is a murder for hire trial, so the money is something that Brian Steele is really focusing on in his cross at this time. Then he goes on to, a little later in the interview, I believe it's 2 hours and 18 minutes after those quotes happened, he's then asked again, you didn't know how much was on Quando's head, you didn't know at all, and he says there's been conversation, but there was never a number. And so Brian Steele focuses on, why did your answer change? Did the investigators ever press you on why your answers changed? And Hester said no. He said he was never pressed or pushed as to why his answer changed 2 hours and 18 minutes into the interview. And this was a 5-hour interview, so he was being spoken to for a very long time. And again, Steele in this line of questioning says, person like you. That's a phrase he keeps saying. But Hester does clarify, he says the reason why his answer changed is because he thought they were saying, was there a conversation one-on-one? And Hester said there was never a conversation one-on-one. He said that I said personally, one-on-one. It was always a group situation. So that was his clarification that he said he was giving to the prosecutors, to the prosecutors and the investigators. And he said this again, he said this yesterday too, he said, it's not on me why they didn't press me. You blame the police, I'm not the police, is what Hester was saying about why he was never pressed. And then Brian asks, he's kind of raising his voice, yelling at Hester a little bit, and he's asking, why didn't they press you? Why didn't they press you? Did they ask you this? And there's a lot of clapbacks from Hester. He looks at Brian and he's like, you mean yell at me like you did? There was some laughter there's been some laughter in the courtroom today because Hester does have responses to this intense line.
Oh, so Jam is clapping back. She's another one who's confirming it, that Jam is a little bit slick. So he's doing a YSL Woody in the way of not acting like he doesn't understand questions and whatever. He's just witty with comebacks, meaning that Brian Steele is kind of insulting him while asking questions, hoping he cracks, except he's returning some of those, I bet you serve it up, I'll return it.
Line of questioning. And as Brian Steele came to an end with his cross, Hester got more and more frustrated. He's been fairly good about staying calm, but he does respond and he gives attitude at times, and he does handle Brian fairly well until the end when he's just so frustrated. Then we go to a separation order. When Hester and Kayvon Grant,
what's up, gang?
Flocka, who's also oh my gosh, I'm blanking on Flocka's real name right now, but when they're all in prison together,
Keith Jones,
there's a separation order on them. They cannot speak to each other. The investigators don't want them speaking to each other about this case. They don't want their answers to line up. And Hester confirms he knew about this order, but he says it was never explained to him. So Brian Steele is pressing him on this, and Hester says, there are emails, there are calls, pull them up. Hester's like, pull up the emails, show the jury that I never spoke about the case with Grant. And Brian's like, I will do that. Pulls out the emails, pulls out the receipts, and the prosecution was thrown off guard and they objected to this, and there was a sidebar with the judge. But ultimately, it was decided that Brian Steele can show these recordings and these emails. And so what was said in these emails, there was someone named, I won't name them, there was a woman in communication with Hester who Hester asked her to get in communication with Grant. So she did. She was on his list of people he could email, who he could call. And Grant and Hester were communicating through this woman. So there's a lot of voicemails that we hear, but I'm going to move to the ones that were specifically about them trying to get in contact with each other. He wrote on a call with, oh, there's so many. Okay, got my notes in order. This is a phone call to Ashley from Hester, and
She said she wasn't gonna say the name. She just said the name, huh? Well, Black Shy already said the name, Ashley.
Is telling Hester this. This is a quote. Tell Cuz that we need to tell his lawyer to make sure that they don't have a KS on me, keep separate on me. That way we can be around each other. Tell him that there ain't no type of bad blood. Tell him to get in touch with his lawyer. And there is a response from Grant, and Grant sends an email to Ashley that's then sent to Hester, and it says, I talked to my lawyer about the separation thing, and he said he can ask the AUSA, but it's nothing on my end or my lawyer's end. The AUSA got the order on everybody, but I asked him, since we both already pled guilty, will they change it? He said he'll let me know this week. Pick up the phone, or pick a time to call so we can jump on the line. This was from Cuz or Grant. So there was definitely communication. There was definitely a plan to speak to each other. And Brian Steele really points out that this was not allowed. We're talking about honesty, and clearly you're violating the rules. And he asks Hester if he violates the rules, and Hester says sometimes. And he's trying to get Hester to admit that they were talking about the case, but Hester says, we're not talking about the case. I wasn't happy with the facility I was in, and I wanted to be in the facility that Grant was in. And he said he didn't want to be, it wasn't that he wanted to be, quote, close to Grant, it's that he wanted to be in that facility. And so that is what Hester claims those messages were about. And he's getting pretty frustrated at this point. But he again says that the keep separate order was never explained to him. And he said that he believed the keep separate order was so that people who they thought would get into fights, so they wouldn't be close to each other, so they wouldn't get into fights. He said he didn't realize it was about that they couldn't speak because they were both involved in this case. So that was his justification for that. He then says, Brian Steele then says, why do you want to talk to Grant if you felt guilty, if you felt heavy about this murder you committed? Why do you want to talk to the person who got the car, burned the car, hid the evidence? Why do you want to speak to him? And he said, it's not Dirk's fault. It's not his fault, it's Dirk's fault. Sorry, he did say it was Dirk's fault. And then he said Dirk put us in this situation. He said Grant wasn't the mastermind, Grant was following orders. And then we moved forward to Brian Steele talking about
this shit
Hester's
is
family
just
again, bringing
sad.
them up. And Hester
Period,
clarified that to him, family was mother, wife, and his kids. And Steele brought some phone calls in that were played for the court when he was speaking to one of his, what he said, a baby mama who had been murdered, as well as his wife. But I'm going to focus on the calls from the wife. He told his wife in one of these phone calls, I heard something, try to pin it on, and then he said, I'm going to go to court. He said he was going to be 18 months with time served, is what he insinuated to his wife. And when asked why he said this, he reiterated something he said yesterday, where he was, when you're talking to your wife and you're talking to your loved one, you're going to say whatever you can to them so that they don't, their feelings are on him, like he was trying to make her feel better. And then in another call to his wife, he said, quote, trying to do it for y'all. These people, they're saying they'll help me, they'll do whatever, I just have to tell them. Another quote from that call was, I'm going to do whatever I gotta do, whatever it takes to make sure I don't do time. Then he says, watch me go hard for my family, watch me make nothing into something. And that was that last line was something Brian Steele really focused on, turning nothing into something. Steele said he was spinning a story, whereas Hester said, that isn't what I meant. He said he was speaking in street terms, where you start with nothing and then you find a way to do what's best for your family and provide for your family when you come from nothing. But Steele did not buy that when he was questioning him. Then he gets even more personal and he talks about Hester's mother. And Steele
tried to trigger him so many different ways.
Alleged that Hester was abusive to his mother, and that was objected by the prosecution, and that was sustained by the judge. And then Steele continues with this line of questioning and says, do you know there's jail calls with you and your mother? And at this point, Hester is shaking his head. He is not happy, and Steele is told to move on by the judge. The judge says he cannot continue with this line of questioning. Then Steele points out something that was posted on Hester's behalf. He asked Hester if he ever had someone post his sister's address, say he was out and tell people to meet him there. And the insinuation was that Hester was trying to get dangerous people to come to his sister's house because he knew people were mad that he was a, quote, rat. He'd been talking, cooperating. And Hester said he did that. He said he was not in his mind thinking about harming his sister. He said he said that his sister had taken his son from his mother and wasn't allowing her to speak to him. So he was just trying to scare her into getting his kid back or giving his son back to his mom. Steele pointed out that his sister was on dialysis and that there was children in the house. And he said the post said, "Come see me. This is my address," with his sister's address. And Steele clarified that this was all done while Hester was cooperating. And he points out again, like, you were doing bad things. You weren't following the rules when you were supposed to be cooperating with this investigation. But Hester affirmed he was just trying to scare her. He didn't think she would be hurt. And then then Brian Steele asked if he told his sister, quote, he was going to put a bullet through her daughter's forehead. Oh. And Hester said, yeah, I did that. And he says he had his son taken away. He was very mad about that, very upset. And he was saying his words, they were just words. They didn't mean anything. He didn't want to actually do any of that. But he told the courtroom, if you've had your kids taken away, you would say things you didn't mean. And that was Hester's response to that line of questioning. The room was very heavy and quiet when that was going on. A lot of revelations there about what Hester may have been doing while he was incarcerated. DeAndre Wilson's attorney has officially started his cross-examination in the same line as Brian Steele. He's trying to prove, like, this is all Hester's word. This is not something that was recorded. And trying to point out inconsistencies with Hester's testimony. So we are broken for lunch now. We will go back at around 1, and I will have an update this afternoon.
Interesting. All right, we do have, give me 1 second. We actually do have, where are we at with it? Okay, let me play.
All right, so I just got.
Oh no, I thought he did the update for yesterday. Yeah, he did.
Oh
okay.
my.
So this is his Trap's update. For pretty much the end of the day, he starts like going into. Remember, we said that jam at the end of the day. That's like really important. That's pretty much the most important part of his testimony and subsequently everything else. I'm gonna have Trap kind of give a little bit more details. I'm grabbing food real quick, so I'm coming right back down. Okay, that's why I'm playing this video.
He was arrested for something unrelated to the case. There was a gun in the car while he was arrested. He was on parole.
Okay, so this is when Jam gets arrested
for the attempted murder, and at that point he decided to talk to the FBI. In his words, he said he wanted to get it off his chest. He felt that the Pab murder was weighing on him, and he saw an opportunity. He said there were multiple reasons he cooperated. He felt like the murder was done sloppy with people who shouldn't have been there. He said there's a big difference between doing something to someone you don't like and doing something where an innocent person gets killed. He said, I didn't think I was guaranteed to get caught, but I thought about it. He said, LA is full of rich people and actors. It was a bad place to commit a crime. He said he wrote a note to the FBI and we saw the handwritten note. All it said was, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot. It was interesting. So he gave that note to an arresting officer. Apparently, they let Jam make a phone call. Like whatever police phone that they had there, they couldn't use for some reason. So they basically said, "Look, we'll let you make a call with your own mobile phone, and we'll allow that, but we'll record you doing it and just make sure that like nothing untoward is going on here." And he did that, and he said to the cops, he said, "Hey, can you maybe like give me a scrap of paper to write down a number?" And they was like, "Yeah, okay, we can do that for you." And then instead of writing down a phone number on that scrap of paper, he wrote them that note that said, "I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot." All right. So he said he didn't want to talk on a camera specifically, and he did it discreetly because the body cameras be getting people exposed on social media, people snitching or crying. So that's a reference to this, all right? It was interesting seeing this brought up. I doubt anybody else really knew what this is all about. This is Lil Ted, all right, from TTE, Threats from Everyone, crying and telling the police on body cam, this is exactly what Jam was talking about. "I'll tell you about a murder, I swear to God," to get out of a pipe case, all right? So look, at least Jam allegedly didn't cry when he did it, but obviously he referring to this, and apparently this is Lil Ted TTE Baby Threat. This is apparently Dee Dee's brother, all right? I'm pretty sure that they said that he was Dee Dee's brother. Yeah, they saying that it's Dee Dee's brother, okay? That's basically what's going on. So there's a few different angles of this. But let's just give you the completeness. If there's a clip that's really relevant that I've not looked at before, I'm going to pull it up in a video, but this is it.
Hey, stop it. Stop it.
Bruh, that's... I ain't going to lie, that's crazy, right? They might... Bruh, they threats to everybody, but this one looking like tears to everybody.
Illinois exposed cams.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, it is kind of... You guys are supposed to be big, tough, badass guys, right? And like, that's a crazy way to go out.
Niggas coming out snitching. Baby threat. Nigga ain't no threat.
Come back, please. I'll tell you a murder. They're saying the dude really disappeared after this video came out. All right. Said no one gonna rock with him. They saying that's Dee Dee brother. They saying that's Dee Dee brother. This streets thing is just no good. All right. And there was another one of him inside the station as well.
What's her name?
Yes. I feel like that was like a effed up version. This is what we were looking for, really.
Illinois exposed cams.
Talking about. Brian said, you told your wife you wanted to see your new baby. And Jam said, well,
this shit Panda Express right here.
I could have. Brian still said, you pled out to 3 different murders. He said, you really believe that you can manipulate this situation to get out soon. And he said that you've been in and out of custody since you were 12 years old. You're 34 years old now. The longest time you've actually been out in a straight run is February 2022 to May 2023. He said you're street smart and you understand the criminal justice system. Jam said, I know I'm street smart, but when did I say I understand the criminal justice system? Brian said you gave a note to the cops. And Jam said, I only got arrested with a gun. Brian Steele said you knew you'd get out by telling on murders. And Jam said, he said, no, I didn't know that I'd get out. I never did that before. I never told before. He said, I didn't know what would happen. I'm not.
That's also a confusing part of this. I got to think the government had some good info on Jam about the murders. Because if you're not TTE Lil Ted, if you're not this green, like, not a criminal, not about that life guy, how do you get arrested for a gun? Yes, it triggers a probation violation or parole violation, but you give up murders. Now, to me, it's confusing. If the government wasn't close to solving this or they didn't solve it at the time, why cooperate?
Not out. Brian Steele said, well, you admitted that you're a dangerous person. Jam said, I can be in my past. Yeah, I tried to write down pretty much everything verbatim for this. My fingers were killing me. Man, I got a big old blister on my thumb. Brian Steele said, you hurt people in juvie. Jam said, well, that's what happens in jail. Brian said, you're destructive and a dangerous man. Jam said, I am at times. And he clapped back. He said, you've done hundreds of armed robberies with firearms. He said, yes. Unsuspecting people. You pull firearms, you put them to their face, and you take their property, cars and jewelry. Jam clapped back. He said, I ain't never took a car. Brian said, you steal? Jam said, I call it taking. Brian Steele said, if they run, you might shoot them. Jam said, it's possible. Brian said, if they fight, you might not. If they fight you, you might shoot them. Jam said, where are you getting this from? But it's possible. Brian said, that's you. You're living this life. Jam said, it's my past. Brian said, you're used to walking up to people, unsuspecting people, and that got an objection that was sustained. So he continued. He said that he came with another question. He said, you take advantage of situations for your benefit. The reply was, listen, you got to explain the situation better. So Brian said, well, you would take my watch. Jam said, I ain't never stole a watch. You making up a story. What are you talking about? That's how he said it. Brian said, well, you at age 17 went into a store. You locked the door. You trapped the person in there with you and your armed friend. Jam hit back. He said, it was only me that was armed. Brian said, well, the gun was loaded. You didn't even know if that person had a family. Jam said, I know nothing about them. Brian said, you said you would.
You see what Jam is doing, though, right? Jam is actually doing a really interesting strategy as a cooperative. He's saying, Brian Steele, you don't have all the facts. I'm actually surprised. You know how Trap Lord was calling out Brian Steele for getting certain errors wrong or having certain errors? It's like, yo, he's calling King Von, K-Von Bennett instead of Davon. He's saying Quando named Lil Tim King Tim. So basically, Trap was calling out Brian Steele for either intentionally lying or just saying stuff that might show that maybe he doesn't know the case. You know what Jam is doing now? Jam keeps correcting Brian Steele. No, I was the only one armed. No, I never said that. Which I think that's what people are saying, like he's kind of trading jabs. Because as stupid as he might sound or look or contradicting, he's also correcting the line of questioning that kind of might show that Brian Steele doesn't have the full scope or grasp of what the fuck he's talking about.
Get whatever you want. Jam said, I guess. Brian said, the clerk in the store didn't want to be under your control. So what did you do? Jam said, I killed them. Brian said, not just that. Jam said, I don't know. Brian said, you blew his brains out. Jam said, yes. Brian said, you got his brains all over you and the gun. Jam said, no. And then Brian said, that's what you do. Jam said, that's your opinion. And then Brian Steele was like, you let him lay and linger. Jam was like, what? I didn't lay and linger. I didn't do no you saying what? Because I didn't do CPR. And then Brian Steele was like, you said you did CPR. And then the judge was like, that's not what he said. And the judge was like, just move on. So this was crazy. Brian Steele said, you slaughtered a human being and you took his property and you drove back to Chicago and bragged. Jam said, I didn't brag about nothing. Brian Steele said, well, you thought about it. You thought about what you did. Jam said, actually, I did think about it. I called a meeting with the gang. Brian said, did you meet the victim's family? Or you just went on with your life? It didn't bother you. Jam said, I did. It bothered me. That's why I called a meeting. Brian said, you killed other people? Jam said, who? Brian said, Lil Dean. And in a shock moment, Jam clapped back. He said, you know I didn't murder him, right? And then boom, another sidebar. So after that, Brian said, well, you pled guilty in front of this court to robbing and killing Lil Dean in a kidnap resulting in death case. All right? And he said, I pled guilty to that. I pled guilty, but I didn't pull the gun. I didn't kill him. I didn't even see him get shot. And Brian said, cool. On the LA murder, you admitted that you were involved. Jam said, yes. He said, you left Chicago with no clothes and luggage. You didn't even know where you were going or why. You didn't even know why you were going there. Jam said, I didn't. Brian said, you didn't know until you landed, and that's when you find out? Jam said, yeah, I was at Hooters. Brian said, you didn't want to do it. He said, yes. He said, you didn't know these people. Yes. He said, if you have a purpose, you will kill. He said, yes. He said, Vonnie brings you a gun. He said, yes. He said, you don't say no. He said, yes. He said, you don't know that Vonnie books flights. And Jam said, well, never for me. Brian said, you didn't call Jason for a return flight? He said, yes. He said, you went to the Level Hotel ready to kill. People at that hotel, including Lil Pab, people you didn't even know, you were there for a mission. All right? Brian Steele said, you're not a bottle of water. You have a brain. You have a family at home. He said, yes. He said, by August 18th, 2022, you had kids at home. He said, yes. He said, you hardly knew them. Jam said, I did have a good relationship with my kids. Despite the fact I was in jail, I maintained a good relationship with them. Brian Steele said, but at this point, you got kids and you in LA with a gun ready to kill Quando Rondo. He's outside his hotel in a mask smoking a cigarette. You said, there he goes. And Jam said, I thought about all that. All right? He said, I wasn't the only one who said there he goes. And I had a lot more on my mind than murder. And Brian Steele, he said, murder is in your heart. Murder is your heart. All right? And then Jam laughed. He said, no, it's not. Brian Steele said, you don't care who you hurt. Jam said, yes, I do. Brian Steele said, you left countless people hurt. Do you think of that? Jam said, I thought about it before. Brian Steele said, now you're on the witness stand hoping that you'll get back on the streets. Jam said, I guess. Brian said, you're partly the reason why Durk is in this courtroom. Jam said, I told the truth. Brian Steele said, the truth is decided by the public. He said, yes. He said, you're begging and hoping for a guilty verdict.
Interesting. By the way, shout out to Donat. Donat got some updates for today. That was yesterday at the end of the day. Let me get to Donat's updates for today. Is it this?
What's up? It's your boy Donat. Day 7 at the Lil Durk trial. Brian Steele is cooking OTF Jam. Do you hear me? So basically, between July 20th, 2025 and August 3rd, 2025, there had been some communication on the prison tablet between OTF Jam and a woman named Ashley Jones. Ashley Jones was working as a proxy to put OTF Jam and Cuz in correlation and in communication with each other. Apparently, Cuz had a cell phone in prison and was able to speak directly to OTF Jam through a private cell phone communication. OTF Jam is saying that that communication had nothing to do with the case, despite there being a separation order. Now, Brian Steele's brought up a message where Ashley Jones told OTF Jam that Cuz called him baby and that he misses him. And OTF Jam communicated with his lawyer to see if the lawyer can get rid of the separation order because he wanted to be with Cuz locked up in prison. OTF Jam also tried to get in contact with Cuz through an inmate by the name of Christopher when he was in Santa Ana. So it looked like these niggas was prison lovers. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. And make sure you check out my YouTube videos and my Twitch at Donat Point of View, the same as my Instagram and my TikTok. Follow me on Twitch.
Okay, that's Donat.
Clip videos and they go viral, but I want to show you guys that I really take notes, okay? I got fucking 40 pages of notes. So I'm really in there putting in this work. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Support independent media by hitting my Cash App up, $, Donat, DONAT 007. Like it, share it. Here's the update. So after we took a quick break, they played a phone call between OTF Jam and his wife. His wife was crying. In this call, he specifically told his wife that he's going to do anything and cooperate with the feds so that he can get home. His wife said that I'm scared. Mind you, his baby mother has already been unalive. His wife says she's scared. His wife is still alive at the creation of this video, and hopefully she lives for a very long time. So Jam told her to trust him. They got each other back, do what they got to do. And he specifically said, watch me make something into nothing. Brian Steele drilled him because Brian Steele alluded that he will say and do anything, meaning make something out of nowhere or out of nothing, to pretty much indict Lil Durk. And OTF Jam said he didn't mean it like that. He was just saying whatever he needed to say to give his wife, his baby mama, hope and aspiration. Then Brian Steele got into the situation and said that he's abusive to his mother. There's calls that he has between his family. And when I tell you this dude is 5150, check this out. So while he was being abusive to his mother, he said, I wasn't being abusive. It means that you have to put your hands on someone in order to be considered abusive. He's just slow, bro.
We out here, my boy.
Then,
we out here.
While Jam has been in the jam. He's been having a hot phone and posted on social media. He posted his sister's address and told people to come and get him because apparently 2 of his sisters went behind his mother's back and helped another sister that he don't rock with gain custody of his son. And that sister has cut him off from any and all communication with his son. So he posted his woman's address to go and get it sprayed up. And Brian Steele took that information and said that, you know, pretty much after Jam said he tried to hurt them in the best way he can because, you know, his son has been taken from him. He said that he would take and put a bullet through his sister's daughter's head and said that he was gonna hug his nephew once he got out. And this is the person who thinks that by cooperating with the feds that he's going to get out. So he's a demon. He has no respect for no one. And pretty much they're breaking down different phone calls. He was getting pretty emotional when they was playing the phone call between him and his wife. And now I think they're going to be playing phone communication between him and his baby mother that is no longer here. So that's the update for now. Make sure you follow me on every single platform. Donat, D-O-N-A-T.
Wow.
Damn, dog, I had to fight my whole life. Niggas don't want me to be great.
Wait, what the hell?
I'm sitting there giving Dean great content, and these niggas done put a dog over my face. These niggas done muted me, man. This shit fucked up, man.
Wait, what?
I'm out here struggling, hustling hard, trying to make some money, trying to do accurate reporting on this case. Niggas come down here and get the information, put a dog over my face, nigga? Man, that's fucked up, man. Fuck you, Dean the Great, man. Fuck you, nigga. Why you let your producers do that shit to me, bro?
Wait, what happened?
That's fucked up. Niggas don't want to see me be great, man. I'm the greatest, nigga. Fuck out of here. Damn, dog, I had to fight my whole life.
Yo, Dean the Great, what'd you do to Donat, man? What's going on? Wait, what happened? Did something happen, y'all? The hell? Dean the Great's over here dancing. Let's see. Did something happen? What the fuck? They got ads? No way they have an ad for IRL. Nah, Kick going crazy now. When you watch a VOD, there's an ad? Yo, Akil, Eddie, Bijan, what's the word? Okay. Oh, this was it? Yeah, they're at the courthouse.
It's the system right here. They didn't give him a choice. Okay.
I probably got 30 hours of sleep this week because I'm grinding, bro.
30 hours? That's more than enough. What?
More than enough.
Now have them into the warehouse.
Here we go.
This isn't jail, it's court. I know, but it definitely, yo, you got to be retarded if you don't understand that there's definitely some this country, CNN useful.
That it's a nigga name.
Here we go.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Oh my God.
Okay.
Alright, this shit down. Okay, what's up, bro?
What's good, my brother?
What's up?
All right, but introduce yourself. By the way, we on Dean the Great stream. You know Dean the Great?
Yeah, what's up, Dean, man?
Show you the check.
Yeah, that nigga went for getting knocked out to use the AB to get that clout.
Damn, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm fucking with Dean.
We out here.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I did not. I was going to feel so bad for you, Donat. But you can't get on the man's stream and immediately diss him. Yo, stop it, bro.
Stream, bro. Come on.
I fuck with Dean, nigga. I'm joking. This is my
For
personality.
Sure. No, facts. Anyways, what's your name?
My name is Donat.
Donat, facts.
Yeah.
So you've been out here every day since the court started?
Every day, nigga. Like, I probably got 30 hours of sleep this week because I'm grinding, bro.
30 hours? That's more than enough. What?
More than enough? In a week?
30 hours in a week.
Nigga, I'm finna collapse. You talking to
bro,
me like
30,
that.
All right, hold on. 30 divided by what? 7 days.
30 divided by 7 days. And you supposed to get 8 hours of sleep. That's
4, bro. Come on, bro. I slept 3 hours last night. I had to wake up and do the
I slept 3 hours last night too, nigga.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, we about that.
I feel you.
But anyways, what do you need to know?
You sound like Ray J. You sound like Ray J.
Nigga, they say I got soul glow. Nigga, they say that I look like Kale. I don't know, nigga.
Same voice as Ray J. Oh, God. Anyways, Dean gonna be mad? Why? All right, so go ahead, start the, you know what I'm saying, like, how does shit start?
All right, so basically...
You want to sit down?
Yeah, I'll sit down. So basically, back in July, Durk filed a motion to have this case dismissed against him or to have a separate trial from OTF DD, who's a minister in the Black Disciples, and a nigga named Lindsay, who's unaffiliated with them, or that hasn't been revealed yet.
And all this is public info, right?
All this is public info.
Facts.
And it's public info because we're coming out of the federal court reporting on it and taking notes. Now I got like 50 pages of notes. Yeah, I'm putting in that work. So the defense is that...
What's the case about? Can you start like early on? Like, what's
the
case
about? So the case is about sliding for King Von, basically. You know, after Von got hit, Durk was mad and said nobody from OTF was sliding for Von. And at that time, the nigga OTF Jam, who's currently on the stand testifying, he grew up. He didn't grow up with Durk. That nigga grew up in a GD neighborhood, and Lil Durk is BD.
Okay.
So
two different gangs.
Basically. Two different gangs, and because OTF Jam grew up BD, his loyalty lies with BD. So his loyalty lies with GD. So him snitching means that he doing it effortlessly because he feel like in prison he probably more than likely gonna be protected by the GDs because he cosplayed and infiltrated the BDs and took out a millionaire Durk.
Wow. So how come they never knew that he was part of a different gang the whole time he was affiliated with?
Because see, OTF Jam, he
No, Jam wasn't no GD, but I get what he's saying. He was in and around GDs in his neighborhood.
And it's just finna rat on Durk, named...
Oh, so you think next somebody else is gonna rat?
Next is gonna be OTF Vonnie or Cuz, and then after that it's a nigga named Keith Jones.
So you think they're all gonna rat? They're all gonna rat?
So they've all been conspiring. Yesterday, OTF Jam made a statement in open court.
Is that true though, chat? Did Jam grow up in a GD neighborhood? I thought he was from like Lamron.
Brian Stills is like, yo, you making up stuff. He was like, oh, I ain't making up stuff. It's gonna be other people coming through to corroborate what I got to say. So today, about 45 minutes ago, they revealed that OTF Jam has been violating the stay away order because he's been zealous about linking back up with OTA Vonnie, who's Cuz.
So basically, they're trying to get their stories together.
They're trying to get their stories together.
So the Brian Steele, the lawyer, he's going to cross-examine.
Right. So the way he did it, he slowly he released that, jail calls and communication through those iPads and shit that they got in prison. Find out that OTF Jam been communicating to Cuz through proxies. A girl named Ashley Jones.
So they heard through the wire, basically.
Well, no, he was texting they got the iPads and shit in prison. So Ashley Jones and a nigga named Christopher when he came through Santa Ana, California.
Yeah.
So he been communicating to Cuz through these third parties. And Brian Steele painted it and made it look like, look, you got this opportunity to corroborate stories. This is exactly why yesterday he said, oh, don't worry, other people gonna come in and corroborate what I'm saying about this event.
Okay.
So Brian is putting in the minds of the people in the jury that because OTF Jam violated the stay away order from Vonnie, they had an ample opportunity to co-conspire.
That makes perfect
Vonnie is saying, Jam is saying, yo, I didn't conspire with this nigga. We just want to be in the same link and shit like that. Then they got it to where Ashley Jones is saying that Cuz Vonnie was like, bae, I miss you. Literally. OTF Vonnie was communicating through Ashley to tell OTF Jam, bae, I miss you. And now we see why Jam, that nigga be getting jammed, so we see why this nigga like to be in prison.
Yeah.
And he wanted Cuz to come through and be in the same prison as him because he asked his lawyers and the prosecutors that if he corroborated a little bit more, can him and Cuz be together in the same prison?
Wait, what? Is Denaz trying to say these niggas really gay? Yo, somebody says OTF Booty Mo. Booty Mo is crazy. Booty Mo got nothing to do with this. But wait, Jam, no. Are you trying to tell me that Vonnie was calling Jam Bay?
You feel me? And so...
corroborate means like he working with the feds.
Working with the feds and working together with the feds.
Okay.
And then the only time, accordingly, there's been a report that OTF Jam and Cuz spoke when they was being transferred here for this trial. So when they in them holding tanks, they was talking, and they're not supposed to be talking.
They're trying to get their stories together.
Trying to get their stories together.
Wow, okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So really, this is looking good for Durk then, because like.
I mean, to a degree.
Yeah.
Discrediting OTF Jam and moving to impeach him, which I think Brian Steele should already move to impeach him, but Brian Steele's now let Diddy the attorney get at him. Then I think after Diddy attorney get at him, Lindsay attorney gonna get at him. We probably ain't gonna get Vonnie until next week because they really breaking this nigga down, bro. They played recordings in the court of this nigga talking to his wife crying and shit. And he's saying, he told his wife over the phone, I'm gonna do and say anything so that I can come back home and be with my family.
Wow.
And that nigga basically said, I'm gonna make something into nothing. Brian still zoomed in on that statement and said, what do you mean you gonna make something from nothing?
Yeah.
He was like, oh no, man, I'm just saying, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna say anything to get him hope. So he's contradicting himself, and he's a sociopath. He's a great a sociopath. He has no soul. Nigga that smoked so many people. This nigga's on jail call threatening to unalive his own mother, threatening to unalive his sister, because what happened is he has a son, and his son's mother that got smoked. Now, some people in the streets are saying Durk has something to do with it, but it's been officially reported from Street Code is that his baby mama got smoked because she was pulling scams with the UPS, and she had the master key in the box, and they smoked it to get the key.
Mm-hmm.
And
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if Donat is, getting all the details right, but he's giving definitely extra details that we didn't hear before. So shout out to him.
then the flip side, people said Durk had something to do with it. So now they done pulled up recordings of him with these bitches crying and shit. He literally like, I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do. If you told your wife that you're gonna rat on these niggas, more than likely he told his baby mama, and she probably told somebody, because word is that OTF Jams and Lil Durk's son were like best friends, and his girls and his wife was best friends, so they locked in through connections and stuff like that. So for that bitch to get smoked, I don't know.
Okay.
And so this nigga threatening to put a bullet inside of his sister's daughter head, and he said he's gonna hug his sister's son when he get out. That nigga ain't never getting out, bro.
Wow. Okay, so we got a little bit off track talking about Jam and shit. So back to the Durk case.
That's current. I just gave you exclusive. Nobody else reported that. That's exclusive.
Wow.
Yeah, this guy asked him, don't understand about the case. Whatever he just told him is actually very pertinent to the Durk case.
Everything else I'm finna tell you, it's already been reported. So y'all niggas take them clips.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Exclusive. Okay, so basically, so Jam is gonna testify. What's his name? What else? Vonnie gonna testify.
And Keith Jones gonna testify. I think Brown Eyes, who is Lindsay, I think Brown Eyes is gonna testify and say what the defense theory is.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, he already admitted that the crime happened. I'm already do my time or whatever. But free Durk. He's gonna go up and say that Vonnie.
Wait, really? Hey, listen, I gotta give Donat some credit if this happens to be true. If Lindsay, who is the third defendant, so there's 3 defendants on this case, Durk, Didi, and Lindsay. If Lindsay goes up there and says, yo, them niggas is right, I'm doing my time, to me that's shocking. Let me explain what this means. Lindsay is charged with killing. He's the shooter. So remember, there's 2 shooters saying, yeah, we did it, and we're telling because we're getting a deal, but we're gonna blame it on Durk. Lindsay doesn't have a deal. If Lindsay goes up there and says, yeah, them niggas is right, I did do it too, but Durk didn't send us, that would be literally jumping on the sword and saving Durk. I don't think, bro, this ain't the movies. I don't see nobody walking into life imprisonment to give Durk probably a 30% chance of getting out of this. I don't see it. If he was going to get up there and say that, nigga, why not just go to the prosecutor and at least get a 5K1 and you could potentially see the outside of a jail cell? I don't know. Does Lindsay, his name is Brown Eyes. Lindsay was recruited by Didi. Now, granted, Lindsay's supposed to be closer to Didi than Durk. Maybe he's thinking he's saving Didi. But have we ever seen a nigga sacrifice his own freedom to free somebody else, chat? Have we ever seen that? Because if he does that, that would be him walking in and basically saying, I know y'all gonna vote me guilty for that. I know I'm gonna admit in open court that I am guilty of murder. I'm just gonna say the murder I did, Durk never told me to do. Man, listen. All of this shit about who's a real nigga and who's not, I ain't see that type of shit. So I gotta see if Lindsay get up there and say that. Listen, there's no, to me, and this is where, like, you know, a nigga like Meek Mill, I'm still like, I'm like triggered by what Meek Mill said. Like, Meek Mill is one of them niggas, like, you know, not even really to Meek Mill, it's just like these gangster rappers. They really think that their success means more than somebody else's life. Like, nigga, Meek Mill, your life means as much as your weed carrier's life. Like, niggas is not gonna, like, niggas telling on you don't mean that they're jealous of your success. Niggas telling on you means they're not doing life in prison for you, nigga. That's the reality of it. Like, these niggas think that they make it and then everybody's beneath them. So if everybody else go to jail or die, it's whatever. But don't fuck up the guy who's the celebrity that's rich. What? At the end of the day, everybody's life is going, like, nigga, Jam is up there, nigga. He not, like, he was characterizing Jam as telling because, niggas is hating on success. No. Jam is up there saying, if Durk says fuck my life, nigga, fuck his life. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no rap shit. Whatever he got, how many kids he got. When Meek says Jam was killing his community and robbing at will, nigga, if you believe the story, he's saying Durk was doing the same. Only thing I see what Jam is doing is basically saying my life is worth as much as these guys. This is why I try to say, and this is why I don't like when Meek Mill say that. Yo, the better message is say, yo, if you a gangster rapper, do your fucking crime yourself, my nigga. Don't send niggas off. Don't send niggas to do your bidding, to get your get back, to slide for you. Don't put a chain around their neck and a gun in their hand. And then when they get caught and they're now telling on you, you talk about, man, but I gave you 50 bands. Man, but I did this for you. Man, I did that for you. Nigga, that don't matter. You can't buy a nigga life. Nigga, this ain't the movies. This ain't the movies. So that's the only thing I got, like, that's problematic when I was looking at Meek Mill. So I'm not saying that was what he intended to say, but I looked at it, I'm like, yo, these gangster rappers who become millionaires really think their life is more important than the crash dummies they surround themselves with. They surround themselves with stupid niggas that they could give pennies on the dollar to do murders, hits, sell drugs, do any type of debauchery. But if them niggas at the end said, bro, I don't want to stand accountable for it, especially when I did it for you, Meek is framing it as, yo, you can't let them around you when you successful. I'd rather Meek would have said, yo, y'all gangster rappers, y'all need to start shooting at niggas yourself. You want to slide? Nigga, slide yourself. Stop sending a crash dummy to slide. Because you know why? Your crash dummy's supposed to snitch on you. What are you supposed to do? Go to jail for you? Because you got a rap career? Anybody care about your rap career, nigga? Oh, he's supposed to just, you make too good of a music for you to go to jail, but he gonna sign up for jail. No, that's what I wish Meek had said. Meek should address that. Y'all rappers should stop having entourages. The nigga that's wearing the DC chain, that's wearing the full PF chain, that's wearing the full L chain, that's wearing the whatever, that he's the crash dummy, and you woofing online to a nigga. Remember, Durk is woofing at these niggas too. You know what the message should be here? Man, Durk should have killed that nigga Pop. We would have had this discussion. Ain't no discussion to have. Man, Durk should have killed Quando. We would have had no discussion. That's the discussion we should have. Stop having niggas who never lived the lifestyle as you, that never was as fortunate. They don't have the luxuries to get all the $1 million lawyers to give you a chance even when it look bad. Don't get them to crash out for you. Do it yourself. And you know what? When you do it yourself, even if you get caught, when you're sitting up in that court, it won't be your top shooter, quote unquote, up there testifying against you, and you can't come up with no bullshit excuse saying, oh, he jealous of me because I'm rich. He not jealous of you because you rich. He's saying, fuck you, fuck your career, and not because you a popular rapper means your life is worth more than his. That nigga Jam is trying to trade his life for Durk. He don't give a fuck about Durk 9 kids. He don't give a fuck about Durk career. He don't give a fuck about Durk with the Grammys. He's saying, nigga, I'm not about to rot in jail for you. You know what the takeaway for me that is? All y'all rappers, y'all need to start carrying your own gun and start shooting niggas y'all damn selves. Getting your mans to do some shit and your mans. Make sure your mans is down to take life for you, but we're finding out these niggas ain't taking life for a motherfucking soul. You see the shooter up in Dolph case. He not down to take life for niggas. You see the shooter in motherfucking Mo 3 case. Nigga, the shooter not down to take life for you, nigga. So why even get a shooter? Just do it yourself if you really like that. Anyway.
And all these niggas is lying because Durk didn't do none of Durk wasn't on no phone, none of this shit. And mind you, he's a defendant listening to everything that they're saying. So he has the time to be the rebuttal witness. I think it'll be brilliant since Lindsay, Brown Eyes already said, yo, we smoked this nigga, I agree to that, whatever. But now it's really about free Durk. Right now, Brown Eyes is the nigga that can get up, is the best defendant that can get up since he's already admitted guilt and say Durk ain't have nothing to do with this.
Brown Eyes did not admit guilt. What do we? Hold on. Brown Eyes is a defendant. Brown Eyes is Lindsay. If he admitted guilt, he would have just pled out. And pleading out is literally, well, I mean, unless he gets a 5K1 letter, which means he would be snitching, he would not even be sitting there because, like, bro, if you get found guilty because you admitted guilt, you're going to jail for life. There's no wiggle room. Now, I'm just going off what Donata's saying. Nigga, I'd be very surprised if I ever see one of these niggas get up there and just because the money that Durk is making or whatever opportunities he got, that nigga signs up. Nigga, that's some shit you see in the movies, nigga. Yo, let me tell you this. This shit what we talking about, that's some shit you see in the movies. You don't see that in real life. Anybody seen The Wire, nigga? That's some shit you see with Weebay, nigga. Ain't none of these niggas Weebay, bro. Weebay realized, yo, I'm going to give myself up that the kingpin don't fall. I'll take as many murders as possible, but I know he going to take care of my family. You think these niggas these days, these narcissistic niggas is going to go to jail for life to have Durk outside wilding on the gram, fucking bitches, buying cars, going chilling with these fake ass rappers while they're rotting in jail? And then their baby mama's like, yeah, Durk late on the payment this month. You think that's happening, nigga? This is not the movies, nigga. This is not the movies. Like, nigga, I watched this shit on The Wire. Y'all ain't see Weebay admitting to murders? Nigga, Weebay, everybody think that's how gangsterism is. Oh, look at Weebay. Weebay he admitted to murders. He said, give me some food and I'll admit to some more. This is a fictional show. Look.
John Bailey. With Orlando, that makes 6.
He confessing to all the bodies that his niggas outside could remain free. So he's like, you know what? My life is done. I'm going to just do all the time. He's trying to clear his mans in them too, that they could keep the operation going and he know they're going to take care of his kids and his family and him. You think that's happening down there? You hear how these niggas supposedly is getting down. They're fucking each other's bitches. They're fucking each other's bitches. They stop answering their phone. They change their number. The nigga who you tried to slide to kill for them, they become friends with them. Imagine the niggas locked up for YSL, nigga. Imagine the niggas locked up for, like, YFN. They look up Young Thug and Lucci's in the club. You're doing life. Think about it. The niggas that was like, yeah, man. Now, when I see them niggas, I'm blowing their head off, man. Yeah. They look up. Young Thug beats his case. Lucci gets out of his murder. Nigga, they're dapping it up. Yo, we can't be forever, gang. We can't be forever. It's over. Man, that's love. Let's do a song. What? The nigga that's in jail for life, he's bent. He's bent. He's hurt. So if y'all think this shit's a reality where a nigga love the gang so much, he says, man, you the money maker, man, I can't go against Durk. Durk gonna make 100 million, he gonna take care of my family lovely. He gonna give my family like 10. And you know what? Fuck it, man. Like, I'm a real nigga. I knew what this came with. I'ma just take life in prison while Durk is free. But I know Durk gonna take care of my family. And that the streets is the streets. Nigga, that's the movies, nigga. That is not reality, nigga. But watch this scene.
Plus the attempted.
So he's copping to bodies. Now he's trying to clear all the bodies that even his gang did because he don't want the gang go down. He's basically saying, all right, I'm going down for everything.
Plus the attempted murder on the police.
That it? I do better, I give him more. Life no parole means what it says.
So they told him life no parole.
Proffer keeps you off death row, but that's all it does.
They tell me you only gonna stay off death row.
You were on the wrong side of a cop getting shot, Mr. Bryce. You want to even dream about straight life for all these bodies, you gotta wake up talking about Avon Barksdale and Stringer Bell.
They basically say, we want your boss. That's like them telling Jam, like, listen, we want Durk. And Jam saying, nah, fuck that. I'll never give up Durk. Which bodies y'all say y'all got? Nigga, I did that. What other bodies? I did that. I'm gonna take everything. Nigga, this the movies. Nigga, like, y'all niggas gotta wake up. Ain't nobody doing that dumbass shit. Look.
Nah. But as to murders...
You hear what he said? Nah, I ain't about to pin it on my mans. Yeah, all right, nigga. What Meek Mill need to tell them rappers, stop having your flunkies go do crimes for you. If you rapping that you putting belt to ass, if you ain't shooting niggas, expect there to be a day where the nigga who shot them for you is taking a stand on you. And he should. Because at the end of the day, only in the fucking movies niggas trade their lives for another man. Ain't nobody, you rappers ain't even got that much money for niggas. First of all, rappers are the cheapest niggas, period. Man, you could have got that nigga, OTF Jam, a lawyer for $15,000, my nigga. Like, come on. You think you're gonna think that, oh, if I take all these bodies or whatever and I go to jail for life, he's gonna take care of my mama, my baby mama, my son for life? The nigga can't get you a $15,000 lawyer. It's over, nigga. You think these niggas are like, nah, you know what? Man, I gotta really go down like, yo, Meek Mill got the clubs too hot right now. Like, he's too popping. He's success. Nigga, fuck success. It's about a life. Niggas is not trading their life for you, and this is the main proof. Don't send no niggas to do your crime. They can't snitch on you if you shooting yourself.
Nah. But as to murders, you might as well give them what you have. Because anything you leave out is outside the deal. If they learn about it later, they can charge you later.
Fuck it then. For another pit sandwich and some tater salad, I'll go a few more.
He says, give me some more food and we could just keep going to the murders. This is a fictional movie. I want to let y'all know this is fictional. The Wire, even though has a parallel to real life, it's fictional. No nigga is going down to save the millionaire. I think the only time they claim that happened is with Boosie and them, but it was with a 14-year-old kid, Marlo Mike or some shit. He don't know no better. No grown-ass man is going to say, I'm going to jail for life to make sure this rich rapper who's spoiled as fuck, who thinks he's ordering hits off the iPhone like his DoorDash or Uber Eats, he could still be in the club fucking bitches, arguing with people online, and I'm gonna do hard time just because I think he's gonna hit me with a JPay and pay for like my goddamn family to do what? Hell nah. You know what they gonna do? Let me write a note. I know about murders, a lot of murders, but I don't want no cameras, just like Jam did. Let's keep it 100.
You want that?
Medium rare, a lot of horseradish.
Just reminding y'all, this is fictional. Niggas is not copping the bodies just for a little bit of food to save their mans, okay?
Line, Durk went on the phone. This nigga did this shit because this is what he do.
Yeah.
And so I see that happening, but it hasn't happened yet. It's because I know law and shit.
I seen somebody in the chat, my bad, I didn't mean, this is my last interruption. Somebody said they know what they signed up for. Nigga, everybody knew what they signed up for. Nigga, Meek Mill's a street nigga. He know what he signed up for. All of a sudden, street niggas is acting like snitching ain't part of the game. Nigga, that's like playing basketball and saying that, like, fouls ain't part of the game. Nigga, everything's part of the game. So, like, when you say these street dudes, they know what they signed up for, Durk knew what he signed up for? Meek knew what he signed up for? Melly, all the niggas who, they signed up too. You signed up that a nigga might snitch on you. You signed up for that. That's a fact, right? It can't only be the flunk because, yo, I realized we love when the flunkies go to jail. Nobody give a fuck if Jam, like, nigga, they could say, you know what, Durk is getting out today, and then Jam and Didi and the other nigga, Lindsay, they're going to get death by firing squad. Nobody would care. You know why we only care about Durk? Because he's a musician. What I'm trying to tell you, that's just not feasible. Either they all signed up for it, or none of them signed up for it.
That makes sense. Okay. I have a question. Do you think like they're playing like music videos and lyrics in the courtroom that's saying like, yo, slide for Von and shit? And you think the jury's using that?
They played back again in court. That's another thing. I seen everybody say, yo, you know what? It's niggas like Ack and Trap Lord Ross. Nigga, this is my favorite song. Nigga, they played the song in court, nigga. Listen, Back Again got played in court. Bitch in court already. Now, you see the thing with niggas, they like coddling people. They want to blame the bloggers. Man, why you doing police shit? You covering the case like that? Man, why you gotta say that, man? You being police. Bro, they're playing these niggas' own words. At any time have any of y'all ever said, now, here's the thing. I'm not going to be the hypocrite because I love this song. I love this song. This is my song. But all I can say is I guess it comes with the game. Nigga, they played this shit in court already.
You ready, man?
How this nigga Act go from liking Drake to love some King Von, my nigga? Somebody tell me. What the fuck?
Nigga, they literally played that in court already.
Definitely, man. First of all, Uncle Luke, Luke Campbell took the government to the Supreme Court to protect freedom of expression and music, because they called his music a nuisance back in, I think it was 89, 90 or something like that. They called that nigga a nuisance, and he took them and won. So for artist expression to be used against somebody in a criminal case, it has to be very specific. Now, they actually showed an unreleased Lil Durk video that ain't nobody never seen.
Was
I only seen it.
Really?
Yeah, that video.
Oh, you was in the courtroom?
What?
You was?
Yeah, nigga, I seen it.
Oh, okay.
The video started out like the article of Von and what happened to Von. Then there's a, Durk lookalike and a Quando Rono lookalike, and he smoked that nigga. They never released that. And then the government is trying to use that artist expression
as evidence.
Right, but you ain't talked to the record label. You ain't talked to the fucking executive at Atlantic and the white folks that make all the money off of this.
Wait, why can't he just say it's AI?
It's not even about AI, it's artist expression.
Yeah.
You think these white people that don't do nothing but get fat and get rich off these niggas rapping about this shit, you don't think they're tuned to the streets?
Right.
You don't think that they know what people want?
They're encouraging it, yeah.
They're encouraging it. So you got to talk to the producer. You got to talk to the people at the record label. Why was this music video not released? Why was it filmed and recorded? Who's the artist director on it? You think Durk came up with these ideas? No, that record label. Y'all did that shit. The Tupac and Big, these niggas. So they've been doing it. And so that's what they're trying to dispute with that. And they're bringing up lyrics. Jam get out that jam, got 50 bands and got all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And I just really have an issue with artist expression being used against somebody. Nigga, I can go make a movie acting like I'm the devil. They gonna use that shit against me?
I agree with you, but also there's a side point. Like I was gonna say, like have rappers still not learned the lesson? Like they're gonna keep using this shit in court over and over and over. Like I get it, it's entertaining to us.
Yeah.
Now this is where, as much as, y'all know how much I told you I love indictment music. Here's the reality of it. I keep telling y'all, the fans are too smart now. Rappers, they feel they're in a damned if you do, damned if you don't position. We not finna jack you if you capping in your raps like that, gang. If we all know you some goofy ass nigga getting treated in your hood and you talking about you got bodies, yeah, you're lying. It's not gonna work. Like niggas don't want to admit this about Durk shit, but Durk shit and Von shit worked because you knew he was actually referring to real shit. Now we ain't know that he was actually killing the niggas, at least with Durk, but we knew it was real shit. I'm gonna say something I ain't gonna lie. One of the reasons Keith music ain't hit the same, we know he ain't connected to all them BDs in Chicago like that no more. And because he's not connected to the overall like scene where like really what drill comes from those communities. Again, Every now and then he gets a really hot song, but the music don't hit the same no more because you can't relate to it. It's like, he's just talking words. That's the influence I give Von on Durk. Remember, let me go through Durk's career again. Durk on that drill shit. L's Anthem. 500 Homicides, whatever. Like, he was doing his thing. Drill is fizzling out. Keith moves out of whatever. Durk gets dropped by Def Jam. Durk starts to pivot. Can I do girl records? He's thinking drill is done. Let me start collaborating with Dej Loaf. Let me kind of fuck with the Atlanta sound a little bit. That's where Durk meets all these motherfuckers. French Montana, everywhere. Like, Durk start tapping it with New York. He started tapping with Atlanta. He started moving around a bit. We got to be honest. Not saying Durk was ice cold, but when Von came out and Von brought back the energy of, nigga, I'm going to talk about what's going on. Nigga, this nigga got shot in the head. This nigga got smoked. That nigga got smoked. And I'm smoking on 3 of them niggas. Niggas start gravitating to that. And Durk saw it. And Durk start making songs. That's when, and also he dropped No Auto Durk. He kind of realized, like, oh, wait. Niggas still want that real shit? But Von went to the next level. Von was calling out niggas' names. Nigga, I'm shoot up your funeral. Bet he got hit in his head. I bet he think that, like, he was going crazy with it. Then if you notice how Durk's music went from around like 2018, 2019, Durk started calling out names too damn near. Making it mad overt. Shoulda ducked. You better keep your gun for Buddha. Better keep your gun for Slack. Like, you might get left by that tree. He started talking about shit that you would hear in the news. The day my brother died, just know if you was there, you dying too. Go ask the ops over there. The next day they was down 2. Like, that nigga was talking. You could match it. Like, Durk started talking dumb hot. That's a fact. Now, I still don't think it's the fault of Von. I think Von capitalized on something that he realized people wanted. Also, Von was a great storyteller. Just such an amazing storyteller. He would kind of mix songs that was slightly like crazy story that's not actually a real story down to the T, but it might be a mix of things that has happened. But then he would get mad direct on certain songs. Durk took that and Durk started doing it. And by the way, this is the thing about how drill music is crazy. Nigga, that gave Durk all the backing to go all the way up. Nigga, Drake didn't just bless this nigga out of no reason. Durk was on a fucking run. He started dropping the Hellcats and Trackhawks and all these songs. He was dropping like, and then 6ix9ine's trying to beef with him and he's playing that accurately. Yes. And then he gets, every time he got a mainstream opportunity, he killed it. He killed Laugh Now, Cry Later. Drake puts him on his album. He shouts his girl out. He's kind of so fire in the streets. He was like G Herbo. You know how G Herbo was a couple months ago? That's what he was like when Baby came to him for a collab. Nigga, we thought Baby was going to carry him because we thought Baby could rap better than him. Nigga, Baby was like, I don't know if he was off lean or maybe he just missed a couple of the Rosetta Stone lessons. That nigga was just on there on some mush mouth shit. We had Durk carrying the whole shit. Bodies that. DJ Khaled want to get some shit. Bodies that. Nardo Wick wants to get some shit. Bodies that. And every single song, Durk was talking so vivid, nigga. Nigga, just even look at him on Who Wants Smoke. And every time his verses always matched what was going on. He kept pushing the thing. They be on my page trolling like Slifer Von. Like I know they trolling me. Outside with y'all big homie, I keep them folks with me. Got it back in blood. Y'all just don't know. That's how it's supposed to be. Called him for a feature just to kill him because we know he's sweet. Who the fuck is that? Bro, go check the door, look out the window. Don't forget the strap. I be on their ass when I see ops. I do forget I rap. I be on the shit wherever I'm at. I learned that from the rack. He gonna drink whatever niggas sell him just to say he high. They be like, he wasn't even with that shit when a nigga die. Emergency room always lie when a nigga die, saying a nigga stable as they check just to keep a nigga quiet. Bro, come on, man. Come on, bro. Bro, Durk was on these songs talking hot. Nigga, after the Rico of YSL, nigga, he got on Mad Max with Future. I'm telling you, Durk realized that when he popped that that's the thing I'm telling you. I'm not telling no rapper to go rap about crimes. But nigga, that was part of the strategy for Durk. We can't act like Durk was he could rap about, the cow jumped over the moon and that nigga was rapping hot and people were loving it. Let's keep it a bean. Look at his verse. I got my stick out, leaving a bitch house. Tell bro, ETA to my slot. I could have been a part of that Rico. I called Thug and told him every nigga I shot. When it's war, you see the main names. You got to get everybody he got. Take off a ski mask, put on the phone with an Iman just to get close to our... Come on, man. Had to rob a nigga I know. He changed the bag and said, Za. Every nigga around me had died. I'd pay the bills for their mama. Grab the cannon, grab the Uzi, spin that. Come on, man. Bruh, you listen to this shit. I'm the voice. I got the choice to get you, to let you live or get you slimed. I spent 100 at Western. On Pat, I'm gonna get it in my weapon. He can hide. That nigga expensive. Big threat.
Whoa. This is Federal, AK. Federal.
I wanna get you. Free Mac, we flying. Nigga, Free Mac, we flying. Yo, I'm telling you, Durk was one, like, again, but this is a gift and a curse. Nigga, this is what I say to fans. Nigga, y'all know y'all love when, yo, I be listening to these other niggas. I'm like, man, you rapping about nothing. I know you rapping about nothing. But partly because you're rapping about nothing, that's why I don't hit. Nigga, Durk was rapping about facts. That nigga said, free back, nigga. We flying to get you. One nigga ain't die, he crippled. And you ain't know we was gon' get you, did you? He ain't keep his pistol. Harlem shake when they hit you. That nigga said, I called Thug. He said, I could have been a part of that Rico. I called Thug and told him every nigga I shot. God damn, bro. And y'all be thinking it's a joke.
Yeah. As the listeners, to hear, oh shit, like, oh, he beefing with this guy, oh, I did this, I did that.
Yeah.
But they keep snitching on themselves on songs. Like, how many rappers have to get locked up for rappers to understand? Like, I understand there's a point that they shouldn't be used in court. You feel me?
Most importantly, when these niggas gonna stop posting they shit online,
That's
dog?
what I'm trying to say. Like, posting stories and shit with guns. Like, come on, bro.
None of that, nigga. I look like I'm a troll. I ain't even gonna lie, boy. I got energy for days and shit, but I know what I'm talking about. And I'm
exactly.
doing,
I agree with you. But damn, bro, this shit kind of crazy.
It is crazy, bro. You got any more questions, bro? Because I'm here to answer.
Hell yeah.
For you, nigga. Only for you.
My dog. Hey, Chat, you have any questions?
Oh, yeah. You got, can I promote?
Of course, yeah.
Y'all follow me on every single platform.
Oh, they muted him. Nah, that was foul. No, yo, I see what you talking about, gang. They definitely muted your ass, bro. Oh, nah, he was right. They muted his ass. Nah.
Kick.
W God, brother. W God.
Yeah. Let me know if y'all got any questions, bro. I'm here. I can answer. I can clarify it up.
Chat, any questions?
Yeah, because Lord Ross out here telling lies, man.
Wait, so...
think they're tuned to the streets.
Right.
You don't think that they know what people
encouraging
want?
it, yeah.
They're encouraging it. So you got to talk to the producer. You got to talk to the people at the record label. Why was this music video not released? Why was it filmed and recorded? Who's the artist director on it?
Mm.
You think Durk came up with these ideas? No, that record label. Y'all did that shit. The Tupac and Big, these niggas.
Mm.
You know, so they've been doing it. And so that's what they're trying to dispute with that. And they're bringing up lyrics. you know, Jam get out that gym, got 50 bands and got all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And I just really have an issue with artist expression being used against somebody. Nigga, I can go make a movie acting like I'm the devil. They gonna use that shit against me?
I agree with you, but also there's a side point. Like I was gonna say, like, have rappers still not learned the lesson? Like they're gonna keep using this shit in court over and over and over. Like I get it.
By the way, we hypocritical with that a little bit too. The thing is, I keep telling y'all, we do excuse. Like, put it like this: we could listen to a song about Moneybagg Yo. He talking about Waukesha. He talking about basically drugs. Drugs be poisoning our community because we think it's cool. We don't look at drugs as we think it's talked about in a cool way. We don't have a problem with the song, right? We could hear another rapper talk about switches. Oh, you shouldn't use that against a rapper. Now let's talk about David. You know that little weirdo David, the one who had videos of him covered in blood, the one who had caskets being brought to his shows, the one who, like, you could tell he was on some weird shit because of the music, romantic homicide. As soon as he get locked up because he killed a little girl, we're now saying, nigga, look at the signs. Why don't he get the same protection? You know why? Because in reality, we're just like biased. The protection should go to the people who make the shit sound cool. Not one person say, man, y'all better not use David's. The fact Davis was bringing caskets to his goddamn show against him. Man, who cares if he had like a white shirt that was covered with blood? Man, why y'all attacking his art? Nobody says that.
It's entertaining to us as the listeners to hear, oh shit, like, oh, he beefing with this guy, oh, I did this, I did that. But they keep snitching on themselves on songs. Like how many rappers have to get locked up for rappers to understand? Like, I understand there's a point that it shouldn't be used in court. You feel me?
Most importantly, when these niggas gonna stop posting they shit online,
That's what I'm trying to say. Like posting stories and shit with guns. Like, come on, bro.
None of that, nigga. I look like I'm a troll. I ain't even gonna lie, boy. I got energy for days and shit, but I know what I'm talking about. And I'm
exactly.
doing, you know?
I agree with you. But damn, bro, this shit kind of crazy.
Here we go.
It is crazy, bro. You got any more questions, bro? Because I'm here to answer them.
Hell yeah.
For you, nigga. Only for you.
My dog. Hey, Chat, you have any questions?
Oh yeah, you got. Can I promote?
Of course, yeah.
Y'all follow me on every single platform. Is Kick.
W God, brother. W God.
Let me know if y'all got any questions, bro. I'm here. I can answer. I can clarify it up.
Chat, any questions?
Yeah, because Lord Ross out here telling lies, man.
Wait, so from my understanding, right? Did something actually happen, or is it a conspiracy to commit a crime?
Right. So no, it actually happened. This whole case is about the death of Lou Pab when they were allegedly stalking and tracking Quando Rondo to slide for fun.
Okay. And now it's just about pinning that murder on somebody.
No. They Didi, Brown Eyes, Keith Jones, these niggas already admitted. That's me on the camera. I did it. There's no question about that. What this case really is about is convicting Durk in a conspiracy. And if they convict Durk, I believe they're gonna come back and try to make this a RICO case.
Oh, okay, so this is eventually gonna be a RICO.
We don't want that, nigga.
Yeah. No, we don't want that. 100%.
We don't want that.
I agree.
But I see them setting it up like
so
that.
that's
bro.
where the feds are trying to stack up.
Even the judge trying to, he pretending like he unbiased. Oh, we're not gonna talk about for limited instructions. We're gonna talk about this and not for gang relation. Is because that judge know that he's trying to act like he ain't got nothing to do with if a RICO get filed. Because if the judge allow that gang shit come into this case and is not already indicted as a RICO, then that could be mistrial. They could mistrial or accuse this
so
judge.
That's an opportunity too.
Yeah, because this judge can come across as
something completely different.
Biased and unfair if he bringing information that could be.
It's not a gang case. It's a conspiracy for murder case.
Used in a RICO conversation. So with him saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna limit this, that's him just cosplaying. Nigga, that's a bitch in the road, dog.
So what do you think the feds are trying to like stack up shit and then, so RICO, they build it up with multiple like murders and shit, right? It's not just one.
It's about the money, the empire. Like there's unindicted co-conspirators like Duty Low. Man, listen, I seen Duty Low the other day.
He was here.
He was here, bro. I said, hey, nigga, they mentioning you. That nigga told his driver to peel off like somebody was shooting at him, nigga.
No way.
Dead ass nigga. That shit was so funny. You see her the tire right there, nigga. Like, how the fuck you gonna peel off in front of the court? You.
That shit crazy. What he pull up for though?
Huh?
What he pull up for?
Free Durk t-shirts and shit like that.
Okay.
And then he was hiding over there and took a picture with Kanye West the next day. Then again, nigga.
Yeah, you seen Kanye?
Yeah, I seen Kanye, nigga.
What, he pulled up to speak?
He pulled up overdressed. You know that nigga was dressed like Batman out there, bitch. And it was about 100 degrees and shit.
What, he pulled up to speak or just to listen?
He just came in here and seen, you
Show
know,
love, yeah.
he came in here and seen, you know, what OTF Jam was doing, and nigga, I feel like Atlanta ain't got shit on Chirac. You feel me? Like
Chirac.
Yeah, and y'all.
Nah. We not do that. We not doing no Chirac.
Need to stop playing with Atlanta, saying Vonnie from Atlanta. That nigga's not from Atlanta. That.
You know why Atlanta gonna keep the title of Ratlanta? My nigga, at least when the other places start telling, it's the feds that cause him to tell. Man, y'all got Fonnie Willis, who was allegedly fucking some of the defendants. They got the court clerk in Fulton County allegedly popping pussy for criminals, and y'all still telling on state cases? I could understand if the feds came to Atlanta. Nigga, the feds didn't even come to Atlanta, nigga. It's like a hall monitor that came to Atlanta. Hall monitor. How y'all telling for the hall monitor? It's not even the feds. Like, the feds is going to this shit right here. This is the feds.
Niggas from Chicago. He was just over there.
You from out here, LA? You from Atlanta?
Nah, I'm a country ass nigga. I'm from Florida.
Oh, you from Florida? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Wait, so can anybody go in there and listen to the trial?
Yeah, you got to pay me $100 though.
That ass?
That ass,
why I gotta pay you?
Huh?
You work for the federal
Because I'm not
government?
letting you in that bitch, nigga.
What the fuck, you the key holder or some shit? Nah, but anybody could go in and listen.
Anybody.
All right. Oh, shit. They put a dog over his face. My bad.
Hope. So he's contradicting himself. And he's a sociopath. He's a great life. That's what he do.
Yeah.
And so I'm mentioning you, that nigga, I got glasses, Ray-Ban glasses recording. Nigga, nobody said that about you. That happened in the overflow room. You wasn't even in the overflow room. So he came out here and sensationalized that shit.
Oh, you talking about Trap? They got beef?
Crazy. What he pull up for though?
Huh?
What he pull up for?
Free Durk t-shirts and shit like that. And then he was hiding over there and took a picture with Kanye West the next day. Then again, nigga.
Yeah, you seen Kanye?
Yeah, I seen Kanye, nigga.
What, he pulled up to speak?
He pulled up overdressed. You know that nigga was dressed like Batman out there, bitch. And it was about 100 degrees and shit.
What, he pulled up to speak or just to listen?
He just came in here and seen, you
Show
know,
love, yeah.
He came in here and seen, you know, what OTF Jam was doing. And nigga, I feel like Atlanta ain't got shit on Chirac. You feel me? Like
Chirac.
Yeah, and y'all need to stop playing with Atlanta, saying Vonnie from Atlanta. That nigga's not from Atlanta. That nigga's from Chicago. He was just over there.
You from out here, LA? You from Atlanta?
Nah, I'm a country ass nigga. I'm from Florida.
Oh, you from Florida? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Wait, so can anybody go in there and listen to the trial?
Yeah, you got to pay me $100 though.
That ass?
That ass,
why I gotta pay you?
Huh?
You work for the federal
Because I'm
government?
not letting you in that bitch, nigga.
What the fuck, you the key holder or some shit? Nah, but anybody could go in and listen.
Anybody.
So you could go listen to Jam Snitch right now.
Yeah.
I feel like the courthouse would get filled. I feel like the room would get filled like real quick.
I mean, that's what's happening, bro. Nigga, I ran TMZ away from here yesterday.
And Durk's in there, right?
Durk's upstairs on the 10th floor. It's like, bro,
it's like
you
a
got
holding cell or some shit.
Well, no, he's in the courtroom in regular clothes. So you see it, and the nigga look like a pug dog in the face. So if you trying to make it into that courtroom, you gotta be at this bitch.
You gotta be like,
you gotta be at this bitch at like 5:30, or you ain't getting that bitch.
Wow, what the fuck? So, you ran TMZ away for real?
But but next week they gonna have they turned the TVs off. Yeah, I ran TMZ away.
Wow, what they doing? They trying to like
TMZ clout chasers, man. We already got Lil Ross out here reporting on black people.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about Ross. What do you think about Ross?
That nigga, first of all, he's a liar. He create. I told them people ignore him. That's what he wants. He wants the engagement.
Can you center it more? Yeah.
I'm like, he wants the engagement. He wants to make this about him. Lil Ross get high off of nigga energy. And so he told a lie. First of all, he was upstairs arguing with black women. Second of all, he told a lie. Oh, they're ratting on me and stitching on me, saying I got glasses, Ray-Ban glasses recording. Nigga, nobody said that about you. That happened in the overflow room. You wasn't even in the overflow room. So he came out here and sensationalized that shit. and just the nigga doing too much, bro. He has a confirmation bias. This nigga done made millions of dollars off of talking about OTF and conspiring. Fucking Jay Prince and them sitting this nigga cease and desist. This nigga was with Adam 22 on No Jumper dressed like 21 Jump Street, and we know what that movie's about. Letting Loose Cannon and Brick Baby don't say everything about Big U. Big U had to send a cease and desist notification. They took it down, but they using that video part of his indictment.
So you feel like he's a culture vulture?
Culture vulture and a rat,
clout
nigga.
chasing. And he a rat.
Rat Lil Ross, nigga.
Wow, I was saying to the viewer, like before I was on the way here, I was like, it's people like Ross that really like they shape the perception on the internet, and that changes the.
And it's like a monopoly because I don't want to. First of all, Rat Lil Ross been covering this shit for years, so you can't really discredit the information he have, but it's the how you go about it.
Yeah.
Like you would never hear me say, "Do I think Durk is innocent or guilty?" Until them crackers say that shit, and you would never. And he's already out here. Oh, he did this. Like nigga.
Oh, he's talking about he did this and he did that.
Bro, if and when Durk is found out guilty, Rat Lil Ross's platform crumble because it looks like he's just a conspiracy.
Why is he choosing a side?
He's choosing a side because he's protecting the reputation for documenting this shit and for being right. He wants to be able to say, I was right this whole time. So everything he's speaking from a place of, I need to be right to say that King Von was a serial killer, to say that Lil Durk did this shit. I need to say, ha ha, I'm this hip hop historian. And so he got relationships with people like DJ Akademiks and Adam 22 and them, and they keeping this monopoly in this narrative amongst themselves.
So you think Akademiks and Adam 22 are involved in protecting
and DJ Vlad, yeah,
they're all protecting him.
Hell yeah,
because they're the media. They're the alternate media.
How did? And there's no shade. There's no shade. This is just fact. How did Akademiks build this platform? What does Akademiks' platform and Trap Lil Russ have in common? Chicago, OTL.
Okay.
That's both of them niggas built their platforms out.
Why they put a dog over his face?
Out the back of Chicago street news and shit.
Yo, this nigga Dean, man.
So, it ain't really about, cleaning up the streets and all that. This nigga's from across the pond. What the fuck you care about the streets over here for?
Yeah.
So, don't be, it's a grift, but at the same time, I kind of respect the fact that he has been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
But again, he has come to this case with a confirmation bias, which is extremely jealous. All these black people out here getting the same information. Why New York Times and the main publications coming to interview him? Because Adam 22 and them are republishing his misinformation, that people out here threatening him and that people out here saying that he had on glasses. That wasn't even about you. You see that nigga right there with the backpack?
Yeah.
Go ask that nigga who got shook down and who got stripped butt naked about possibly recording. It was him, a black man, not Trap Lil Ross. Hey, come over here real quick, please.
Butt naked?
They script that nigga butt naked, man. Hey, my name is Denat. Shout out to you, man. I hope I did a great thing.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Follow me on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitch.
Damn, they muted that nigga again. Yo, these niggas is cold, bro. They muted that nigga again, bro. They muted this nigga again, bro. Gee, they still got him muted. And they covered his face. And they moving this shit. Let's see if they take the dog off. No way they gonna take the dog off now. Oh, nah, the dog's still on. Oh. Oh, shit. They still got it muted. All right, never mind, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Niggas don't want me to be great. I'm sitting there giving Dean great content, and these niggas done put a dog over my face. These niggas done muted me, man. This shit fucked up, man. I'm out here struggling, hustling hard, trying to make some money, trying to do accurate reporting on this case. Niggas come down here, get the information, put a dog over my face, nigga. Man, that's fucked up, man. Fuck you, Dean the Great, man. Fuck you, nigga. Why you let your producers do that shit to me, bro?
Come on, brother. Y'all here teaching niggas how to finesse, man.
That's fucked up. Niggas don't want to see me be great, man. I'm the greatest, nigga. Fuck out of here. Damn, dog. I had to fight my whole life. Niggas don't want me to be great.
Man, my man had to fight his whole life, man. Y'all stop playing my boy Denat, man. All my life I had to fight. Oh, shit. Let's get to some tweets, y'all. Let's get to some tweets. All my life I had to fight. All right. All right, no updates for 2 hours here. Let's go here. Okay. According to Taylor, Jam's testimony is concluded. Steele objected to most of the prosecutor's question on redirect and basically claimed everything was leading. Things got pretty heated. Jam testified on redirect that he's serving 3 life sentences for 3 murders and testified he does not expect to have these sentences dropped. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So it looked like Jam is kind of fixing this up to say, nah, I didn't tell people I was getting out in months. I told people I'm doing life. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Let me go to Cousin Tino's Twitter. Okay, nothing after that. Let me see. Traplo Ross. New expert on the stand. GPS data not looking good. It says GPS data is not looking good. Okay. Let's see what Seti Nash is saying, y'all. Any new update from Seti?
I'm broke as shit. All right, bet. I'm with Big Seti Nash. You know what the fuck going on, What's man. Happening? I want him to he gonna give you all the spill, man, free dirt, man, with his opinion on, you know what I'm saying, you know?
So, free dirt number 1, y'all know who Brian Steele is, you know what I'm saying, slatty type shit.
Yeah.
From Atlanta, he brought that shit to California and putting belt to ass right now. So right now, bro, it's looking like dirt, whooping ass, kicking ass, taking names, you feel what I'm saying? And please stop calling me biased if I'm spitting the truth and y'all know the gospel. Don't deny the gospel, bro. Y'all can read the words on goddamn self. I can't say gospel.
Hey, I heard what you heard, man.
Yes, sir.
And Jam said, they say he done visited with him 38 times.
That's crazy.
So people got to watch.
Wow,
you got them hitters with you, got them snakes with you, they will turn around and bite you, man.
And look, man, if you gonna do something, do it by yourself, man.
Man, don't do it smart.
Get you some money. Just be
smart. Get you some money, man.
Get the money and chill. Just get in the cut.
You can do the street shit, sell some shirts, bro. Sell some music, you feel me? Sell some services. Learn Chat GPT. Learn Clyde. Nigga, learn Gemini. Learn some services,
and let me say one thing, too, because I got to say this. I was sitting right next to him in the courtroom. Seti Nash is the real one, man.
I fuck with him, though. Real nigga, though, man.
You know,
outside with him.
He was getting his journalist on. I learned something from you.
Man.
Yeah, I like also listening to Trenches News. We gotta use Trenches News a little bit to balance shit out, you know?
2B2, man. Hey, they tricked them off the streets, man, by putting them there. And they knew that they was gonna try to pull this shit of, hey, when
according to Trenches News, he feels this was like a backdoor for Jam. He felt like based on the testimony Jam gave, Jam got lined up. He got kind of set up to be a crash dummy. That's why Jam kind of realized afterwards. Listen to this explanation.
You know what he was doing? You know, like this what I believe, man. I think all they ass should go down, bruh. That's just my opinion, man. I know, you got some dirt people. I'm just weighing it all out, man. All they ass is snakes. Then Threads talking about killing O-Block. Then Threads talking about killing Richo. If you would kill your own homie, bro, you would kill anybody in this world, man. And all them should go to jail. And Lil Pal Mama should get paid on everything. That's what I'm saying, Trenches News. But Jam testified, man. And Jam testified truthfully, bro. He felt like he was set up. He said they called him down there, man. He couldn't talk to nobody who he talked to. He got to listen to some orders from lower levels, man. The man a minister, bro. He not fit. I told y'all that. I told y'all. First of all, let me go back to, I told y'all how Jam got locked up. Then it come out in the paperwork. I need y'all to get in the comments. Then I tell y'all Jam got pulled over for a gun, bro. And that's how he told about the murders. I told y'all all this from day one, man. Hey, Make sure y'all jump in the comments and answer that question for me. Didn't I tell y'all that Jam got boxed in by the U.S. Marshals? That's how he got caught before he told about the murders. I told y'all that. But Jam admitted about the murders and stuff, and people think that, oh, the jury just gonna say, oh, man, he lied. Nah, one thing I can say, Brian Steele did play a tape where Jam said that Lil Durk didn't get no payment for Quando Rondo and them. That's a good thing. That's a good thing for Durk. I must say, I ain't being biased or none of that. That's a good thing. But just let me tell you one thing. That don't mean nothing, man. That don't mean nothing. Hey, look, you got to remember, y'all, it's 6 counts in this. Murder for hire is one of them. Stalking is one of them. They gonna get them for the stalking, man. That's what they was doing. They been stalking in Atlanta. That's what Vonnie gonna come in and say, Vonnie, me, Durk, and Zoo, we was in a car, and Durk shot, and Zoo was the driver, man. I'm telling y'all, all this shit gonna come out to play.
Yeah, I got to see that be testified to. Durk shot?
Either now or in a Vite car. Just pay attention, man. But look, Durk gonna get hit with the stalking. Everybody steady talking about he ain't paid nothing. The payment doesn't mean anything, man. He got 6 counts to fight, bro. That's why I be saying, bro, when y'all speak, y'all gotta speak everything. He got 6 counts. So if he beat the murder for hire, he still got 6 counts, man. 6 counts. And yeah, so Jam expressed that, you know, he felt like he was played. Then we got the audio, man. I'm gonna keep on playing this audio because people act like, oh man, he snitched. No, this audio is from 2022. Jam told in 2023. I ain't taking up for Jam. All them slime balls, bro. They was killing for money. They was backdooring people. They was shooting at Lamron and O Block and all that shit, bro. Like, that's foul, bro, and they grew up with them. So I ain't got no sympathy for us that. But what I'm telling y'all is they thought they played Jam. And when you think you play people, you burn me, I burn you. And that's just simple, bro. But Jam was asked by Brian Steele, do he want Durk to get life? He said he don't like, basically he don't care about Durk getting life. And they said, you just trying to go home. He said, I just want a number. You know, I just want a number. He just want an out day, bro. Everybody can't afford to go to trial without no lawyer and all that. And Jam bagged for a lawyer too. He definitely bagged for a lawyer. But all this adding to a setup to me, man. DD telling Jam, I'm rusty. Man, they already had the plan, bro. Hey, Disky, don't grab no gun. Get that bitch to Jam. Man, y'all know the city, man. People, get in my comments, man. I need some real people to get in my comments, bro. I ain't trying to beg you to relate. I'm asking you to tell the truth. What happens in the streets, bro? It could be me and 5 other dudes on the block. 2 flunkies, or, you know, 3 of us real members. We getting the guns to the flunkies, man. If they get caught with them motherfuckers, we don't care. Hey, people in my comments know this shit, bro. And I believe Jam. But Jam said, you know, basically, he don't care if Durk get life. He just want a number, man. Brian Steele, you know, Brian Steele did a job. He tried to come at him and, you know, but that ain't gonna work, man. Hey, look, go back to the jury instructions. The jury instructions say, you know, even though, you know, they might lie or get caught up in a lie, that don't mean that the whole story is fake. You hear me? They say that in the jury instructions, man. Hey, look, I ain't no lawyer, but hey, look, I'm smart enough to be one, man. And I called this whole thing, bro. I told y'all, Jam didn't know Vaughn, Jam didn't know Durk, Jam didn't know none of them dudes, bro. Durk paid for friends. I told y'all how Jam got cool with Durk, really. He beat up somebody on the yard, man. And that's how Jam got cool with Durk and them, really got.
Yeah. Yeah, it was unclear how they got really so locked in.
Intertwined. Like, Durk knew who Jam was in the streets. Don't get me wrong. He knew
and Jam knew who Durk was, but Jam definitely said they didn't hang out in the same clique.
He was. But when he had whipped somebody in jail for Newski and got kicked out the joint, that's when Durk started kicking in for him, bro. I'm telling y'all, bro. I told y'all the truth all this time on everything. He don't know Jam. Durk don't know Jam well enough to be getting him no damn 50,000. You know what I'm talking about? You get 50,000 to Lil Vernie them. You get 50,000 to Reese them. You get 50,000 to Poodle LaFleur. That's who I know he know. You know, Poo-Poo them from 69th. Somebody like that, bro. You get them 50,000. To get Jam 50,000, bro, you paying for something, bro. And that's just bottom line, man. I'm just keeping it real. But we gonna see if Lil Durk wiggle his way out of this, you know. But Jam, it seemed like they crossed him, and I don't see none of it. I think Brian thought he was gonna, rip him apart. He did play an audio where Jam said that Durk didn't pay for he didn't pay no money or offer no money for Quando Rondo and Lil Pop hit. That's a good thing, man, but it still don't mean nothing. Now OTF Vonnie, when Vonnie come up, Vonnie gonna strike a chord, man. Vonnie, he was on a plane with Durk. He possibly left back with Durk. He got the cell phones. When Vonnie testified, bro, they gonna hear him. Hey, look, you can't tell all the co-conspirators. You just doing this because you trying to get out. You just doing this to blame it on Durk. You hear me? Hey, look, the jury ain't gonna believe all that. That's why I say Durk is gonna get found guilty, man. Because Durk trying to backpedal out of everything, bro. Hey, look, and to the bloggers that's out there, don't get offended, man. Don't get offended when I say y'all Durk fans, man. Because if you're a real journalist, you never see ABC7 or CNN wearing free Durk shirts. They ain't biased. They ain't on nobody's side, bro. Y'all wearing free Durk.
That is true.
Durk shirts, bro. On everything. That's just bottom line, bro. The man was out there, the man millionaire. This why I said he a millionaire. He had the opportunity, bro. He lost his damn family for engaging with them, bro. He in threads, text messages. We heard him rap about this shit. Like, I ain't gonna play dumb. Y'all can play dumb. Y'all live in a make-believe fantasy world. Oh, man, that ain't happen. Hey, look, bro, we watched it. We watched this shit. We watched Gucci Man tell him. He took it to try. They tried to tell him it was stupid. They gave him so much time, and he got whooped. Watch what you say. The feds be listening to your music, and they gonna take your lyrics, build the case, and try to use it. He told them that on everything. He told Durk. He studied rapping about the killings, but ain't doing none of the shootings. You hear me? Hey, look, bro. I think Gucci Man tried to warn the man, bro. But that's what happens.
Is that on the Rumor song? Remember, Gucci Man is like reformed, man. Gucci Man is a product of the system. This is what Gucci Man says. He took it to trial. I tried to tell him it was stupid. They gave him so much time. His knees got weak and he was woozy.
Man, I fell down to my knees when the law came.
Watch the shit you say. The feds be listening to the music and they gonna take your lyrics and build a case and try to use it. DA dropped my murder, didn't have evidence to prove it. I think my house is haunted by who? The ghost of Pookie. Nah, he did talk a little tough on this too because he was messing with Pookie, right? He ain't killed nobody but keep rapping about the shooting. Still ain't got revenge yet but keep up making excuses. Cuz done drank so much lean his gut got big as Gucci. Told him quit while he ahead and don't go out like Whitney Houston. He got caught without it. Now they robbing him for his rubies. He wouldn't give it up, so he got buried in his Cuban. Yeah, Durk was talking hot on this. So them niggas get on y'all ass. Y'all play with me like I ain't worse. Trying to gossip up to the blogs like y'all ain't say my name first. He a junkie. He ain't shot his gun yet. He blamed the perk. Shot a video. Had a shootout in the same shirt. What you know about popping out and trying to hit their face first? They like smirk, your ass be tripping, better put your case first. Choking who? I heard them rumors, nigga better play slow. I don't want the niggas who you catch, I want a nigga I paid for. We on his ass, he in the A. You see how long they stay for? Ain't no hotel room, we pop out outside the Hyatt with Dracos. Hellcats, they get off any scene, the police chase those. Trolling ass, we shot your homie, we ain't know he could take those. Nigga, that was a reference at the alleged, remember the shit? Somebody got shot in the hand. If I say your name, don't post it. Ops be on all kind of shit. Ain't got time to watch your page to see if niggas died or shit. I know bitches set you up literally niggas dying to hit. In this industry, ain't what it seemed. The shit be counterfeit. Ain't no lacking. She said I'm that nigga from the trenches with an accent. Why you asking me who shot your homie? Why you asking? You got my number. You post that shit on the gram. You moving backwards. You lucky I don't be doing shit for the gram. You niggas cowards. Ah, damn.
Man, but Vonnie is he gonna be the one that stick Lil Durk, bro. Like Jam just the one that put it in there like, yeah, Lil Durk send people off. But Vonnie gonna be the one that, oh yeah, what you gonna say? Everybody stole your credit cards and shit like that? And Drew now supposed to been did, Vonnie did it a long time ago, man. It's too late for that shit, bro. But yeah, I think he played Jam. I think Jam got his get back. And that's what it is, man.
What people don't realize is the only reason their fucking music is being used against them is because these idiots are putting real crime in the music that can be tracked and traced.
Yeah, man, we gotta live with it, bro. People act like they don't hear the 2022 of October, right after Pav murder, because Jam didn't tell till 23. He didn't go in a police station to tell till he got locked up. That's when he was calling Durk for a lawyer before he told. It's in the paperwork, y'all. It's out there. I've been told y'all this. You hear me? So I don't want to hear no excuses for Durk, man. Oh, man, they was just pillow talking on the phone, or they was just doing that. Man, look, they described the whole murder for hire up in there. So Jam can't be lying too much about too much. You hear me? It clearly said in that audio that, man, bro, Jam said he ain't get paid. And this Boona, this is a real member telling Durk, hey, he ain't get paid, bro. He said, man, them dudes was scary y'all stuck him with. Man, he ain't fucking with them no more, man. You hear me? And you better pay him, man, before he throw you in the frying pan. And Durk said, I did him dirty. That's what Lil Durk said. Lil Durk said, I did him dirty, man. He gonna wait till he find out. I did him dirty. It's gonna piss him off when he find out. So who really pissed off? Who really got done dirty now? Is it fair? Is it fair for Jam? Ain't no rules or what? You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know, man. People just one-sided on things, man. I hear what y'all saying. Durk gave him $50,000. Durk had paid for his grandma's funeral and all that shit. But you on the phone on the jail call saying that you did me dirty. You on the phone admitting that you ain't pay me. That you ain't pay me on purpose. On everything. I don't want the nigga who I catch. I want the one I paid for. You hear me? Some shit like that. But, hey, y'all get in the comments and let me know what y'all think, man. Vonnie is going to stick it to him. We still got more people. Hey, look, I'm going to say this one more time. Duty Low is not co-conspirator number 4. Co-conspirator number 4.
He keeps saying that. We don't have no proof of that yet, I'll be honest.
Clearly said that they a lifelong resident of California. They cannot lie to the grand jury about where that person from. So Duty Low is not number 4, but Duty Low is involved because they said that Duty Low the one who got the low. Jam say that he talked to Duty Low and he said that you're here to kill Quando Rondo. So we know that. So Jam is not Duty Low, he is not co-conspirator number 4, man. Duty Low, one more time, is not co-conspirator number 4. Co-conspirator number 4, it got to be the weed guy, the weed man, the dispensary, the one who was supposed to serve Quando or something, whatever. Or it got to be the female who they said that was texting somebody saying that, oh, you can get they low. Oh, they was waiting on Durk to tell her what to do. You know what I'm talking about. It's a female involved. That's in the transcripts.
Yeah, but I think that female was about to get the low in Georgia, not LA. Or maybe it's the same female. I don't know. Maybe she was traveling with them. Who knows?
And a weed man. So Duty Low is not number 4. If Duty Low was number 4, once again to y'all, Duty Low would not be outside that building if he was number 4 because he would mess up Lil Durk case. The feds would have been walked out there and got him if he was number 4. If he was number 4, he wouldn't be outside the courthouse, period. So I'm going to say that one more time, man. But Durk made his bed with the killers. He said he got his bond with the killers. I ain't mad. Lil Durk said, how y'all mad? Cause that's my twin, and I keep Jam with me. Now everybody mad at Jam now. Durk said that shit. Durk was trying to come at Lemron about that shit. How you niggas mad? Cause that's my twin, and I keep Jam with me. I bet you ain't want Jam with you now. I know Durk wish he could delete them on everything, bro. That's what you get for buying friends, man. That's all I can say, bro. But I will be going live tonight. My kids have football.
Interesting.
Jam said, no, I'm not. I'm just here telling my side of the story and admitting. Brian said, you want to go home. Jam said, I want a number. I want to go home at some point. Brian said, you want to go immediately. He said, no. He said, you didn't self-surrender. You realized what you did. You were on a mission for hours. As soon as you landed, you went to the mission, you slept, and then you got back to the killing. Jam said, yes. Brian said, no hesitation. You landed in California and your to-do list was one thing, murder. Jam said, I texted Didi. I was trying to stop the murder in other ways. Brian said, you're a high-ranking BD minister. You're one of the highest and most dangerous members. Jam said, I can be. Brian said, oh, sorry. Then Jam went on to say, well, not every minister is dangerous. And then Brian said, you're dangerous. And Jam just repeated, not all ministers are dangerous. Now, after that, Jam basically said, look, I've admitted to everything I've done. Brian said, do you have the text to show where you tried to stop the murder? And Jam said, I don't have my phone. I don't have the text. Nah. Brian said, as a BD minister, you could have left and gave the gun back. Jam said, no, it's not that easy. He said, why would they call me? I'm not the only minister. When we came home, when I came home from jail, OTF was everything. Durk was the leader. Brian said, well, according to you, if you had a conscience, you could have just left the scene. You could have not followed through. Jam said, it's not that easy. Brian said, you'd rather kill a human you didn't know. And Jam said, or get killed myself. Brian said, so you saying you're more important than the person? Brian said, you're more important than the people you kill? Jam said, no. Brian said, you're a scary person, objectively. Jam said, I don't even know what objectively means. And then Brian said, you're dangerous right now. And Jam kind of kicked back. He was like, I'm chilling, bro. That's what he said. So after that, Brian said, when you got out of the car and fired the gun, how many people were in that car? How many people did you know were in that car? Now, I could be wrong. Again, apologies if I got this wrong, but I thought he said one. Of like, how many people you knew were in the car? One, right? Brian said, you don't know. Could have been people with kids. Could have been kids in there. And Jam said, no, we saw them. I never saw kids. That's a trick question. Brian said, you consider your friend Risho. Oh, sorry, my bad. He said, you considered that a ricochet bullet could have killed an innocent person? He said, yeah, I considered it. Brian said, what did you think as you shot the gun? Jam said, I just thought I was going to shoot the truck and leave. I just wanted to do it and get it over with. He said, did you consider that you could have blown up a car by hitting the gas tank? He said, no. Brian said, you're divorced from reality, detached. And Jam said, look, you're using all these big words, man. I don't know what you're talking about right now. Like, you're talking about detached reality. That was kind of interesting. So anyway, in addition to that, all right, it would continue. All right. Brian said, let's talk about Durk. Since the age of 12, you've been in and out of jail since all the way up until 2022. He said, yes. He said, in and out of jail. All right. He said, yeah, I've been in and out. And then Brian basically made a joke, which I thought was in bad taste. He was like, oh, in and out. You're not talking about the restaurant, right? And he was like, no. He said, you got let out for a funeral at one point when you were younger and you fled back to your house. He said, yep. You got 12 years for attempted murder and you shot them multiple times. He said, yep. He said, you maimed them for life. He said, yep. You was born in 92 like Durk. Yep. He said, you didn't grow up in the same hood, but you was close. He said, yep. He said, Durk was into fashion. He was a pretty boy. He had the girls around. Jam said, that's not really what I said. I said he made party songs with Lil Reese in them, but I didn't say nothing about fashion. Brian said, well, he put money on your books when everyone forgot about you. He said, yeah. He said, you didn't tell the jury that Durk's son and your son are friends, best friends, and their mums are friends. He said, yeah. He said, you couldn't support your own family in jail. Yep. Durk said he kept in touch with your mum. He said, yeah. He said, Durk was rising. Jam said he was doing his thing. Brian said he never turned his back on you. He said, yeah. Brian said, let's talk about your claims that Durk was involved in this murder. He said, okay. Brian said, you get out. He said, yep. He said, you come back to this. He said, you come back to no money. He said, yep. And you told Durk you had nothing. He said, yep. He said, you went to a woman. I won't say her name, but he said, you went to a woman's house. You paroled to this woman's house. And then Jam laughed. He's like, yeah. And then Brian said, you lived at her house? Jam said, no, I just used her crib as a parole site. And then Brian was like, you ever have a sexual relationship? Jam said, we hooked up once. Brian said, she's a good person. He said, yeah. He said, you told her Durk is your bitch. He said, I never said that. Brian said, you told her Durk is a hoe. Jam said, never. Brian said, by the time you got out, Durk's career is booming, but he owes you because he used your name in songs. Jam said, this makes no sense. Like, how could I be responsible? Those weren't even his biggest songs. It was only a few songs. It makes no sense. And Brian said, well, you often don't make sense, right? He was kind of snarky. I didn't think that was really that smart. It wasn't a great look. He said that you said that Durk works for you. He said, no. He said, you said you was going to get money from Durk. He said, no. And Brian still went on. He said, you're in a studio in Atlanta. You said that Durk took you and others to a private room and told you Quando Rondo has to be killed. Jam says, not exactly those words, but yeah. Brian says, the killer would be financially set for life. $1 million potentially. He said, yeah. He said, and this is all because of King Von's, excuse me, this is all because of King Von's murder. It wasn't a murder, it was a killing, by the way, Brian. Get that right. Basically, Jam said, yeah, and all of the trolling. It was not just the Von's death, but it was the trolling around it that caused the slide for Von stuff to happen. Brian said, besides your word, do you have any proof showing that Durk ever said these words? Jam said, no. Why would I have recorded him that time at the studio? I wouldn't have been doing that. Brian said, did you tell anyone that you never spoke with Durk about the $1 million bounty or Quando or Tim? And Jam said, you're confusing me. Brian said, this meeting is the truth, and it would be a lie if no meeting ever took place, right? And he was like, kind of follow him. Brian said, when you give the cops the note about the murders and you'll be willing to speak with them, he said you met with the feds twice. I think it was on a few times, and it included over 2 times, and it included May the 4th, May the 5th, May the 10th. He said yes. He said you hope that you'll be so important to the case that you can be home in a year in time for your 2 kids' birth. Jam said this is 2 different situations. This makes no sense. I had a son that was born on May.
Wait, give me 1 second. What the hell did Seti Nash just post? Y'all seen this? Let me see.
You all kids, you crocodile kids. That means that it's not okay. You know what I'm saying? That means that it's not okay. And we got to realize what's real, what's fake, what's not okay, what's okay. And we got to follow them directions and align our life with that shit. Like, you my brother, I love you. I don't give a fuck what a motherfucker say. How and how they say it. And I'm going to stand on that until the day I die. Like, it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Guess what, bro? Motherfucker still ain't gonna stop my. Guess what, bro? I'm way more of a real nigga than Tekashi 6ix9ine. When that bitch got out of jail, he ain't bro. Hey, you ain't even the same. Y'all ain't even Atlantic league. Y'all ain't even the same category. I wouldn't even put his ass a tweaker. Goofy, but all I'm saying is.
Did he just say 6ix9ine?
Atlantic was offering him that much money. Right. For his music when he came on. So what am I gonna offer me? Man, I ain't let no motherfucker stop my vision, bro. It is what it is, bro. Yeah. And look. I ain't done. Hey, look. Hey, it's so funny because I be telling them, but they be wanting to know something so bad. I be like, nah, he good. He straight. Where he at? Where he at? I be lying. I think he down there in Florida somewhere. They be moving him around like every 30 days, every 60 days, you know? Like, yeah, you know, he be tearing that bitch up. Like, I be laughing.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Oh, shit. This is Jamie the Bull from the Feds. We got him, chat. We got him, y'all.
He wanted to know something so bad, man. But, man, it is what it is. Everybody needs some talk about. Everybody wants the internet, bro. The internet fuck with real, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. They fuck with real, bro. That shit made motherfuckers. Hey, look, I love you. Look, soon as the phone ain't got go send that to my wife, bro. I got you. I'm finna do it. And I'm finna call your OG and check up on her, see how she's doing and shit, and get the information so I can send them clothes over. All right, bet. My wife needs that though. I got you. Yeah, I got you. All right, I love you. Yeah, I love you too, bro.
Sorry for the Seti Nash exclusive tagline, but you know how that go. Let's understand what is going on. He a real nigga. He is so contrite and all of this stuff. All of these things. That man think he coming home to a record deal. He think he gonna be bouncing booties with 6ix9ine. He thinks that it's gonna be a smoothly, cooly world for that man when he hop out.
Now you all kids, you crocodile kids. That means that it's not okay. You know what I'm saying? That means that it's not okay. And we gotta realize what's real, what's fake, what's not okay, what's okay. And we gotta follow them directions and align our life with that shit. Like, you my brother, I love you. I don't give a fuck what a motherfucker say. How?
Let me see if I hear the 6ix9ine shit.
I'm gonna stand on that until the day I die. Like, it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Guess what, bro? Motherfucker still ain't gonna stop my. Guess what, bro? I'm way more of a real nigga than Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Oh, he said I'm way more of a real nigga than Tekashi 6ix9ine. All right, I'm calling 6ix9ine, man. Call him 6'9", bro.
Hey, you ain't even the same. Y'all ain't even Atlantic league. Y'all ain't even the same category. I wouldn't even put his ass a tweaker. Goofy, but all I'm saying is Atlantic was offering him that much money. Right. For his music.
Yo.
Damn, niggas didn't, your chat didn't allow you to speak to me in 3 days?
Nigga, go on City Nash page, man. He got an exclusive. He got Jam on recording. Jam talk about you.
What? Whose page?
City Nash.
Jam. Volley that fat ass nigga.
Yeah, why y'all beefing? What happened?
Cause he's dick riding. Like it's just biased news reporter. You might as well go there as a friend and support Lil Durk than want to be a journalist. Like, you know what I mean? Journalists don't be biased. A journalist is saying what is being said in court, not what. You know what I mean? You go there as a friend. Don't call yourself a news reporter. Call yourself, put yourself on the Free Durk campaign. Don't go there as a journalist.
He made a video today. He said Brian Steele's putting belt to ass, man. He said Durk looking good right now.
Bro, if you want to believe that, bro, remember, I'm just done talking about it. At the end of the verdict shit, I'm going to put all of y'all. I'm going to put you, Seti Nash. I'm going to put everybody that said that belt to ass. I'm going to grab a compilation of everybody's YouTube video, Instagram video, content, and I'm going to make a fool out of y'all.
No, but Jam mentioned you. I don't know where he got his video from, but he posted a video where Jam is on the jail call. And Jam says, man, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I'm gonna do me. And then he's like, yo, nigga, when I come out, nigga, I know I'm gonna be a realer nigga than 6'9". Go listen to it, nigga.
All right, nigga. First of all, nigga, you not getting out no time soon. You gonna have to sit up and do at least 10. At least 10.
You think you gonna do 10?
3 homicides from 6 to 10, yeah, because bro, I was locked up with niggas who was telling. And they had 2-3 bodies, and they got out 6 years. You know what I mean?
Oh shit! You think you'll get out in 6 years for 3 bodies?
Yeah, bro. It's the feds, bro. It's not the state, bro.
Nigga, that's a W, nigga. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, bro, yo, the nigga.
Yeah, like he get out, I'ma smack the shit out of him. Then I'ma invite him to In-N-Out.
Yo, you and Seti Nash got to get on a debate, man.
Bro, first of all, he's a nobody. He looks like he look like you in the beginning of your career. Like, literally don't know what's going on, just trying to make it.
Yeah, no, I think he's like a gang member out there. He's like a Crip or something.
All right, so he should go back to Crippin' and leave his new shit alone.
Would you do a sit down with him?
Nigga, no. Why? I don't benefit. He will be the one benefiting.
Why'd you tell no to lawyer for workers, man? He not even covering the case today.
Trap Lil Ras is biased, nigga. What are you talking about?
I fucked his whole head up. You heard? He put up a post. He put up a post saying, "Yo, can somebody come work for me? Like I'm running a multi-million dollar law firm, and I'm covering this for free. Can I get a person who works for $20 an hour, please?
Oh shit!
It's hot out here. You didn't see that?
Yo, 6'9". Yeah. Yo, could you admit you a hater, my nigga? Yo, the mere fact you see this shit.
Yo, bro, it's not. How can I be a hater for saying real shit? So that just means
covering this trial.
Y'all don't like to hear real shit.
Covering this trial while running a multi-million-dollar law firm is hell. If you want to be my assistant while I'm in LA for the next 2 weeks, please send me a direct message. The pay is $20 an hour. $20 an hour is valid.
20 hours is valid when you're running a multi-million-dollar business?
Yeah,
that sounds cheap to me.
Yo, he paid his assistant. That's what he. Yo. Ever since you said that, I don't think he showed back. No, he showed up one time back to the court. Like he been doing it from his hotel. Bro, why you fucking up our coverage, bro? He been doing good.
Nah, bro. Y'all just want this. The thing, bro. Y'all don't like facts. Like remember, I told you the truth hurts people. So like when you say the truth,
I think his girlfriend started calling on his family like, yo, Mo, is it true you out there for free?
Yo,
and now he really got...
Bro, he called in, bro. He runs a multi-million, like, yo, he said he did a $10 million like settlement recently, bro. Like, he's getting money, bro.
All right, trust me, if you running a multi-million-dollar business, would you be out there covering a rapper's case? Nigga, I would be somewhere in the Bahamas while my law firm is running.
Nah, it's
I'm
like
not out there walking
it's
up
advertisement
mountains.
for clients, though. Honestly, it is.
Oh, it's advertisement, but you run as multi-million. You don't need to do that. You could have did that in the beginning of your career. You don't got to do that now.
Yo, 6ix9ine, you hate this nigga, man. Yo, this nigga 6ix9ine don't let nobody live, man.
You telling me to speak the like? I guess you want to hear shit that you want to hear. You don't want to hear.
I'm like, yo, let my man cover the case, bro. Let him cover.
Nigga, did I say stop covering, or his family or his wife is telling him, yo, it's just embarrassing to our family, and
Yo, stop.
Wait, you didn't even post what I sent you.
No, I posted on the stream page. Nigga, you ain't even posted on your page. So I talked about it on stream.
Yeah, nigga, what the fuck? Nigga, he like, yo, I should have took the interview, asked Rain back. That nigga's a bum.
Yeah, no. We talked about it on stream. I didn't think he was going to DM you that, though. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, nigga, and then people, if I didn't record it like that, people be like, yo, this nigga 6ix9ine looking for cloud, photoshopping, right or wrong.
I'm actually shocked he said that to you.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. These niggas, bro, watch when the guilty verdict come, bro. And mind you, yo,
they said Brian Steele did his big one. They said Brian Steele.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if he wins, right? What are you gonna tell your fans when they don't let him go? Remember, the judge literally said it in court yesterday. The judge said, stop making it a gang thing. Stop. Told the prosecution, told the feds, stop making it a gang thing. Save that for the next trial. For this trial, you're focusing on murder for hire. Stop painting a picture to the jury that this is a bigger gang thing. He said it. Save it for the next trial.
Hey, yo, am I a real nigga? So
I'm saying, what are you gonna tell your fans when if he beats this and they still don't let him go, he gotta go fight now the Rico where it's like just being affiliated, you going down.
Yo, well, we gonna see when that day come. But yo, am I a real nigga? Yo, Duty Low called me the other night, and nigga, I sent him $1,000 to buy free Durk t-shirts for everybody out there. Dead ass. I'm a real nigga for that though.
You're a real nigga to them, but you never did that for me. You never put the free set. You never said.
No, niggas was not trying to be outside of court. Like, yo,
what you mean, yo?
There was
niggas. Case got way more coverage. Hold on.
No, hold on. But was niggas
No,
outside of court for you?
I think you're not trying to let me get this out.
Nah, get off.
The 6ix9ine
No,
case
definitely, for sure.
had bigger coverage, bigger news reporters.
Facts.
Bro, there's not even NBC, ABC, PBS outside. It's just a whole bunch of Durk fans.
No, I agree. What I'm saying is that, like, the fans out there want to protest, though. I don't think there was people ready to protest. There was real news outlets. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Southern District of New York, like, even for Diddy trial got 2,000 times more coverage than this.
Bro. All right, so you want me to go, bro, don't make it that, because LA trial for the David case, that Durk is bigger than David. Niggas, David had mad news reporters.
Nah, that's kind of true. Hey, yo, say, are you gonna match my 1,000 for the free Durk t-shirts?
No, but I'm gonna talk about that once you say
No, you're right. No, hold on. No, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Say it on your chat.
No. I've been said this. Yo, 6ix9ine. No. See, I keep it 100. Yo, I'm actually shocked how little coverage mainstream media is giving to this. This is the only case that I think is big in hip hop that is only hip hop outlets that care. None of the big outlets is there, bro. Nigga, apparently that chick that just covered the Tory shit, the Megan Cunningham shit, she just showed up trying to dick ride, but like, there is no ABC, there is no Court TV, there is like, they are not, yo, in LA, they're at David's shit, and there's another trial going on that's big, but they're not at this shit. I'm surprised.
David's shit not even going on right now, so don't make that an excuse. David's shit is not on trial right now. They just got him indicted and say there's enough evidence to keep pushing forward. So don't make that excuse. I want you to say it out your mouth. Major news outlets do not care about Durk. Say it, because that's the truth.
I'm not saying they don't care about it, but they're definitely not there. I'm surprised. Like, I ain't see one news truck. I don't see one news truck outside, and I don't see one tent. Like nothing, niggas. Just a bunch of black trucks pulling up with speakers, nigga. Like it's kind of crazy. Like I don't know. I actually don't know why. Like it's a little bit confusing.
Because he's a nobody, bro. This is all
bro. He's a Grammy awarded artist, bro. Like yo, he's a huge rapper. I think it's because it's some gang shit.
Listen to me, bro. You don't want to hear it. This is Rock Nation saying, yo, let's go grab J. Cole. All right, we gonna give you mad fucking free spins on fucking Spotify. Don't worry, this playlist thing. Oh my, let the kids sing it. Let the kids sing it. All my life.
All right, hold on.
And then that's how.
I hear you with that,
bro. That's not no.
I hear what you say with that. The only thing I would counter it though is that 6. Be honest, ain't this the biggest trial in hip hop since YSL, bro? It's a big deal in hip hop. It is. I'm just saying I don't know why mainstream don't care about it.
Cause they don't care. Go tell CNN that. Don't tell that to me. Go tell CNN. Why don't y'all care about Big Schmirk?
I'm agreeing. They don't really give a fuck. I agree with that. But that's what I'm saying. Since the fans are showing
Tupac trial going on, what you mean? Where at? Send a link.
Matter of fact, I'd rather use my $1,000 to put it on his books. So I'm gonna just wait till the guilty verdict come, and I'm gonna put the $1,000 right on his books so he could buy himself a razor to shave his head so the kufi could go on.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie though. Yo, they said Jam is in the courtroom having stare downs with Durk. And they
nigga, he knew Durk was a bitch, nigga. He just said it.
Nah, it's not sick. This is
Didn't Brian still say, yo, you called Durk a hoe?
Nah, 6. Well, you was in court, nigga. You was not staring nobody down. Jam is different, nigga. They said Jam in there. Jam keeps looking at Durk like, what's up, nigga? Like Jam looking at Durk like he hoping Durk say something.
We got problems. Bro, I don't think you understand. You keep thinking this is a game. Like Durk is a nobody.
What I'm saying is he's mean mugging Durk, but they say Durk mean mugging back too.
Nigga, because Durk is ass.
Man.
You the only one that believe this nigga. The news don't even believe this nigga. That's why they ain't even reporting it.
Nah. Allegedly, there's the story of like the shooting in Georgia. They said Durk got in the car and shot at Quando himself. Nigga, that's
allegedly.
Nigga, but if that's true, like Durk, one of the top.
He's going to jail. So it's like I said in my thing. It's like I said in my thing in my video. I said, yo, people. It's on the docket, on-court docket, where they say, yo, Durk says 6ix9ine is making fun of me. We not doing nothing. But then they like, 6ix9ine, you really stupid to think that he slipped because he was been gonna slide. So now my response is, I go tell Brian Steele that.
Now, I ain't gonna lie to you, unfortunately, and I hate to gas you up, based on what they're putting in court, they kind of say you played a factor, bro. I hate that. I hate that's even a thing, bro. Yo, they said at the meeting where he said, yo, the nigga who killed Quando gonna be straight for life. He said right before that, he brought up 6ix9ine trolling him about Sly for Vaughn, bro.
I put the docket in my video. That's actual court docket.
Right, that's fucked up, bro. Hold on. All right, could you admit though, if Durk really did slide himself and shot it, like allegedly, and shot at Quando himself, he's top 5 street nigga of all time, even if he go down. Let's be honest.
Bro, that did not happen. Y'all want to go look at the shit that didn't happen and say, oh, he did that, and then the shit that he did do, which is go send these niggas to LA, is like allegedly. Allegedly. Y'all just want to count the shit that make him look good and the shit that make him look bad. Be like, nah, we don't want to count that. Right?
Man, we gotta just say he deserves some credit though, man.
Nah, man, ain't no credit. You gotta earn this credit. You gotta remember what Donald Trump said. The president of the United States, your president, my president, all the niggas in the chat president. That's our president. He said, "Yo, bro, you're not a hero because you got caught." Remember when he said that?
Nah, that was fucked up. He said that about what's the dude that died? He was a prisoner of war. He's like,
Brian McCain, some shit like that. John McCain.
He's like, everybody keeps saying this nigga's a hero. How you a hero when he got caught? That was crazy. Yo, that was nah. Trump was wild, bro. Yo, Hey yo, you know they're gonna make a movie about this shit. If they make a movie about this shit, who you would want to play you in the movie? You think you'd make the movie?
The movie, they not gonna. My case was bigger than Durk. They not making a Durk movie.
They're making a movie about your case too.
Ooh.
Nigga, if you think that, like, in history, niggas is not gonna make a movie about that, like, closely associated type shit.
Oh yeah, they are, but they thought I would have been dead by now. That's why they not making it, cause they don't want me to come out and be like that didn't happen. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yo, the movie can't sell too good when you still popping shit. Like, yo.
Yeah.
The movie got to end like Frank Lucas, like on some shit like that.
Yeah, they want me dead. They don't want nobody. They want to be like, oh, let's make this nigga paint out to be the worst human being, and he gets killed off at the end. You know what I mean? By a nigga, a 7-year-old, and like The Wire, like when.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. They probably have mad movies written about you, but they're like, yo, bro, he's still popping it like it's the beginning of the movie. Let's wait till he get out of here first. We need him out of here. Like, yo.
You don't think I know that?
Yo, you know what they're saying? Yo, bro, when is the life imprisonment coming? We need to put the movie out.
Yeah, bro. I know that.
Now, they can't put the movie out while you still, like, doing your thing. Yeah, that is true.
I know that.
Like, if Durk beat the case, no movie. If Durk go to jail for life,
I know that for sure.
If Durk go to jail for life, they'd be like, all right, let's look at the actors right now. Damn. Yo, you heard that Doody Low was co-conspirator number 4?
Nigga, I didn't even make my Doody Low video yet, bro. I swear. My Doody Low video, I said...
Doody Low video.
I'm making it. I'm gonna make it. Nigga, this the reason. That's the hood. That's the norm. Yo, listen to me. Don't ignore it. That's the norm. That's the norm. Y'all want me to say, no, that's regular. When Doody Low went for that hug to India, right? Answer me this. If Durk was standing right next to India and they was both walking, would Doody Low walk with his hands wide open like that?
Bro, it's like how you would hug somebody's mom, like, you know, she's going
Just
through
say
it.
yes or no. Just say yes or no.
If Durk was there?
If Durk was standing right there and it was him and India was holding hands walking to the black truck, would Doody Low go in for that hug? Yes or no?
Now, he answered that. He said that's his sis, though. That's his sis.
Yo, bro, I'm saying, answer the question.
Yo, you be having some chicks that be like your sis, nigga. That's how you hug them, bro. Stop it, bro.
But you still haven't answered the question. If Durk was standing right there, would he do that?
He probably wouldn't. He would dap up Durk first. They would do the handshake. The
handshake, and then he'll go for that 2-arm hug, hands in the sky.
Ball, 2 strikes on bats. Here comes Anderson.
I don't know.
Exactly, no. So
he was trying to
console that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, and then, bro, it's just wild. But like I said, when that verdict come, yo, look at my alligator from here. Look at that big ripple he's doing in the water. Look. Look, hold on. Look, you see him? That big ripple?
Yeah. Yo, who you respect more? Durk, Jam, or Vonnie?
I'm not gonna lie, respect.
Yo, they said that nigga Vonnie. Yo, they said he was in the ward off fucking a bitch. The feds busted in, right? And they told that nigga, hey yo, nigga, you're going to jail for life because we got you as the kingpin unless you could tell us another kingpin. They said 2 hours later, Vonnie was like, you ever heard about Smirk? Yo, nigga, that is crazy, nigga. Nigga, they said
that sound good to me. That sound like music to my ears.
Nah, man, that's crazy, bro. Like, yo, so you don't subscribe to that theory that be like, yo, bro, how could you tell on Smirk he gave you $50K?
Bro, how can y'all backdoor 6 times? He took care of all y'all niggas. How about that one? Huh?
Man, I mean, no. Well, I don't think people are doubting you right now. I think they're trying to figure out because, like, supposedly everybody was supposed to be different from you. So, like, this was like peak loyalty. You got out that jam. I gave you 50. You know what I mean? Yo, you know I realized
who paid Shotty lawyer? Remember when he got locked up in Jersey for the gun charge? $75,000 cash. I never got that back.
You ain't pay that, did you?
Come on, come on. This is public knowledge.
Hey, yo, you know what's crazy? And this is how I know that Jam was broke. Yo, chat, look, chat, I'm gonna show you something. This is how I know Jam was broke right now. Look, go to OTF Booney Mo page. Just go to his Instagram page, chat, right? I'm gonna show you how I know that nigga was broke. It's funny because the fans probably they probably figured this shit out in 20 seconds. When you go to Booney Mo page, look through his highlights. This is OTF Booney Mo, the nigga they mention a lot. The nigga who actually called Jam for the hit. When you click, just click on the second highlight. It says Jet Life. When you click on that, you see Smirk on the plane. You see Smirk on the plane, right? He turning up. Okay, they show Duty Low. Okay? And they about to show Jam. You see Jam right there? Yo, Chad, tell me how he got on the same shoes on the jet that he did the murder in later on. He got one shoes, nigga. Once he got out, Durk gave him some money. He got one shoes. He wore that shit to everywhere. He wore it to the murder, to In and Out, on the jet, everywhere, nigga. Look, you finna see right here. He wore them shoes everywhere, gang.
Yeah, but bro, not even broke people. But I'm not saying he not broke, but I'm just saying every hood nigga wear a fit for like a week.
Nah, man, but you can't. I mean, maybe true. Maybe true. Yeah, he got the same shoes on even on the jet, chat.
Yeah, bro, come on, like we know this.
Yo, yeah, Jam, it's crazy. But pull like this. If you got one particular shoes you wear everywhere, nigga, at least switch it up and wear some wear some different shit to the fucking the drill, bro. Nah, I told you, chat. Oh, somebody said that's his lucky shoes. Hell nah, nigga.
Look.
That's an alligator joint?
Yes, him.
Wait, isn't that a turtle right next to it?
Yeah, they chilling. That's his brother.
You don't eat the turtle?
No, nigga, that's like Jam and Durk.
Yo, stop playing, nigga. Nah.
Do you think Dodgers gonna beat the Tigers? I don't even know.
Somebody said, did he do the drill in Pradas? Nigga, yes. Bro, they said Booty Mo called him, say, yo, get on the flight to LA. He ain't bring no luggage, nigga. He wore his lucky shoes. He don't know if he going out to fuck bitches or he doing a drill, nigga. He wore his lucky Pradas, nigga. Next thing he look.
Man, I fell down to my knees when the law came.
Man, I feel bad for Big Durk, man. I praying for the family of Didi.
That nigga's a fake Muslim.
Nah. He been a Muslim.
Huh?
Wait, why'd you make that video about fake Muslims? Who's a fake Muslim? I think you trying to attack Durk, but like...
Nigga, all of them, bro. Yo, bro. Stop it, bro.
Okay.
I know you a fan of them, bro.
No.
What
What you mean?
can't do that.
You mean all of them? Like, I know what you think about Durk, but like...
Like, all these hood niggas that go to jail, they don't even practice, they don't even read the Quran. Ask them if they read the Quran. Ask them, bro, you know, as a Muslim man, you know Habib, you're not even supposed to shake a woman's hand. That's not your woman. You know that, right? Remember at the World Cup with Khabib and Speed and all them niggas was talking to the woman and they didn't even get next to the girl. They couldn't even shake her hand. Like, if you want, you know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. These niggas don't practice Islam, nigga. They do that shit for clout.
Hey, I felt bad when you was like, why you start random beef with Gilly, man?
Nigga, Gilly's a bum, nigga. That like his brother started crying and telling Durk and them, yo, y'all gonna be, don't chase that murder. I know it hurts. Don't chase that murder.
That was a good message.
But y'all gonna go to jail. And what Gilly says, shut that soft shit up. What he said?
Nah, he didn't say that. Did he? No, he.
What he say, nigga?
I don't remember that part. All I remember is Wallow crying and saying,
pull it up.
Did Gilly say something?
So you can actually pick up a little something in your peripheral vision from what rip you might have.
He's hiding the ball to release.
Cries. Wow.
Okay, here we go.
He wasn't too cool. Stop getting around motherfucking your homie that's rapping and making him happen and stop thinking you him. Because I'm tired of you, man. My situation was different.
Here we go.
Big brothers, environment don't allow you. You ain't got the shot. And you don't have it. In that ghetto, you just don't have what you seeing, man. That exposure would change it. You ain't never get a chance to get another fucking life, man. You never got a shot. So I understand, man. But if you can see, try to look outside of this shit, because the world is motherfucking waiting for y'all, man. It's a real world that's waiting for y'all. And you know what I mean? And on some real shit, we racing each other. There's something waiting for you. And I don't give a fuck what you going through right now, little homies. You bigger than what you going through, nigga. If you on them perks, you fucked up, shit ain't living condition, what the fuck on? Because I'm telling you, man, I can name 20, 30 niggas and my homies is dead.
Yeah, I'm saying. But 2 things we served our food the shit out my man.
Know what the fuck you could do good. Like you gonna motherfuckers that ever walked the planet Earth. These young black brothers in the ghetto don't fear nothing. So when you switch that shit and you do an energy transfer, it's over. Y'all nigga ever wake up, it's over, man. Watch. I'm telling you, niggas gonna wake up. It's gonna happen.
And see, for Wallow, right? He always talked to me and he like, cuz you just don't understand how many young niggas I used to see come through that motherfucker.
Yeah, he ain't saying like, nah, fuck that shit.
Fucking jail, man. Young niggas who just like this that moment, so.
When y'all get the motherfucking Airbnbs, instead of getting a hotel, y'all get an Airbnb. Everybody can break that money down, and you can take your flex pictures in there. You shut the game down. Huh?
And I just want to say this.
Because you know one thing about it, your music be having hang time. I'm going to say this.
Yeah, nah, they did an interview with him, but I don't think they were putting out a bad image still, man. Shout out to Gillian Wallow, man. And you know,
fuck them niggas.
But they never did nothing to you, though.
Fuck them niggas. I don't support one-sided media. That's why I fuck with you. Be honest. Would you fuck with me if I told you, nah, don't post this? Would you fuck with me if I said, don't fuck with this thing? Would you fuck with me? Be honest.
Nah, but
exactly.
How
so
you
my
feel
thing is,
one-sided? How you feel
I don't like one-sided media, bro. I don't like that.
Like, okay. How do you feel they were one-sided though? I don't think that I remember them talking.
You know they one-sided.
I know they didn't give you an interview. I know they didn't, or
no, they didn't wanna get walked down. It's a difference. It's a difference. You know that. Hold on.
Yeah, but how do you think that's one-sided?
Because, nigga, they know in the streets, I was trying to tell the streets, there's no loyalty in this shit, bro. It don't matter how good you take care of these niggas, right? 5 years ago. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I ain't gonna lie. I think the death of his son, you know, obviously, I think there's partly entertainment when, like, he's doing an interview, and then the death of his son, you know, that's a tough subject, bro. You know, his son was in Philly, and supposedly his son wasn't even really into shit like that. You get what I'm saying? It was like some random shit that happened, like wrong place, wrong time. You know, so you know, I feel for him. Hey, yo, don't you see hip hop changing though? Like, I don't think none of these guys still dislike you. I think these guys, honestly, like maybe back then they wouldn't sit down with you. Like we see what's going on now. I think they would definitely have a conversation with you. We see Big Bang have a conversation with you. So I feel like you judging them off of like, you know, some old shit.
Okay. You said what?
I said I feel like you judging them off some old shit. I feel like hip hop these days, we seen Big Bang sit down with you. Like I think back then, 2020, like niggas felt they had to be a real nigga and not like actually give you a platform. I think now it's like, man, that shit is like stupid now. Like everybody's getting proven wrong and looking like hypocrites and shit like that. So I think Gillian Wallow would sit down with you. You feel what I'm saying? I think back then, bro, yeah, you remember back then when you just got out of jail, they acted like you were the only person that have ever cooperated and the only person that ever would. And in the next 6 years, turned out to be, we seen at least 5 rappers like every year. Nigga, in reality, the shit that just kind of happened with you is because you were first.
60 pitches.
I was definitely not first.
No, but it was like major. Like, you know what I mean? Like other niggas.
No. I was the first Spanish nigga to do it, and they try to throw it off the black niggas. That's what it was. The TIs and them niggas that they like, yo, look, damn, this is why we don't let these niggas in the game. You know what I mean? And then when they started, black niggas started telling they Gunna, all these niggas, they like, damn, like,
yeah, I ain't gonna
fuck double play.
Yeah, the T.I. shit was a little crazy, but you know how to go.
As you said, head shaking, but
I forgot that T.I. skated with all that, you know?
Go for, don't score.
You said what?
I forgot T.I. skated with all that.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm Yeah, well, so what happened today? That's it? This nigga Jam off the stand?
Yeah, Jam off the stand. Basically, they try to expose him as being just a selfish nigga who don't stand for nothing. He said that like he was he said he was kind of like feeling on his conscience, and that's why he told her whatever, and they said, nigga, you killed a nigga in 2010. How come it didn't feel on your conscience then? And it would be like, yo, if you talking about you care about other people and Lil Pop was innocent and they sent you on a dummy mission, why a couple weeks before the trial you dropped the location, told my niggas could come see you, but it wasn't where you was at. You dropped your sister's location, and you told your sister, because you were mad at her over like your kid, you told your sister like you would shoot her daughter in the head. So I thought Brian still did okay, but Vonnie about to come up on the stand now.
Yeah, Don just sent me that shit.
Yeah.
The OTF Jam shit.
Yeah, but yo, watch that shit, and I'm gonna go react to some Trap Lil Raw shit.
I bet.
Right. Man, I feel bad for India, bro. Man, this is good times, bro. This is good times.
This probably is the location. It's probably.
We're not. You guys can wait up top, and we'll call you guys down right now.
It's her turn. My turn next.
My what? No, it's not. This is just a regular day night. Nari? No.
I think this is gonna be one of the scariest movies I've seen in my life.
You didn't see the non-preview?
Yeah, but no, that one like on some. That's just like.
That was like last minute too, like it.
No, that's like they.
Yeah.
Oh, is it muted or something? Nah, I ain't gonna lie, man. Shout out to India, man. Man, she ain't dropped a video in 2 years, man. 2 years ago, she dropped Durk's birthday vlog. I think this is when they did the United Center tape.
You know, you gotta get out of here.
Lifting weights.
Who's tired?
Drinking coffee.
Huh?
I said I just Uber's hair right here.
I thought that's what you and Bass was doing.
Alright, y'all. We tired.
I told Bass stop drinking all that muscle milk.
I'm talking every time I see him.
Damn, man. Gotta go from this to that, man.
That's what they have berries in it, strawberries in it. Have a good day. All right.
Nah, we need an India, bro. Get yourself an India. She shoot for you. She take care of you. Look like she a good mom.
Wet because it rained. We were very dirty and wet because it rained, so we came home and took a shower, and now we about to have lunch. Also, it's so unfortunate because we were supposed to have dinner tonight, but since there's a storm coming, we can't have dinner tonight. They're closing down on that, and then tomorrow we're supposed to go to
Chill, smirk.
But I still would have liked him to enjoy himself, so I am kind of upset about
Dirk eyes is big as shit, yo.
that. But but yeah, we just showered, so now we have to go upstairs. Oh, I smell so good, babe. Huh?
I say that's it, yeah. That's 40 kick it in.
Yeah, cheating.
Damn. That's fucked up, man.
I'm trying to figure out. Hold on, it's on mute. Let me just.
Hold on, you didn't you get a trap out like one of the boxing match or some shit like that?
Say it again.
Didn't you get a trap out like an Aiden Ross boxing match or something
Yeah,
like that?
yeah,
that was your ass. Okay,
yeah,
I was like, I knew that name sounded familiar. I was like, hold on, that shit sounds familiar.
Chat, can you hear us now?
I knew it sounded familiar, bro.
Chat, can you hear us now or no?
Shout out Aiden Ross though.
Oh, we good. Huh?
Shout out Aiden Ross. Even though he mad at you, man.
Nah, he not mad. It was some miscommunication.
Okay. Yo, ass was out there waiting all night. I was like, nigga, this nigga's gonna go there to stay there till the next day.
Yo, that's crazy that you seen that. You talking about when I was outside?
The clip, yeah, it was on Twitter.
Hell yeah. But what was I gonna say? Damn. So when they let Traplo Ross walk in with his fucking Ray-Bans, they didn't let you.
I don't know what Trap Ross had on. I don't know
they
if
said he had the
Ray-Ban.
metas and he was recording or something.
I don't think he got metas though. He got like some. Yeah, Trap Ross is a very interesting individual.
Yeah.
He got different shit than everybody else got shit in America. So I don't know if he got Ray-Bans. His glasses are just weird.
Okay.
Yeah, he got some different type of glasses.
It's your boy crazy. Big Zoo, man. THF Zoo.
Sometime in November. We won't gonna put a date.
Man, threat for sure.
Yeah.
What is it like a year? Bro just beat his body, so he like, you know, he was really up under the radar too, like how I was when I was fighting my legal situations and shit. You know what I'm saying? I finally just got off the ban a month ago. I've been on house arrest for 4 years.
So you can move around freely now.
So yes, that's why I'm telling you it's on the flow with us, man. You hear me? Like I ain't been able to be around my brothers for real, and be like in the limelight and be able to network and stand on top of real business. So now it's on the flow. Like I don't want to talk or listen. You hear me? It's up there.
Man, for both of y'all, how does that feel to kind of have like that burden lifted off your shoulders now?
Wonderful,
like
man.
A second chance, you know how that goes, man. Come from under that,
it's meant to be, man. Like I told you, man. I'm saying a lot of people get lost in the system, man. Bro, really, actually, we was fighting our bodies at the same time. You know what I'm saying? We matter of fact, we got it. Man, Diddy both called our bodies. Well, we didn't catch him at the same time, but we went into the county jail to, you know what I'm saying, to fight our case the same exact day.
We was proven innocent.
We proved our innocence, but we walked in the county on a new, went to bond court, all that shit the same day. You feel me? 3 months after we was in that motherfucker, end up laying on deck with each other, living with each other. You feel me? So we bid it together, our whole bid. You know, I sat in that bitch 4.5, but you was in there like 5.
6.
Yeah, he said, you know what I'm saying, he said a little longer, beat this shit at trial, you know what I'm saying? I went to trial before him.
True.
But we both came.
That's no easy task right there, man.
You gotta be strong, man, to the net.
Yeah. You gotta be built for that shit, man. Got to be built for
Oh, my bad. I was trying to wait. How long was I muted for? Jesus. Anyway, they down there trolling Traplo Ross or something? Well, I just seen a video saying they like trolling him. Look, they said this. Oh, it was this guy that was interrupting Traplore?
Apparently, when Mimo went out to Savannah to go and film that music video that he filmed up there.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. Yeah, retake that video, pussy. Yeah, exactly. Basically. By the way, we're getting all the news now because I'm live. You're going to post that video. You're going to post that video. All my life, they been trying to bring me down. Trying to bring me down all this time. This rat trying to bring him down. Hey, all this time, Rap Boy Ross trying to bring me down. All my life, Rap Boy Rat trying to bring us down. No. Rap Boy Ross a bitch. Yes. Is Rap Boy Ross a journalist? No.
Nah, this is crazy.
He just reporting. He ain't no fucking reporter. He not a reporter. A reporter is neutral. Yeah, move around. Exactly. This is my spot. Move around. He ain't a reporter. A reporter is neutral. He choosing sides. A reporter is neutral. He choosing sides. Fuck you choosing sides for if you a reporter? Why the fuck you choosing sides? You ain't no reporter. Fuck you choosing sides and shit. Fucking snitch.
God damn, they heckling my boy like that out there?
Free Durk.
That apparently when Mimo went out to Savannah to...
Nah, that's crazy.
This guy, as a journalist, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to remain neutral. This guy says, I'm a journalist. This is journalism. And what is he doing? He trying to build a case against. Are you the fucking prosecution or are you a journalist? You got to pick one. Are you the prosecution or are you a journalist? Why are you trying to pin shit on Lil Durk? Why are you adding to the fucking case? No, you're just supposed to report on the case. Don't add to the case. Why are you choosing a side? Why is he betting his whole career on Lil Durk doing life in prison? That's called leeching. Yo, that's some fucked up shit. That's some
Alright, hold on. I think we got it.
Yo,
Mimo, what's good, nigga?
what's the word?
Man, why they talking about, they say you fucked up the drill in court, man. They said, man, the drill was, OTF Jam said they was ready to do the drill, and they said the Quando Rondo would be in heaven if you ain't go down there and fuck it up by giving away that y'all had the location, man. He said, they say you went to shoot a music video when they was trying to go down there to shoot some shit.
That was 5 years ago. Why it ain't happened since?
Man, I don't know, man. But that's what Jam said.
Jam was in jail, gang. That shit happened 5 years ago. Jam wasn't even around us. That's a really, he on that stand line. You need to look his stupid ass.
So wait, people gonna look that up. So you're saying that what he said is a lie. You when you went to shoot the music video, he wasn't even free.
He wasn't. That's what I'm telling y'all. Mistrial off back, he up that line like a motherfucker, boy.
God damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think he throw your name in the mix?
I don't know. I don't got nothing to do with that shit. I don't know why the fuck he saying my name.
Have people been hitting you up like, man, they got your name in federal court, man?
All day. He calls all day. You see, I just hung up on you. I ain't had a number saved. I ain't know who the fuck this was.
Shit, wait. Are they saying that? Like, wait, do they think that you gave the location, or I don't get what the. Like,
I don't know nothing about no locations. Nothing about nothing. I'm an artist. I do music. Oh, no grade.
I know when they hit you, you probably be like, man, y'all keep me out of that bullshit, man. Whatever.
You know that.
That nigga. Have you ever met Jam?
No, hell no. No, nobody. I ain't never met nobody.
I think Jam wants you to talk about him on YouTube. That's why.
That's all it is. It's cool. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit.
Did you hear the new video of Jam supposedly it's a leaked call where he says, "Yo, you know, he don't give a fuck what nobody think. He gonna come out and do his thing." And he
No, I just got back in the crib. I've been strolling past shit though, cause my son party tomorrow, so I've been out buying all this shit. I've been just strolling past shit. I just literally walked in the door when you called. Sit down and look at all this shit now.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna get on. You know I'm gonna get on their ass, bro. Give me a second. I just walked in the door.
Yeah, nah, I had to bring it to your attention, man. They just randomly threw you in there acting like, oh, yeah, we was going to handle it somewhere else, but Mimo fucked up the drop. He made him know.
Bro, he wasn't even out, gang. His ass wasn't out. He wasn't even around us around that time, bro. They run with anything. You see it, so many motherfuckers, oh, Mimo fucked up the drop. Y'all so damn goofy dude, that wasn't even out. And if that was the case, why not go back? Fuck me stopping you, shooting a video stop.
I think they're trying to say like them niggas moved around after that, probably.
Man, hell no, they are still being survived, gang.
Damn. Oh shit.
Fuck they going? Ducking shit.
Man, that's crazy.
Oh nah.
Hey, so Jim finally got off the stand, man. Like, what's your thought about
the fuck time? I told you I ain't see everything. I'm gonna go look at everything, man. I'm gonna call you, let you know.
All right, good.
Settle in.
Yeah, go check everything out and hit me back, brother. Yeah, Mimos, let me get the fuck off the phone, man. Nah, this is insane.
May 3rd, another on June 9th. Said was, if you catch one of them, fuck them up. That's basically what was kind of said after the fact, all right? After Von died, it was, if you catch one of them, fuck them up. So Brian Steele paused it. He said, this contradicted your statement. And Jam said, well, yes, but there's more to it than that. And then Brian said, there's always more to it with...
There's always more to it with
Brian basically said that there's always more to it with you, isn't there, sir? Right? And I'm pretty sure Jam responded and said that's untoward, or maybe I misheard it, but I was thinking that's a big word for him, because he don't know a bunch of other words, but it sounded like he was said, oh, that's untoward. Maybe it was uncalled for or something, right? But Brian Steele said, you denied the bounty. That contradicts your statement today. Jam said, yes. He said, you want to make it as bad for Durk as possible. And Jam said, you made it out like that was an easy thing to do. It's not. That's not the case. And then there was a break. Now, I think Jam was probably inferring that it was like, it took him a few interviews to really feel like he could be honest and tell everything, but it made him look bad, honestly. It sounded like he was caught in a lie. And Brian Steele was very careful to not let him talk for too long, because he probably would have given context and explained why he had not mentioned it in that interview. So that was super interesting, all right? After that, all right, he basically went on to say, explain who Slutty was. He basically said that was T-Roy's brother. All the BDs knew Slutty. He was asked the relationship. He said we was cool, friendly, and close. He was asked, you lost touch with certain people. Were you still a close, certain people? Was it still a close friend? Jam said, I was shown the video. I was told DJ Bands was there at the shooting. Brian Steele said, during the murder of Von, Slutty was murdered. So who do you hold at fault? You hold at fault Quando or Lil Tim for Slutty's murder? He said, yes. He said, you told jurors that you might murder them.
All right. I heard Boosie is upset at me. Let's see what Boosie said, man. Man.
Ever since I had my situation with Vlad, you've been coming for me, bro. Like, I ain't never said nothing about you, but you've been coming for me. You've been on my dick ever since this shit happened with Vlad. And I know Vlad your boy, because Vlad had told me DJ Akademiks, that's my boy. We talk, we fuck with each other, bro. You just ever since everything that happens with me, you just been coming for me, bro. Like,
all right, let me stop. Yo, you know the thing with Boosie? Boosie's like our lovable uncle that because we love him, like he's cool. Like Boosie's just a cool uncle, right? But Boosie's the uncle that we love, and he be wrong all the time, but because we love him, we don't even tell him he wrong. And that's why he think that I'm coming for him, right? That's why I think he think I'm coming for him. There's been mad situations I've agreed with Boosie, okay? With the Vlad stuff, maybe partially like because I'm cool with Vlad, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't pay people for interviews. Vlad was paying this man $25,000. If it wasn't Boosie and somebody else, I'd say the same thing, bro. Nigga, why'd you cancel why'd you cancel a $250,000 a year situation to do interviews with random people for free? If you claim that you were cool with Vlad, how he did what he did, to me, it doesn't make sense that you outprice yourself out of a market that there is no more offers from. But I don't care about the interviews. Do probably fans, and even me, do we miss your interviews? Cool. But if you don't want to do it, I'm not mad at you for that. I just think in that situation, I think he was silly. This Rod Wave situation, and this is what I'm saying, Boosie's our cool uncle, that because he cool, we supposed to agree to all the wrong shit he's saying. Boosie, I would say the same thing to you if Ja Rule said it. Boosie, I know how the music business works. When somebody sample a song, they got to get it cleared. Okay? People gonna get paid from it. You got the master side and you got the publishing side. If you're saying you're getting pennies on the dollar, even if you didn't own the master of the song, if you owned your publishing share of the song, you would still get some decent compensation. But you said it yourself, Boosie. You said you own a little bit of that. That's why you barely get paid. So here's my thing. You did a bad deal. Like many older artists who didn't understand their intellectual property rights, they're in bad deals. Now, if you had said, Rod Wave, just stop sampling my music, I wouldn't even be mad at that. But what you're saying is that you want the man to pay for the car twice just to be a real nigga. Him paying you doesn't mean he ain't gonna pay the people who own your shit. So most likely it appears you don't own the master to those records. And your publishing share on those records, you probably have sold some percentage of it for money up front. Remember when Vlad was talking about you? When he started talking about your pockets and how you didn't invest, I cut him off. I said, bro, we shouldn't talk about a man's, financial. Like if Boosie want to build houses instead of invest, let that man do him. I'm the one who defended you on that. But here's the thing, and that's why I said this, I'm not getting at you about a money situation, even though that's the heart of your concern with Rod Wave. But put it like this. For whatever reason, why you don't own the majority of publishing on these records and you don't own the masters, is just the equivalent to me as you saying, I want to build houses and not invest. That's your business. So you don't own these records. You're an OG in the game and people like you. You're always going to be likable. This is why it pains me that you really think that I'm riding on a Vlad-like thing. Boosie, let me remind you, before this happened, remember when you were on everybody, you were tagging everybody. You used to be like, Mark Zuckerberg, like I forgot how you used to say his name, right when you got banned. And you made a public outcry. You said, man, all these people in hip-hop, I made an independent movie. Let's see who gonna post it. You wanted Drake to post it. You asked everybody in the game. Boosie, who DM'd you? And I said, Boosie, you know I got you. You hit us with the same shit that you do a lot, which I'm not mad at. You was like, yo, we black people, we gotta support. This is independent shit. And I said, Boosie, I got you. I posted it up. A lot of artists didn't post it up, but I posted it up. This idea that people hate you is that not in every situation people think you're right. Now, I get it. There's probably a part of me that agrees with you if you're saying, yo, Ak, why you jumping in my business? Man, I'm trying to get my money off of this nigga. Because if you ask me, I don't think the nigga owe you a dime. I think he was being hospitable offering you $100K. Supposedly you asked for $200K and a back-end cut, which was $25K. But I guess the point, what I'm trying to say to Boosie, and obviously I would know I respond to a lot of people, but as much as Boosie think I'm like, I hate him because of Vlad. Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. I could never hate you because of Vlad. Bro, with all due respect to you, Boosie, Vlad is doing better since you left. He saved $25K, And all the people you didn't like, he's doing shit with them more. Charleston White's on there. Charleston White does more views than all of y'all, respectfully. You know, you think Vlad is going to sleep upset? No. Vlad is about the bag. So I wouldn't carry on a beef for Vlad when I know Vlad is a happier man. He got to pay less money and he's getting more. Vlad is a bottom line nigga. He's not mad. So I have zero beef with Boosie because of that. But Boosie, we gotta, like, you know, again, let me bring up another situation which I commented on. Okay? I said I understood your beef with the lobbyist company that you paid $600,000 for to secure a pardon. Okay? You said you want to have your money back. They said they're not going to, whatever. It looks like they might have been doing some finessing. Who knows? I was one of the people that, you know, some people were saying, dog, you paid for a bribe. And people thought you did something wrong. I defended you on that. I said, no. He paid a lobbyist. That's how things work in America. Now, I couldn't get your side on the fact that, hey, you can't pay for a guaranteed result because you can't buy a pardon. But I did agree with you that if they said that on a particular date, they couldn't get you the pardon, they should give you half your money back. This idea, yo, Boosie, I'm telling you. And if this is how you are, I can see why it's difficult to be a friend. Because you know niggas like you. Pause. Like, you know you're a likable person. We all call you Unc. We all like you. Maybe you got some street beef, but everybody likes you. But you use that and misuse that because you want us to agree with you on everything you say, even when niggas objectively look at it and say, bro, you're wrong. Or they just disagree. I'll let it go.
I mean, you just being a bitch ass nigga. Like, I thought you only comment really and focus on really women shit. That's what you known for you to be to fuck with. Go at women and, you know, artists too, but mostly women, bro. You just, ever since this Vlad shit, bro, you just been a Boosie hater, bro. Like, you trying to be a part of this shit, like you trying to be a Boosie hater, bro, you know? And it's just like, I mean, I don't mention Vlad, bro. Like, it seems like you hurt. Seems like you hurt about this. Like, you really in your feelings that I'm not on Vlad TV no more, bro.
Boosie, nobody cares. I'm telling you. Yeah, Boosie, listen, this is another thing I think, hold on. This is another thing we got to let Boosie know. You see, because Boosie's the cool uncle, I think we're not telling Boosie the truth. Yo, Boosie, you're a great artist. I'm going to call you just a hip-hop legend. But when it comes to entertainment on YouTube and on a microphone, I don't know what and who have gassed you up. Charleston White laps you. You know how many times Charleston White should have got canceled? He talked about everybody dead kids, everybody dead mama. The nigga is drop dead entertaining. He's replaced you on Vlad TV. There's nobody here like, oh my God, when's Boosie coming back? Boosie, I think that's where you're getting ahead of yourself, brother. I'm not missing you. You think that I don't, when Vlad get money, I don't get no money. I don't care. But I got to kill that delusion in your mind that you think you're like the top of the tier of entertainment when it comes to like interviews. Now, there is a bunch of people that do. I see people in my chat. Some people said, no, we do like Boosie. But that's, shit, Boosie, you could do your own thing on your we don't care if you're on Vlad. I don't care if you're on Vlad. It's interesting how you're making these parallels. And have I enjoyed your interview? Yeah. But Boosie, you know I've never asked you for an interview, right? I've never asked you for an interview. I've never asked you for an interview. If you think that highly of yourself, ask yourself why. Nigga, I think I do more by myself than I do with you. I'm sorry, I'm not Vlad. You could pop it on Vlad. But you know why niggas don't come to me with money? They don't ask me about, no nigga could be like, oh, yo, you got to pay me this. Nigga, I would laugh him out the building. because I think my voice bigger than theirs, including yours, nigga. You ever, if you could show me asking you for an interview, nigga, I don't really care about none of y'all niggas having an interview. Whether on Vlad and definitely not on my shit. Now I get on this shit, one mic, one heart, nigga. I'm popping it. So this idea you think I'm mad about an interview, the nigga who was killing the game without an interview, nigga, I got my whole studio. I pay like 15 bands a month for. I do not even go there. Because I don't even want to sit with artists. Every time an artist give me a schedule, I'm like, if it's not an off day for me streaming, I'm like, damn, I got to go alter my stream schedule. I don't even want to interview you niggas. I don't think y'all that entertaining. Vlad likes interviewing y'all. The niggas who just sit here and talk to the camera, nigga, what the fuck? Half of them, they seen me do that shit. Nigga, I do not care about interviewing you, nobody. The fuck is Boosie gonna tell me, nigga? Boosie ain't smarter than me. I don't think Boosie more entertaining than me. Nigga, I've ran up almost 2 billion views myself. Nigga, what the fuck? That's Vlad's method, my nigga. That's Vlad's method. I'm not the Breakfast Club. I'm not the Joe Budden podcast. Nigga, I use one voice, billions of views. I've always been that. I do not give a fuck about y'all interviews. Listen, when Vlad told me he was paying you, I laughed. I'm like, Vlad, you paying these niggas? Nigga, I'm not paying none of y'all niggas, nigga. The fuck? One voice, one heart, one beat, and one fucking chat, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you got going on. So I don't know why you keep acting like I'm standing up for Vlad. Nigga, I'm the one who told Vlad, yo, Vlad, these niggas is pimping you at this point. You got to start putting your own face on the fucking camera. You got these niggas treating you like an ATM. Nigga, who's treating me like an ATM? Who? Man, when y'all niggas need some promo, I'm going to get the platform. How many people we got watching right now? We got 35,000 people watching. When y'all need the platform, when y'all need to sit next to me, come holler at me. For free. Nigga, we ain't paying you niggas nothing. I could pop it like that. Nigga, I'm not Vlad, nigga. Vlad got to pay y'all niggas, I guess. I told him he don't even have to. Nigga, you didn't realize he kind of stopped? Vlad is hitting y'all with the reverse shit now. Like, yo, man, we doing swaps. The moment I heard Boosie charges for interview, I was good off ever interviewing Boosie. Somebody say cheap? Nigga ain't no cheap. My biggest episodes is when I ain't sitting next to a nigga. The fuck am I gonna pay a nigga for? You crazy? That's me though. Not everybody's me. That's me. I started my career trying to chase interviews. That was a bad thing for me. It just never worked. What I blew up off is one man, one heart, one mic, one chat. I don't give a fuck about a feature. I don't care about a collab. I don't care about none of that. So, with all due respect to Boosie, if you think I'm playing the politics with you and the Vlad shit, I'm not trying to hate on y'all getting money neither. But that's Vlad business. I mean, I don't give a fuck what. Nigga, when Vlad told me a long time ago he was paying you like 20 bands, I was like, what? So, yeah, Boosie want to raise. I'm like, nigga, do you, man. You know how many times I'm talking to Vlad? There's niggas that do my shit for free. They're going to do it for free for me. They either going to do it for free for me or they ain't going to do it. They go, and then I'll talk to Vlad. Vlad be like, yo, I see you was there. Do you have to pay him? Vlad, are you fucking stupid? I'm not paying these niggas. The fuck are you talking about? Vlad's like, yeah, I just paid him 10 bands. All right, good. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. So, again, I'm only just let Boosie know that because, like, he keeps saying this like I'm trying to, nigga, I don't care to meddle in your business of charging niggas for interviews. Niggas don't charge me for interviews. Point blank, period. That's not my business. So, what you and Vlad got going on, nigga, I only commented that you tricked yourself out of position because ain't nobody else paying you that. If you got one other nigga to pay you that, like, all right, that's a smart business move. That's my only comment on it. I don't care if you do interviews with Vlad like that. So, I just want to let Boosie know that's not my business. My business model is what I'm doing right here, my nigga. I just need a $400 mic, internet connection, which be bad, and I just need my chat. That's it, man. I love you though, Boosie. Anyway, yo, are they done with court yet, bro? Like, Boosie can't take no, like, oh no, he's not, he can't take no, like, criticism from me. But I'm not even giving him harsh criticism. Yo, that criticism with the Rod Wave shit, bro, it applies to all of these older acts. They don't own their music. You know what I thought would have came from that? These artists need to have a real discussion with themselves. You know how many of these artists who are still touring at 70? You know why they touring at 70, my nigga? They touring at 70. Shit. They touring at 70 because they don't own none of the music. So they got to keep performing. It's like a carousel. It's like a carousel, you know? So, Boosie, I love you, bro, but please stop, you know, like, I get it. You probably don't agree with my opinion on that. And also, it's not because I fuck with Rod Wave. I thought it was a situation where Rod Wave was, like, bullying you. Because that happens, too. Like, in the music, there's a leverage game. Yo, you're not making no money from these old-ass songs. You kind of need me to sample it. Let me try to bully you on your percentages. Let me try to bully you on the business end of what the music business is. We hearing Boosie just say some dumb shit. Boosie literally just said, yeah, I know I don't own the shit, but be a real nigga. Like, what the fuck? Yo, I know I don't own the music. And to me, that's where the conversation should start. Wait, why don't you own the music? Maybe you should have some educating conversations to other artists who are older, who signed these publishing deals that were bad back in the day, or even, you know, either they never had their masters or whatever, and try to figure out how these artists, because again, the hip-hop game is all about sampling. They always gonna want to sample you, Boosie. So what you gonna do? You gonna try to, when you 70, you gonna hit up the new young artists that want to sample you and be like, bro, you ain't gonna break me up, bro. You ain't gonna break me up, bro. You ain't gonna be a real nigga. Bro, how about you figure out how to get your business and work it back in order? Like, there's mad different things you could do. You ain't see Taylor Swift do it? Nigga, you could re-record your records. You could do whatever. You got, the people want to rock with you, but the people don't want to rock with you if you just gonna act like you oblivious to actual business and hit up artist by artist, talking about, man, break me off, bro. That's not gonna work. You know what Taylor Swift did when they wouldn't give her shit back? I bet. Let me wait till the copyrights is expiring. I'm about to re-record them shits, and I'm gonna tell all my people, don't rock with the old shit. Bro, there's mad shit you could do. You could let, we seen what Dave Chappelle did when Dave was trying to play him out of the, he signed, we called it a bad deal, but niggas said he knew what deal he was signing. But with the Chappelle show, and niggas put that shit on Netflix. That nigga used his leverage and reworked a situation where he got at least some ownership of what he got going on. They actually returned the shit to him. You pulling up on Rod Wave on some, nah, bro, like, be a real nigga. Like, you sampled me mad times now. He's paying homage to you by sampling you, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know if I would want to sample you if I got to pay twice for the same thing. If I got to hit 2 cash registers before I leave with the Jordans, I think I might pass. That's why I said, if you had said, yo, Rod, man, stop sampling my shit. Please stop sampling my shit. I think, shit, you the artist. I think that would be valid. But you asking to get paid, you asking him to pay twice. Because the money you getting from him, he's not getting compensated by the people who own your music. The people who own your music, they're getting their money. Whatever deal they did with you, they're like, nigga, we got it on black and white. We own this shit. Boosie don't know what he talking about. We own all these projects. We own this part of his publishing. This is how it's getting done. And when we think about this, and you know, again, I know, like, we fuck with Boosie so much, we ain't never really want to, we understand, like, he's the unk to us. We don't want to get too much in his business. But then we kind of even get to, like, bro, we get into a situation where we see Boosie kind of do this a lot, right? He always got a situation where it's like something like that. It's always a situation. Young Blue, it's like it's always another situation. And at some point, I'm like, you know, obviously these are public things. It's not like we going out to our way to look for it. But he can't expect niggas to, like, not, like, at least, just tell the truth and be like, yo, bro, I'm gonna be honest, Boosie, we love you and everything, but you gotta get your business in order, bro. I'm sorry, bro. You gotta get your business in order. All right, man. Okay, this should be out of court shortly.
If you didn't murder, if you don't murder them, you'd feel bad. He said, did you feel bad about Slutty's murder? Oh, sorry, if you don't have a connection with them, you don't feel bad. He basically was sort of bringing up the point. It's like, you didn't think that Von's murder needed avenging, but you thinking that, what was that? Oh. You thinking that You thinking the cat just hopped up on the desk in a weird way.
All right, come on.
In jail, I'm not watching the time. Brian said, you were getting ready for this meeting. You knew what was going on. He said, yes. He said, you 100% told them everything. You knew everything, everything that you thought at the time. Come here, buddy.
Trapler Rose has a cat?
Booney Mo, you don't get along? He said, back then we was perfectly fine. Brian said, well, this was the day of the flight. You claimed that the call from Booney Mo was completely out of blue. You said you could hear Durk on another phone. His voice could be heard. He said, yeah. He said, nothing is said about murder. He just asked if you could go to California. He said, yeah. He said, you remember the convo so well, and you had 2 people in the car with you. Jam said, my BM was in the car. We was dropping my son off to soccer practice. Brian said, you was driving with your wife and your son. Jam said, well, I can't remember. I just don't know the time. Like, is a whatever. He was sort of like unsure but vaguely familiar. Brian said, well, the phone records say that...
Now, what is, and I forgot who said it, but they are right. They're right about this. Remember, Jam was cooperating a long time ago. Jam started cooperating in 2023. Vonnie started cooperating the day they picked him up, the day the indictment came out, which was October 2024. So Jam was cooperating a whole year before.
The call happened. She's driving. Where did you go to in the car? He was saying, oh, maybe my baby mama's crib. Brian says, how long is the trip? He said, I don't know. He said, you sure you heard Durk's voice? Jam said, yeah, my wife was there. Brian said, did the authorities ever ask your wife if she heard Durk's voice? He said, I don't know. He said, why didn't the cops ask your wife? Jam said, that's not my job. Brian said, it's kind of is your job if you want to be believed. Jam said, well, I can't tell the feds how to do their job. Brian said, well, could you remember Booney Mo? Could you remember Booney Mo's number? Jam said, I don't know. Like, I'm not good with numbers. Brian said, well, we want to show a document to prosecutors. Do you recognize Booney Mo's number here? And he said, yes, he did. He said, when Booney's number calls you, that was right after you called him 2 times. Now, that was crazy, like a mic drop moment, all right? That was like, wait, you talking about you was caught off guard? But Booney Mo, you tried to call Booney Mo 2 times before that? Jam said, I don't remember that, but okay.
Give me 1 second, I got to grab some.
Brian said, you called him twice and he didn't answer. So the call didn't come out the blue. You were trying to reach him. Explain how that means it was out of the blue. Jam said, I said it came out of the blue. What he asked me came out the blue. When he called back and he asked me what the assignment, excuse me, he said, I don't remember calling him, but him telling me to go to Cali was out the blue. Brian said, William Malcolm, your cousin Chris, all right? That's the same person. They call him cousin Chris, but his name's William Malcolm. They said, you used to commit crimes with him. He said, yes. He's violent. Yes. He tries to be like you. Jam said, we don't try to be like each other. Brian said, well, that's just how you all are. All right? That was a little bit crazy. Jam said, true. Brian said, do you remember calling Chris about, do you have Quando's location? He said, no. And I'm thinking, ooh, it's getting spicy now, okay? Brian said, well, you got DMs from people about having Quando's location. He said, yes. He said, because they knew you wanted to hunt him down. He said, no. He said, you testified the killing of King Von was meaningless to you. All right? And he said, yes. And they said, but Slutty's death was meaningful. He said, Slutty. He said, Brian still said Slatty by accident, but he did correct himself to Slutty. He said, why are you getting sent Quando Rondo's location? And Jam said, well, a girl told me she had it and sent it, and then I asked her what's her name and stuff. It was random, not like not like where Quando Rondo was, just random. He seemed to be inferring that it might have been a real location. And Brian said, what, some random person sent you the location of Quando? And Jam said, it happens all the time. It happened to other people too. Did you talk to Chris about killing Quando Rondo? And he said, look, I don't know. Brian said, later you speak to Jason. He said, yes. He works for Durk with Cuz. He said, I don't know. He said, well, they both work with Durk. He said, yes. He said, you gave... not Booney, you gave your violent cousin Chris the info to get a plane ticket to California. He said, yes. He said, why? He said, Booney said, see if you can get crazy to come. I guess that's the nickname, all right? Or Chris, maybe I wrote that wrong, but I wrote crazy. Brian Steele said, well, you didn't say before. Jam said, well, even if I didn't say it before, that is it. Brian said, you invited one of the most dangerous people on earth. Now, look, I ain't seen no evidence Cousin Chris did jack shit in this case, all right? You talking about you invited one of the most dangerous people on earth. Jam said, look, we was never getting told we was getting guys to do murder. We was having to just come out for Cali for something. Brian said, well, if you brought it up in recordings, let's play it. All right. And Jam said, hey, look, check this out. All right. He said, when I'm doing interviews, I don't know when or where they record. Brian says, well, the interviews is all we have. And Jam says, well, is that on me? And Brian says, well, it is now. He said, it's just your word against Durk's on the Booney call, saying that Durk was on the call. We have no backup from your wife. We got no proof. Jam said, well, look, when that situation was going on, I see the picture you're trying to paint here. That's what you're getting paid for. But when you're nervous about doing something, you can't remember every single decision. Brian said, you called Booney first, though. It was on paper. Jam said, I see it. Brian said, does the phone company have an agenda? Jam said, no. He said, but you do. He said, yes. Jam said, nothing was promised to me. The judge can still give me life if he wants to. Brian says, well, you got something riding on this? Said, yes. Brian said, you said that Quando Rondo was greenlit. If anyone caught him, fuck him up. That was you. You knew that before San Diego. You would do it, and that's what you do. You do this type of stuff. Jam said, that's not what I do. It's what I've done. Brian said, why would anyone believe that the violence is gone? And there was an objection to that. It was sustained, so we had to move on. Brian then said, the plan was violence and death. Jam said, it could be. Brian said, that was your mission. Jam said, well, that was a comment about the understanding of the group. That wasn't my daily agenda. Brian said, it was on the 18th and 19th. He said, nah. He said, there's nothing about your word that Durk was, there's nothing but your word that Durk was on the call. He said, yes. He said, it's you. He said, yes. Brian said, your wife takes you to the airport to fly to San Diego and you go to Hooters. Jam said, I made a call first. Brian says, you later met Cuz. He said, eventually. He said, you knew Cuz was close to Von like Slutty. And Jam says, well, how am I going to know that? I was locked up for 12 years. I met Vonnie after Von died. I had no idea how close Cuz was to Von. And then Brian says, well, you get in the Sprinter. He says, yes. He said, you saw Durk on FaceTime. And there was the mention of the Navy SEALs. You spoke to Durk. You did a gang sign. And then Jam said, I slammed the rakes. And then he said, actually, like, Didi is the one who said that who said go crazy. Now, look, it sounded earlier in the day and when I talked about this that Durk had said, hey, go crazy. But he said that it was Didi to Brian. He said it was Didi was the one that said go crazy. Apparently, seems like Durk didn't say anything in that case. This time he told the story, which I thought was quite interesting. So, I got the jittery video again. We have the jittery video sometime. That crystal clear 4K. Ooh. All right. So he basically said, let's play more interviews, all right? You left out the Navy SEAL comment. You said that Durk said it. And he said, no, Didi said Navy SEALs, but okay. And Brian said, well, okay, then you're in the LA in the BMW. You were there to get into action and kill Quando. And Jam said, well, not right into action. Otherwise, we'd have killed him at the hotel then and there on the first night. You're acting like I would have just killed Quando Rondo as soon as I saw him. And that's not what happened. We was preparing. Brian says, you don't want to be held accountable or be caught. Jam said,
Yeah, the court day is done today. I can't really see anyone with updates.
Gave them the cops murders they didn't even know about. And Brian said, well, you didn't want to be caught by cops in killing Quando at the hotel. He said, true. Jam said that he apparently had a little walk at the hotel. He never booked the flights. Brian said, did you ever think of asking for help in the hotel lobby to like book a flight home and get out of there? And Jam was like, bro, listen to yourself. Listen to what you just asked me, bro. Can anyone just go into a hotel lobby and just ask a random person for help booking a flight? Like, it's not really a thing. And then Brian just kept sort of saying like, oh, you were there for murder. And Jam said, look, I saw Quando and I didn't kill him that first night. So how do you know what I was there for? And Brian said, well, you were there preparing to murder. He said, true. He said, you and Vonnie were driving around in the BMW. He said, yes. He said, you spend hours from the morning to 5:30 p.m. in a full day doing this. Your sole purpose is to kill a person. He said, yes. Right. So after that, Brian said, you were followed by cell phones, this location to this street. He said, yes. He said, eventually it was time to strike. We see you with a gun. You pointed at humans in the car. No one made you pull the trigger. He said, nah. He said, you decided to kill. And Jam said, look, I didn't know I was going to kill him. I didn't blow his brains out. All right. I didn't walk up to him. Brian said, well, you did that before. It was kind of snarky. I'm not going to lie to you. And then Jam said, look, you wouldn't know about any of this if I didn't tell you. And then
all right, we got Duty Low. I'm on stream still. I'm on stream. Okay. I'm gonna hit you after.
Shout out to Strange Free Smirk, man. You know what's going on.
All right, bro.
Brian said, well, no one made you. You didn't know who was in the car. If a random might have been hit by a ricochet.
Somebody said one glasses, one earphone.
And he said, yeah. He said, bullets don't have eyes or names. And I didn't think it was a good idea, but I still did it, which was interesting. So after that, Brian Steele said you didn't think it was a bad idea either. Jam said, well, if that's how you put it, I have my opinion, you have yours. I feel like I tried to stop it. Otherwise, if I didn't, we would have been on trial for my murder. You get paid for all of this defense, so I understand. He kept saying little slick comments like that. He was clapping back. And then Brian basically said, why do you think people should die so you can live? There was an objection to that. The judge said, we're veering in philosophy. Can we go back to the car? He said,
yeah, I'm trying to look for an update. I know the court date's over. It's 5/22. It's on a Friday.
Well, you ran back to the car, and Jam said, well, obviously, I wouldn't just... You should just sit somewhere cute and just stay there and just be in the video. You be coming and going, and you be finessing fools. You don't need to show your butt. You don't need to be a booty shaker, like some of these alleged people. He said, obviously, I wouldn't just stand there. And Brian said, well, you know what to do, right? Mr. Minister, this is what you do. You're different. And Jam laughed. He said, I'm different for sure. Then he pointed at Didi. He said, Didi, a minister too. All right? I thought that was kind of funny. So Brian said, well, you're a professional. And Jam said, we're not professionals. We're just paying attention to the situation. Brian said, your goal is to avoid custody. Jam said, come on, man. You want to be in jail?
I think Brick Baby just hit me. You remember Brick Baby? He just hit me.
And then Brian said, well, Durk was on FaceTime after the hit. You said he was smiling, asking about how many bullets fired. And Jam was like, I don't think I said that he smiled. Some people in the courtroom whispered at that point. Yeah, he actually did. Now, Brian said, was he on FaceTime after the PAB hit, asking about the rounds fired, like you said? And Jam basically said, look, that happened, but you're actually blending together two separate things. There were multiple steps. He said that Blood was on the phone when we switched cars. He was not at the in and out. He basically said, Brian said, well, while you were getting rid of the guns and the cars, he said, we ditched the guns and the cars, got in Cuz's car, and Durk was on the phone. And then at the in and out, later on, Durk was on the phone separately. He said that Grant, Didi, Boogie, Flocker, and Lindsay was all in the car, and Durk was on FaceTime. Brian said, do you have proof of this? He said, no. He said, at the in and out, did you say Durk was on FaceTime? He said, that's when I saw him. He said, that's when you saw him and threw the gang sign. He said, I never said I threw a gang sign. And then Brian said, well, is there proof? Unless the phones were tapped, there's not going to be any proof, right? No, my bad. Brian said, is there proof? And Jam said, unless the phones were tapped, there's not going to be any proof. Brian said, well, that would have been great, right? That's very ironic for him to say that.
All right, Trap Lord Ross, man. I don't want to see you playing with your cat. Pause. All right. Do we have any update? Could y'all tell me where to go? Oh, maybe I should go to the Mo 3 trial. Yo, chat, the Mo 3 trial is bananas. The Mo 3 trial is insane. So apparently, did y'all know this? Apparently, the killer of Mo 3 had just left from his baby mama's house. Mo 3 was just fucking his baby mom's, like literally. And she testified that essentially, that maybe her son tipped off her father that he was there was somebody over there. And 30 minutes later, that nigga is chasing him. Can I find her testimony? I'll pull it up. Where is it? Here we go. Check it out, chat.
At some point, did you find out what happened to Melvin?
Yes.
What was going through your mind when you found that out?
I just knew it was just something fishy.
Because he was leaving my house, and I just felt like somebody had something to do with it.
Like,
I asked my son, had he talked to his father, and if he asked if he was there, because he had been asking, he take them out? So my intuition clicked, and
in Trey's phone, that's how you were communicating with Devin. Is that right?
I didn't communicate with him. I don't believe through his phone when we wasn't on talking terms.
Did you later go to the Dallas Police Department, and did you remember bringing your phones, both your phone and your son's phone?
I felt like my address was given out. I felt like somebody had followed him from my house, or I felt like, anybody would think that.
At some point, did you find out what happened to Melvin?
Yes.
What was going through your mind when you found that out?
I just knew it was just something fishy. Because he was leaving my house, and I just felt like somebody had something to do with it.
Like,
I asked my son, had he talked to his father, and if he asked if he was there, because he had been asking, he take them out? So my intuition clicked, and
in Trey's phone, that's how you were communicating with Devin. Is that right?
I didn't communicate with him. I don't believe through his phone when we wasn't on talking terms.
Did you later go to the Dallas Police Department, and did you remember bringing your phones, both your phone and your son's phone?
I felt like my address was given out. I felt like somebody had followed him from my house, or I felt like, anybody would think that.
At some point, did you find out what happened to Melvin?
Yes.
What was going through your mind when you found that out?
I just knew it was just something fishy. Because he was leaving my house, and
never mind. I was feeling this information about Vonnie. Interesting. Yo, this Durk case takes so many twists and turns. They said I interviewed Durk in 2023. Apparently, they said like around that week or like a couple weeks before. You remember Durk says in my interview, he didn't say Vonnie. He says, yo, he fired his whole team. Allegedly, Vonnie stole money from Durk around that time. Vonnie gets fired. Allegedly. I don't know. I don't know, man. Remember Durk saying, I fired... He said they stole money from me, fired his team. He mentioned they stole money.
What was the difference between the, because I can call somebody that got, we're not throwing a rapper name out there, but I can call somebody got more money than one of the biggest rappers in the world.
I guess they're saying that you don't live in being in your reality.
Stealing. Damn. I had to find out. I had to take over the management team. I had to take over my bills. I had to take over the taxes. I had to take over who I was paying. I had to find out who's stealing.
Damn.
I had to find out who fake. I got to find out motherfucking who I could trust. I got to find out what a safe place to everything at one time. Everything at one time. And all this is happening in 2 months.
What happened that gave you that realization, like, yo, y'all got to make a change? Because usually people got to bump their head.
This is recently. This is last year. This is last year. Like, I'd rather sit back and game plan and figure out how I want to live my life before I even step back in the camera to try to get some quick money. I could easily came back dissing, and I can do all that. I could say, let's go to the celebrity game and play ball for money. Let's box. Let's motherfucking rap, battle, beat, whatever you call it. I can do all that. but I'm a thinker. I want to sit back. I'd be like, damn, I got to leave this.
Interesting. Yo, what the hell going on with Trap Lord Ross, man? Yo, Trap Lord Ross is as much as interesting as the turning events of this case. Someone came up to me inside the courtroom and said they'll smack me in my big nose. Court security didn't do anything. These people stayed and stared me down for an hour. Social media experts just showed a dozen of slide for Vaughn tweets day before Pop's murder. One said, "Who in the rack finna slide for Vaughn since Durk won't do it?" And Lil Durk, you gonna slide for Vaughn or I gotta do it? Yo, what's going on with Trap Lord Ross, bro? Here we go.
In jail, motherfuckers who still got more. Hey, don't do that. That's little nigga shit. Don't do that. Motherfuckers, real ones like Pops, Unc, motherfucker in jail, motherfuckers who still got more. Hey, don't do that. That's little nigga shit. Don't do that. I still got niggas like, excuse my language, I still got people like that in my ear that I call mentors, that I call leaders. So I listen to them. Me saying that about any of them is gonna do it to me. Stop my concerts.
But isn't it?
You got niggas stealing out of them. I can't even tell you how to bat a car. So when it's all going on at one time, it's like I got one. And the crazy thing about it is, when the whole internet, this whole, like, damn, she telling me how to move. You got niggas. It was her telling me it, so now I'm moving. Yeah, like I was hard.
You're talking, pretty much sending coded messages or even just messages to them.
Even though it was hard to read. Yeah, but it was like, hell yeah, like I was.
Grab some water.
The fuck? She was the one telling me get the, all these niggas around. Who is this? Who is this? He don't even know where he live at. He don't need. When the whole time we were supposed to be the management, it was supposed to be some old homies. It was her telling me it. So now I'm moving. Like, it's like she telling me how to move to a certain point.
Oh, India caught it still.
While all the shit going on. So now I'm like, damn. She telling me how to move. You got niggas stealing out of them. I can't even tell you how to bat a car. So when it's all going on at one time, it's like, I got one. And the crazy thing about it is, when the whole internet, until today, everybody think we broke up because that rumor.
Oh. So it's the truth. Yeah, y'all good.
Yes. It was some.
She be tweeting some subliminal.
So India told him to get away from them funky ass niggas. Them stealing ass, robbing ass, backdooring ass niggas. India the one who told him to get away from them bums.
Shit like, nigga, that ain't my nigga.
Yeah, and be right there next to me. But
I both play mental chess.
But she a woman though. She gonna stand on her word. If she tell me, look, I need a break, I'm finna do this, she gonna do it. Like, she ain't gonna be like no little girl and be like, just give me a watch and we'll be good tomorrow. Like, we got investments together. Like we on some shit right now. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I just feel like the internet control people's emotions. Like, the internet control your feelings now. Cause if you in the house and you doing good with your girl, and somebody make up a rumor, it's on y'all to go off of it.
You know the whole shade room believes that. Like, they be reading your tweets, be like, man, Derek, you fucked up, man. Let her go.
No,
Shit, you don't deserve her. Like, they be killing you. I'm surprised you ain't cleared this up like before. Like, yo, listen, yo, if we going through something personal, we not coming over here to hear y'all.
You know how crazy it is. I was talking about an old story. The story was just old, and I was just telling somebody about the story. And that's how far she took it. So in my mind, I'm like, the story old, man. You ain't finna You ain't finna do all that shit with that little ass shit. That shit ain't. That's light shit. You that.
Shout out to Smirk, man. Shout out to Smirk. Man, look like they got a death threat against Trap Lord Ross out there, man. They got a death threat versus Trap Lord, huh? Hold on, I gotta go switch out my dogs real quick. Give me 1 second, Chad. I'm sorry.
We that together.
We still waiting for like the end of the day updates, and then I know it's a Friday, but we still got to hear what happened on the second half of the session. So let me just go. I got to change my dog out.
Yes, we finna do this. What?
Went crazy on you,
man. Nah, she ain't go crazy on me. She just taught me like, yo ass stop playing.
Now them tweets you was sending out sound like you were like, yo, baby, I need my family back. Like,
I do.
So those were real then, in the sense of like,
when I was tweeting.
Yeah.
When I said I need my family back.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So there was a point that you're like, damn, man, it might be a situation.
If you had a great state of mind and outside like the death and the street shit and you doing better with your family, doing better with your kids, talking to them every day more, and you with your girl, then the next day is like, damn. Yeah, I need my family back. That don't necessarily mean she left the house, left the room. It's like I need my house back to where it's at.
Yeah, I get that.
That's my happy place.
I get that.
You know what I'm saying? So a lot of shit she do say be out of character. I know her character. That's not her character. I know she ain't finna go fuck 50 rappers. I know she ain't finna go, and I'm saying it with confidence. I know her. She got too much self-respect. Like, I can't even call her a bitch. Like, we got into it one time. I was like, man, I'm Smirk. You tripping. Bitch, stop playing with me. Hold on.
Swear Christian Rock on your ass and say.
That's what I'm saying in my head. Bitch, I'm Smirk. You tripping. Went crazy. That's why I'm like, okay. She just got the self-respect. And she'd tell me, like,
I think you set a new standard, especially. I mean, you proposed to her on stage, man. Like, I think, people have been watching and kind of analyzing y'all situations to solve the fact that, man, a lot of women want to get to that point, how you view her, how you've talked about her in songs, how, complete she's made you, how she's made you even more of a man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's why it should be so big and be so deep when something small happen. Because you'd be like, oh, shit, these people we've been following for this long and this shit done fucked up. No, that's my girl. That's my wife. That's my baby. That's what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we hold no secrets against each other. Like, I'm trying to get to that point where it's like, him for real. Like, you see, I've been sitting down with the mayor. We done gave out scholarships. I'm trying to be who I am going to be. Like, one of the biggest. Like, look at the era we talking about right now.
Well,
I want to be talking to you like, why did you?
I mean, you on the way.
Yeah. I just want to talk to you like, man, I just brought 50 motherfucking Tesla trucks. I don't want to be talking about these fucking goofies.
Hey, how, I don't know if you ever got, even really explained it. Low-key, I felt like I found out about it first, but I found out about some random shit. Some fan, and I think I told this story before, but I don't ever did. Some fan that supposedly, or allegedly, lived around you. Somebody hit me and they said, yo, there's mad police at Durk's crib. I'm like, what happened? It's like, there's a shooting. And I said,
where was it?
Let me tell you. And I said, nah, what happened? They're like, no. There's something about a shooting. There's mad police there. This is before anybody knew. And I'm like, and this person's like, no, listen, we see Durk all the time. Durk lives around here. There's a shooting at his crib. I'm going to tell you how the story got broke. Because obviously, I'm in the news media.
Yo, he never gave me no answer on that, man. I ain't gonna lie. Smirk never told me what happened at the crib, man. We see the body cam. I still don't know what happened at that crib. They keep saying it's like some ops. I don't know what the fuck. They keep saying it's something, nigga. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell, man. All right, man. Is Trap Lord and them gonna report some shit or nah? Guess not. I guess not. I don't see nothing from Seti Nash. I don't see nothing from nobody. Actually, I do see something. Who's this?
I briefly attended the Little Durk trial today because I had a case in the same building against another A-list rapper. And I want to talk about this case because there are a lot of misconceptions going around the internet from people who are not criminal defense lawyers. I've worked on investigations with the feds as a prosecutor, as a criminal defense lawyer against the feds, and I've won on both sides. And I'll say this is a very hard case to understand from a non-lawyer perspective. What the feds have here is a really tough case to prove. The snitch that they're using to win is throwing his celebrity friend under the bus. And it's undisputed that Durk did not commit these murders, but what they're trying to prove is that Durk ordered or knew about the murders. And this is very similar to the Young Thug Rico case, which is why Durk hired Brian Steele, and the prosecution is going to have a hard time with it. They have to present evidence of text messages, forensics, locations, credit cards to prove that Durk ordered and paid for these hits. And what they're betting on most is a key witness, OTF Jam, aka Jammy the Bull. The thing is, he's an unreliable witness. This guy is already admitted to multiple murders and in any other situation would be getting life. However, since the prosecution's case rests on his credibility, they cut him a deal. And because they're relying so much on him, his unreliable testimony honestly makes this a gamble. So when I investigated crime as a prosecutor, I'd go after organized crime families, and if this were my case where I had a flipper...
But he's not a prosecutor.
Or an informant like this, I would not feel confident. Because the defense is going to be poking holes at every questions about the motive of my witness for doing this. Now, this is where a skilled cross-examiner like Brian Steele comes in. Brian's averaging a triple-double. He's shown in multiple other cases, high-profile cases like P. Diddy, Young Thug, on how to expose flaws in witness testimony, especially evidence come from the mouths of the snitches. Brian Steele is a snitch's worst nightmare. His style is designed to tear you to shreds. Skilled cross-examiner like Brian Steele is a nightmare for a snitch like OTF Jam, and he's already working his magic. He's already caught Jam in several trap points, and he's pointing out inconsistencies to the story to the jury. And while he's doing that, he's going to be setting up extra evidence to catch him lying even more. So allowing Brian Steele to do this is going to damage Jam's credibility big time. I myself, as a criminal defense lawyer, do the same thing for my clients. It's about showing that there's a chance that your client is innocent and creating reasonable doubt. Because all you really need to beat a case like this is doubt. And the possibility that Jam is lying is all you need. So if Brian Steele can show that OTF Jam's sentence rests on testimony being able to prosecute Lil Durk, which a guy with Steele's track record can prove, without sufficient evidence against Durk, I repeat, despite what everyone on the internet is saying, Durk is not cooked. And if Brian Steele comes, Durk's gonna walk. Now, for my rappers who are watching this video, so I briefly attended the Little Durk trial today.
You cut off right when he said rappers, huh? I'm getting a hella info, but I'm not getting it from the niggas in court. All right. I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes, but chat, I do have to run tonight. I got some shit to do. It's one of my homies' birthday. We gotta celebrate. So I do have some things to do. So I can't hit y'all with the 11 hour today. So I'll come back tomorrow, and I'll at least have the transcript. So forget what anybody has to report. I can just read it. Okay. Durk is not toasted, man. Again, we have Vonnie coming up, and clearly we're gonna have a bunch of experts, on both sides. But Durk, from what I could see from Brian Steele's, like, going back and forth, Brian Steele is going to come with, or the defense is going to come with, some supporting people in the lives of the cooperants, whether it's a girlfriend, whether it's like someone who was dealing with them at the time, that's going to prove that they either colluded or somehow collaborated to make up this farce of a murder for hire situation to get Durk convicted that they could get out of jail. And I'm not saying that has to be perfect, but if you throw enough doubt into the mix to say, yo, it's clear that these guys were linking up when they were told not to link up, planning a story, they were already hating on Durk, they were whatever. Again, as much as we keep hearing about evidence on the phone, we haven't seen evidence on the phone. Remember they said they had that one phone that they got a few screenshots from, but they couldn't get into. Well, do we have anything damning, right? They have Durk laughing at like news articles and, Instagram posts like, yeah, man, that nigga died or that nigga got shot at. But what does that mean in terms of Durk ordering this thing? Again, remember what I said before the case. This case is hinging on these cooperators because currently the cooperators, I'm not going to lie, they're doing a good job of, they're wowing us with stories. So like, niggas is like, we're saying they're cooked just off of direct. Like, the prosecutor go over their script with them because they rehearse these things 30 times. And when we hear the details that we didn't hear before, we're like, oh shit, that's how it went down. We're like, Durk is cooked. And then when Brian Steele or whoever goes back in, we're like, all right, maybe this nigga kind of made up certain parts. And what I expect further is like people like Mimo who have said, yo, that nigga's clearly lying. He's lying saying that, oh, I was shooting a video there, so like it fucked up the timing. Bro, you were locked up. There's other inconsistencies supposedly. Here we go. There's other inconsistencies, let me see, that are basically baked into the case, right? You have Jam saying, oh, yo, check it out. Well, I didn't really know the terrain of LA. I don't know where's where. But then the first place when he just goes there to link and he sees or supposed to where Quando was at, he identifies quickly and he says, yo, there's like a church down the street or like a school or something like that. Like he identifies some landmark spots, which again, maybe he saw him, but it does kind of go against him saying that he didn't know where was what. Remember he said, I know where the Beverly Hills Center is. But when it came time for him to shoot Quando the first night, he was like, there's a church and a school or something like that, and he kind of came up with an excuse for that, or there was an excuse for that. I'm not too sure if he actually came up with it. So that's kind of interesting. I'm still trying to see if Trench's news is, if what he said is going to happen. I think Trench's news said it, which means Brown Eyes is going to jump on the sword. I don't think Trench's news said it. Somebody else said it. He's going to jump on the sword to free Durk. He's going to say, yeah, I did it. Okay, but I did it. No one told me to do it. Now, that's something that could really help Durk. So 2 shooters saying Durk told me to do it, and one guy who was supposedly the right-hand man said Durk told me to do it, and then the other guy who was the other shooter saying I did do it, but Durk didn't tell me to do it. That is enough doubt, I would think. But will that guy basically trade his life because he's going to get life in prison? Will he do that? And then also, if he does that, Boogie's case, who was the driver, remember there was a driver with 3 shooters. The driver was always in a car. He has his trial. What is he going to say? Is he going to corroborate what Lindsay might say? And why would Lindsay even take that? But whatever. Would he corroborate Lindsay's story or corroborate, the story of those other guys, or just kind of like stay silent like Durk and kind of like just battle it out? I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, chat, I do got to run. I will see y'all tomorrow. I don't know. They're taking too long to come out of court, and I got some stuff to do. There's some birthdays for people who I rock with, so I got to go, show some face. Today's a Friday. We'll have all weekend to still pop in and like deal with this case. So I'll see you guys then. You guys have a good weekend, and I hope you guys have been thoroughly entertained by this whole week of nonstop coverage into this case. It's been a up and down, topsy-turvy type of thing. But if this was the first week, I could only imagine what next week's going to bring. All right? Chat, I'll see you tomorrow. Love you. Talk to you soon.